'cause I don't recognize you anymore. Once sweet and caring, now cold and calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track, I never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Oh yeah. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go.
pals and non-binary pals. Welcome to the SCC Saturday edition. We're back in North America, and it's going to be a lot of fun. My name's Gormizer. Joining me on the desk today is going to be Trell. I guess on the cast. It's not just the desk.
Both,
I'm conditioned to say one phrase when I sit in this seat, and it's only the desk. But we're going to be doing the
everything.
whole words.
Oh,
All the words are just us exclusively. No one's standing over there. They don't exist. They're fake. They're not even in the building. And that's how you know. Yeah. I know Myth isn't because he was complaining to me earlier about stuff. So it's like I know he's awake. And so we at least got that part going for us. But we're going to be watching the Hounds take on, this is the second time, the Storm. I keep forgetting their name. I was like, I know the team. I could tell you the players, but for some reason, just kept blanking on them. The Schwalbe Storm. So who the Hounds are going to be taking on here. We can go ahead and look at, of course, the schedule. And then the standings. We've been watching this week. 2-1, I think, was the only three-game set that we saw on Thursday, was the Tanukis and the Weavers, and then the Wardens got a 2-0 win over a Sages team that came in with a substitute. So this is going to be maybe a good step forward. If I remember correctly in the standings, both of these teams right now, the Storm and the Hounds, are 1-0, and there they are up at the top. So someone is going to remain undefeated. The other team's going to climb up towards the top. Trelly, in the past, the last time these two met, the only time that they played, at least, Masters not included, because my mind has completely blanked on Masters. It was a 2-0 in the regular season in Phase 1.
Yeah, the Hounds don't lose.
Okay, so
yeah,
cool.
If
we're done. We're dusted. I'll just go.
But there's an asterisk there because the Schwalbe Storm have picked up a new jungler. They look very solid, and they started off this week, if you will, for Phase 2 rather, with a very convincing W. So I think with Dame out of the jungle, maybe a different look per se against these the Hunter's Hounds.
We'll see, I guess, how it's going to end up working for them. This is what is, I think, an incredibly fun matchup just to be able to watch, because I think, as you said, the Hounds, a team that surprised the hell out of me, is the way I'm going to word it. Magic Feet being well, no, Magic Feet's on the other side.
Hold
Hounds end up knocking down the Scarabs. That's where I was going. I was reading Discord and trying to have a conversation at the same time. Don't read and talk. It never works out well. The Hounds knocking out the Scarabs during Masters was maybe just one of the more impressive things. Again, the only SCC team to be able to go further. But not only that, I think they looked pretty damn good the day they got eliminated too. Granted, it was a lot more difficult for them. You knew it was going to be a hard matchup. But I think the fact that they still were able to kind of hold their own and at least push some of those SBL teams a little more to the limit, quote unquote, I think was impressive. And so this is a team that I'm going to keep my eye on.
Yeah, definitely. I think Oath through the jungle has been absolutely dominant in this league. Is it a league, a circuit, if you will, whichever one you want to call it. I guess the Smite Pro League, Smite Challenger Circuit. We'll call it the circuit. Oath has been absolutely dominant in this circuit through the jungle, being able to just, I'm not going to say outplay everyone, just farm the map better. And it seems like he's always so mobile. He's able to use that influence throughout, even in far right lane, far left lane, wherever it is. You never really know where he's going to be. And he's on these different style of picks that not everyone's playing right now. The set, how many people are playing set right now, things like that. These hard carry potential characters that usually take a little bit of extra mechanical skill, but are very rewarding if you can play them. And he's proven time and time again that he can play them.
And now that I'm looking back on the history of it, I'm pretty sure the Storm only lost to the Hounds last time. So this is going to be an even more powerful matchup, knowing the history between these two. It was a 2-0 loss for them. But looking at them, you had mentioned it, Dame, last week subbing in for the jungle. But much like you, the website was trying to trick me around, and it is still going to be Magic Feet that is playing with them here. And that's something, I was going to ask you about that because, my mind, froze for a second. I was like, Magic Feet was, real damn good at Smite. Why would they change that?
Here's the thing. When I was asked to cast that game, I mean, not asked, I was on, I casted that game, and I was like, they subbed out Magic Feet. That's interesting because he was one of the top performers on this squad. I always thought he looked solid. Maybe they just needed a change. And then it was just he was probably I got a wedding that day. Dame will come in. And Dame looked great, but Magic Feet has consistently looked very solid in the jungle as well. Definitely, in the conversation for number 2 jungle in the circuit right now, I think, Sino's certainly up there as well, Sad, right? All the jungles are looking good, but Oath has been on the top, right? So there has to be that second spot. Someone has to be fighting for second. When the Eldritch Hounds go undefeated in Phase 1, there's really no conversation in that regard. So I think still looks very solid, though.
It means the Storm, at this point, maybe up to them from what we've seen and historically, to try and be the only team to take down the Hounds. They came closest last time. Well, maybe not, I guess, in terms of map score, because there were a couple others that went 2-1. One was 0-2. It's going to be the Hounds in first pick, though, and we'll see how they decide to adjust up against the Storm. Now, a lot of what we've been seeing in the SCC has been, again, very similar to what you expect in the SPL, very, much in the same vein.
Right.
And if you're talking about two junglers, Magic Feet here and Oath, I was going to say, like, Mercury seems to be someone that you don't want to be out there. Nemesis probably gets banned away, things like that you just do not want them to play. Yeah,
definitely. I think Magic Feet has been having a bit of an identity crisis in the jungle. When they were here at 4 Masters in studio, I talked to him. And I was just saying, how come you were playing Chalk? How come you were playing these things that aren't very good right now? And he's just like, this meta confused us for a bit. We're trying to figure out what style of jungle we want, that sort of thing. And I'm hoping they found, their home in the jungle. Kleena is one of his best picks, and it will be banned away.
Yes,
so more so trying to target Oath than get themselves something they're comfortable on. And Baron is going to be locked in right away. Probably for the solo lane, just so much pressure. It provides a lot of CC, and as long as you're sitting pretty far back in the lane until about level 20 or so, you should be just fine.
It's interesting to see, like Mercury, Nemesis, again, things that we're used to seeing here. Moja, she's been up at the top as a ban and a pick for ages. Olarun seems like it's something that is a little more niche, but the Odin, to me, is the one that stands out the most, because, like, I can't remember the last time. Well, that's not true. I know exactly the last time we saw an Odin played, but I'm not allowed to say it because I think they're doing something with it. Hindu yelled at me yesterday because he was like, not yell, but he was like, you look this up for me, and he's like, don't tell anybody my stats.
Okay, well, I
don't know what's going on.
I have no idea what you're
He asked me like 5 questions, and I was like, yeah, I'll find them. Like, this is really weird though. But yeah, no, like Odin's like just not present.
Right. So
like ever?
what that is an Uzi ban. It's just a pick that Uzi likes. No one else is playing Odin right now. He likes cages, I suppose. He wants to cage the bear, and he wants to cage the AMC, and the Hounds don't want that to happen, so they are just going to take that away. When I think of Uzi picks, there's like 3 of them. It's like Odin, RDO, and some other one it's escaping me right now. But trust me, the Odin is an Uzi pick, and they are going to ban that one away. The Hounds did their homework here. And now double ADC going to be locked in for the Storm. I would assume the Chernobog in the solo lane, but when was the last time I don't think I've ever seen Uzi play a Hunter, so that would be interesting.
It'd be a fresh look, right? I mean, I guess, well, I was going to say, I guess we've seen one of these. I think Chernobog last year got played in mid a couple of times, but it would have been like Dardes. Maybe that was season 7 as well, like murky in the waters with where those are. That's so back, actually.
That's lurking in the waters.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's something that can get a little muddled there. Jingwei, we've also seen kind of flexed over to solo, but like of the 2 of them, there's definitely one I prefer.
Right.
And that's the Chernobog. Xingqian gets locked in with the Kumba. I'm starting to really, really like the Odin and now the Skabraken ban, because like you've got a bunch of people that would suck if they got caught by a wall, and if you're going to continue stacking that on, it's not only a good ban against Uzi, but now it's just helpful for your team.
Well, I was going to say maybe Joshi could be taking that Chernobog, but with the Baba Yaga lock-in, that cements it for me as probably Chernobog solo. So double ADC with the Xingqian, saving Magic Feet's jungle pick for last, but on the complete opposite side, Gilgamesh making a bit of a resurgence. I've seen a little bit of play in the SPL as of recent, and Oath has definitely played it plenty of times before, so maybe just feeling good about the Bumpus Hammer and the Golden Blade build. And Hou-Yi in a double crit, if you're assuming the Chernobog also builds crit. Jingwei doesn't really have a choice if you use your second ability. Always going to be a safe option that has been coined the anti-hunter, if you will, just because it gets so much value up against those crit hunters. And the 1v1, you're going to get pressure more often than not, and it will just be the Bastet. Again, when I think of Magic Feet, it's just Kleena, Bastet. Those were his picks that he really popped off and came onto the scene on, and then sort of never got them for a while. Everyone was target banning him, but the Bastet makes it all the way to 10th pick, and he's going to take that pretty freely.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you get one of your signature picks at the end of the picks advance, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And I think it's interesting to see, again, the draft style, because what I'm seeing here from the Storm is a lot of what I've expected. Like the Dragons have been running a lot of things like this. Last week, it was very prevalent in the SBL, but then this week it started to change up a little more, where we're seeing a couple more Warriors getting picked up and scooped up over there, like the Bellonas, your Osiris's, your King Arthurs are really on the rise. And so I guess we'll see Joshi seemingly the one over. Is this going to be exactly what they're doing? Are they swapping where they are in terms of roles?
Uzi's mid. Okay. Well, I was going to say that, the Chernobog definitely should be in solo.
Maybe Uzi just doesn't have a Chernobog.
I didn't think he did. When I saw it locked in, I was like, that's not an Uzi pick, so who's going to play? Maybe it'll be in mid, and I was right that it was Joshi, but not in the mid lane. It will be going over to that solo lane, so a little bit of a lane swap here. We'll have to see how Uzi does on the Baba Yaga. Something to note, I've watched his streams plenty, and whenever he's off-roll, it's always mid. If he's not playing solo, he has a decent Thoth. He likes playing the mages like that, so I think maybe just saying, hey guys, if you really want this Chernobog, if you really want this global presence, I'll just play Baba. It's fine.
And I'm a fan. I like watching Baba. I think that just like Baba Yaga gameplay can be fun. And also I think that, I've said this several times over the last like week and a half, but I just really love how she fits into this meta right now. It's slow paced. You get stacks fast. You can go for stacking items pretty easily. And not sacrifice too much in your early game. But now there's like that synergy talk between like Uzi and Magic Feet versus Crimson and Oath, which is going to be something that's difficult to match up. Twig. A little bit of poke over here in the duo lane. And, you know, to the point, this is something that I'm getting on in a personal change, Shelly. After 9-5, I think unless they get into like the 1/6 range inside like the first couple of minutes, they might not die. Like it might not even be worth mentioning sometimes. Because I don't know that Quig was even sweating it.
No, he's using his belly bump to aggress at this point, so not too worried about the damage output in the duo lane. But Magic V going for a very early gank here on a Remakami. Remakami does have teleport, no beads, but not enough damage coming out of the Bastet just yet. With that Morningstar start, you're getting even less, but Oath rotates over.
Yeah, good drop kick into the wall. And now immediate disengage. It's just, can you save the blue buff? That's the game you're trying to play. Baron's going to rotate in. And it looks like
just
Oath
got it with an auto attack.
Get the last hit, and that's all you need. And so that's going to feel really good for them, not having that stripped away, and being able to waste a little bit of Magic Feet's time.
Yeah, when you are on this Chernobog, you don't really need a blue buff. You're clearing with autos more often than not. But Baron definitely wants that mana sustain, wants that MP5 as much as possible. So gonna go a long way there. Quig still low, about even lower HP than when we last checked in. But again, not too stressed in this lane unless we see a rotation from the jungle, unless we see, you know, this Bastet looking for some sort of gank over here on the left side of the map. I don't think the Kumbhakarna is gonna feel too stressed, and actually it's Oath who's going to come over just to make sure this purple buff goes down as well. Helped out with the blue on right, and is going to go for the purple on left.
Is going to help and secure that one, well, not without lack of trying from Oceans. And I think, you know, I didn't even think about it, but even with like the sleepy time passive, like Quig can play real loose if you're willing to, knowing at least early on that it's going to be very difficult for them to truly get that kill. But it doesn't even matter because it doesn't go down. And they've been able to get all of their farms so far. And, you know, it's nothing wild. In fact, technically, the Hounds are down in gold by about 100-ish, or maybe 200. So it's not like a massive lead for either of these teams. You've just been securing your own buffs, no crazy invades that have been successful. And so now that we're hitting this level 5 mark, and specifically seeing ults thrown out, like even in mid for whatever reason, it comes down to the conversation of like Winds of Shamash, big slow plus a stinger. I think that Crimson and Oath are going to be able to hunt people down if they want.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw so many ults used at level 5 there. Obviously, Remakami hit 5 first, was able to get Joshi the beads. That's definitely massive. And then in the mid lane, Crimson used the stinger, and Uzi was forced into the home sweet home. And then Crimson just picked up the stinger and says, hey, I've got it back. Your ult is down now, but Oath is coming around. You're looking for Uzi, and it's stingered once again.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. And the autos just clean it up. There's not even anything, nothing fancy afterward. They didn't try to go for more. They just come in, they get the kill, you pick up the stinger, and you get first blood onto your AMC. That's part of the reason Trelly, he has been a top ban.
Yeah, just out clears everyone right now. I mean, at least all the mid laners right now in the mid lane, and you just use that stinger, you can pick it back up, and you're ulting like a 12-second cooldown. You can't really deal with that right now in the mid lane. Uzi just doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the survivability on this Baba Yaga. We saw the first stinger, he goes up into the house, doesn't have that shield next time around, and great gank there from both of my Zen. Forced into the airstrike early. Oceans left him alone on an island for a bit, and then was like, wait, these guys are getting aggressive. I'm going to come back and help out my Jingwei.
And I like the way they're playing. I mean, it was just a base stun from Dude Man, bro, right? Like, nothing fancy, no ricochet shots, no like, dive bomb in. It was just cool. I'm going to lock you down, and we're either going to get your ult or we're going to kill you. And unfortunately for the Hounds, they don't get the kill. But, like you said, pulls the ult away. Any safety that you can strip from a Jingwei always feels good. And if they can get the beads sometime soon, probably going to feel a little better. Sun's dropped. And that is strictly a clear ult from Dude Man Bro. Like, he just wanted to back, just wanted to spend the gold and have that space.
Yeah, when you're up against a Jingwei, the fighting opportunities don't present themselves too often, so you might as well just drop those Suns, finish your item, and get back real quick so you don't miss any items. Because Jingwei can back whenever she wants. She can simply just fly in. But Hou Yi has to take this long trek back. You got the Itchwall, but it's going to take a while before you're able to clear. I think dropping the Suns just to make sure that you're not losing out on any farm is going to be a pretty solid idea. So Dude Membro will actually beat Zen back to the wave because of that. But again, I don't think really needs the ultimate unless a gank comes through to try and save yourself some face. But Josh is going into the ult here and just goes back down.
Yeah, I thought we were about to see like a big pop off. Someone was gonna start fighting.
He might have ulted from base. I didn't get to see. So
actually, yeah, you're right. You could have just, I mean, using it as like a faux teleport. But up into the epic uppercut, knocked down. There's Zen. There's the ult. Can Dude Man Bro find the shot? There's Mark Golden Crow. There's the bounce off the tower. Oh, but the angle just not enough. Zen is able to squeak by, but now beats and ult one more time off the mark.
Yeah, Dude Man Bro was decent at the geometry there, but just couldn't find the right balance. And again, beats and ult is still massive on a Jingwei, so maybe a regank opportunity. We do see Quake sort of hovering around this left lane, just trying to maybe help out a little bit. And Oceans recognizes this as well and starts running over, saying, no, my Jingwei, she's about to get dove underneath tower. The Xing Chen will be here just in case they get a little bit too over-aggressive. Given the positioning, though, I don't think there's going to be any more aggression here. As Oath and Magic Feet are going for a little brawl, but Crimson's level 9 already. You don't want to fight around this AMC right now.
It's weird, though. Oath takes a lot of poke. And, like, that feel, like, you don't want to fight around Crimson, and especially with a dropkick stinger combo, like, that's just too much to handle. But also, Oath was really low. Maybe you want to get aggressive. It feels like windows like that are going to be very difficult to attain and find too often. I mean, you know, Rimikami has gone into the Warlock staff first, not something that we're usually seeing, I think, from a Baron solo, although much more hybrid, right? Like, he's going to be building some tanky, he's going to be building some power. This is like the perfect blend of both for him, outside of things like the E-staff that maybe help you out with kind of finding the fusion. But also, Oath is going to get tanky, and Quig's already getting tanky, so it's going to be difficult, I think, for the Storm to burn through a lot of the Hounds. The Hounds now are going for an invade. There's the Sun's dropped. Ult used by Zen. Beads still down for another minute. One's going to be diving under that tier 1. There's the toss back from Oceans. You've got the dive from Joshi. The damage is going to be there, although no one getting too low. Oceans goes forward. Mez out from Quig. They're going to slow them down, but not able to find the kill. Huge rotations, lots of ults, but not a single death. Well, yeah, not a single death.
Say, not yet. It was a, I mean, Joshi rotates over, makes it a 4v4, because Magic Feet did not join that fight. He was still farming. Ramakami also didn't join, so a true 4v4 in every sense of the word, as if my Zen was the original target. It was a bit of a petered out fight where you go for the gank on a Jingwei, then you see what you can get after the fact, go for the purple buff invade, and then you realize Chernobog flew all the way over. So not really netting too much, still a massive lead in favor of the Hounds, given it that it's only 1-0. The gold after the fact, about 1,400 give or take, still in favor of the Hounds. So that's what you want to try to avoid. And we can see that the Shibalba Storm not trying to get too active, more so sitting back and just trying to farm up. I think Joshi rotating over did help out the squad, but just losing farm. Ramakami has a level lead now. Doesn't have the teleport, has to use that ultimate as a teleport as we saw before. So gonna be getting behind in farm every time these massive rotations come through that don't net anything. There was no kill there, so not gonna be worth Joshi's time really.
Rimikami might be in a little bit of trouble. Magic Feet's here, gets the root. There's some damage in return. Oh, they are counting their lucky stars. The towers got buffed. Otherwise, that is going to be a kill for the Storm. And that's really, you know, looking back at like the gold charts, it was actually the most interesting. Maybe hold that thought. Magic Feet up and down through the epic uppercut, thrown against the wall thanks to Ocean's good peel from the Storm. And that's going to stop that kill from happening. But you mentioned it, you know, the Hounds now up, you know, a decent chunk of gold, the 1,100. And it really was, like, dead even until First Blood. First Blood sends them right up, and then slowly but surely pulling gold back over and experience over in favor of the Eldritch Hounds since then. It's made things, at least in my eyes, a very interesting idea of how well they've been able to get their farm together after just one kill.
And it looks like Pyromancer has spawned in over here on the right side of the map and will be pulled right now by by Oath and Quig. It's going to take a bit. They don't have too much damage, but given the fact that no one from the Storm is even close, I think this one will go down slowly but surely with the Rough Crimson coming over to help out with the DPS. Again, level 12 at 10 minutes. This AMC is just power farming. Use that first blood gold, started placing the hives everywhere, using that movement speed to just take away mid camps as quickly as possible. This is something that Baba Yaga really can't match. She just doesn't have the damage to do her own red buff by herself. It just simply takes too long. The mid camps, she's also going to be sitting there auto-attacking for so long, whereas AMC clears them just so quickly. So I imagine Uzi's going to stay fine because he's able to stack up these items freely and, you know, be able to build a little bit of survivability as well as damage, but you can't match that pressure from AMC, and that's why we see a 2-level disparity in the mid right now.
And it's something I think that is always worth pointing out, because we get to see Baba Yaga and, like, she stacks quicker. Rimikami, luckily, since he went for the Warlock staff, is in solo lane, has not left the lane for any ganks or anything. And it's still been like a minutes-wide difference, like 2 to 3 minutes of item difference between the two of when Uzi got that evolved and Rimikami got theirs evolved. So now you can maybe see some of those power spikes, but it's the Transcendence you had mentioned there for Crimson into immediately the Jotuns. Just farming better and playing a little more, I don't even know if I want to say playing more prevalent. You just, as an AMC at this point in the game, are going to be able to do more than what a Baba Yaga can provide. And I was wondering if we were going to see maybe a play for a fight, some honey thrown down over there. But it doesn't seem as though the Storm want to make any big fuss over mid camps. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Magic Feet's going to go in there. So Pyromancer plus the neutral farm outside of that going the way of the Hounds, they're just slowly but surely building themselves a lead.
Yeah, Remikami used the ult there, and Josh is able to fly in, so Remikami should be going down here. Doesn't have the Coffin, it has the Juke Shoes, but as long as the heal doesn't do too much, which it does, it's going to be a slow burn, though. Remikami can't live those ones. And Joshi gets credit. That's probably who you wanted on right now, the level 13 Chernobog that is able to use that influence all over the map. But the Hounds realize there's a lot in right. We're going to pull Gold Fury.
Yeah, you can see Oath kind of peek their way over, trying to find out if there was anything to be done and save them. Now, wings forward onto Uzi, goes for the zone. Ooh, Gold Fury leashed off. You've got 2 Hunters, you can burn it down, but they don't feel confident. The rotation's coming out from the Storm, and now it's too late to try and pull it. So a very successful game for the Storm, and it gives Joshi that kill. Plus, honestly, it might even net a tower.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of pressure in that lane. You are a Hunter, and since there's no one to stop it, Remikami does have the teleport enabled, but wasn't able to get over there in time, and now you got a little bit of extra gold in your pocket to try and influence the rest of the map. I've been trying to wrap my head around what the meta Hunter builds are right now, Gore, because not even the pro players know. I've seen so many different builds. You know, you got the bows. We've seen some Bloodforge starts. Ichival has been pretty prevalent, but Dude Man Bro going for the Yasti second item. This is something that I haven't seen in the SPL at all. Whereas Zen just wants the Atalantis bow, wants some crit online, and is just going to be trying to get as much DPS online as possible, whereas Dude Man Bro just wants some sustain. We're seeing a little bit of invades here, both supports rotating over as well. There's just not enough DPS to net a kill, so I don't think there's going to be too much going on at the moment. Just Ocean's trying to get some vision on this side of the map, trying to make sure no Gold Furies are being snuck. The only thing you have to watch out for at the moment is Joshi's rotations. Unless Oath or Magic Feet are really trying to force a gank somewhere, Joshi's probably going to be the one that says, hey, someone's out of position, I'll fly in. There's already a tower gone over here, so I don't want to be pushing up too far in this lane anyways. Just looking for an opportunity to make a fight what looks like a 3v4 or a 3v3 into that extra man advantage.
Yeah, that immediate capability of turning something that's even into a one-sided fight is impressive from a Chernobog. I also think, you know, it has been a pressure point for people that you know, Hunters are everywhere. But the build variety has been awesome to me. I think like that's like what you want to see. And of course, what the Hounds want to see is this Gold Fury going down their way. There's going to be the live of the party, pulls Oceans in and gets the kill. Magic Feet dives in, tries to get the damage onto Dude Man Bro, who jumps into the Winds of Shamash to try and chase that kill. Epic uppercut separates Uzi, and now Oath is back in there. Good CC from the Storm. Keep that one separated. It is low health bars and chasing down Hunters, looking to do exactly what their name implies, hunt down the Storm. They're under that tier 1 in left. It doesn't seem like the rest of the team want to try and make this fight. Crimson has to play this carefully. No, you're squishing it and you're up against two. The Aegis only gets you so far. Goes down for spreading themselves thin, and the team's not even gonna get the Gold Fury.
Yeah, it seemed like I was just watching to see if anyone was going to spread the beads to half of the members of the Storm that were backing with 1 HP. Uzi goes untouched and is able to rotate in to make sure that Crimson falls down. And as you mentioned it, the Hounds didn't have the DPS. They were maybe just not the heads of the peace of mind to go for that Fury with everyone still very low. And now it's going to go the way of the Storm. So kills pretty even in that fight, but a massive gold swing in favor of the Storm now that they were able to kill the AMC that was already pretty big in lane and get the Fury. I say massive in the sense of the swing, but only 600 gold up now. Climbing yourself back up from the gold lead that the Hounds have, that's the massive part, not how much gold they're up at the moment.
Yeah, right, trying to find your way back into the game. And, well, hey, Gold Fury, that opens up one. Some of these kills have been opened up others. Pyromancer might just give you that lead you need. You gotta be able to find it. Oceans goes for one pull, grabs Oath, but doesn't seem to have the backup. Life of the party pulls Oceans in. Oceans is able to juke that one out. A little bit of help, but Rimikami still gets the kill. Oath now less than half in their health bar. Forced to retreat, and Crimson left alone. No one is playing bodyguard. This AMC can do so much, but not when left by itself, and Crimson goes down. It's 1 for 1, but that favors the Storm.
Yeah, Crimson tried to wrap around there, but we just saw him use both relics before that fight and still doesn't have them up for another 80 seconds. So wrong place at the wrong time. Our Crimson steps up too far, and once again, it will be a trade in favor of no one because it was a trade. Actually losing your support that's already pretty far behind and losing your AMC that's still got a level lead in mid, definitely going to be better for the Storm. So that's going to go their way, as long as the Pyromancer doesn't drop. It looks like Oath is still very low here as Magic Feet's making the rotation, but maybe didn't even see the Gilgamesh. And we'll have to jump away defensively.
Just a nice little leap out of there. Joshi, yeah, this one's just done. You could not have any chance. No beads, no Aegis, no way up into the sky. There was nothing to do there. And unfortunately, that is a death now for the Storm tacking things up. But it doesn't lead to too much. Again, what was starting to become a slow but sure runaway game for the Hounds has been back to even. It is 2, and then, well, 92 because they're cheating. But, well, they're cheating by farming neutral objectives? Yeah, because they're getting gold and ruining these small numbers. No, that's all it is. And so Trelly, outside of the, level lead that kind of existed in mid, now it's disappeared. It's the supports and a little bit in solo. That's pretty much all of the experience difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, hold that thought. As Uzi goes into the house, a lot of damage coming from Crimson. Should be fine here. Actually, the beads are not up. Never mind. Crimson's going to have the Aegis.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it gets you out of there. The honey slows down. But yeah, Joshi just finds the auto. There's going to be the dropkick beads used by Joshi now. Oath is waiting for Quig, has the backup, has to use their own beads to disengage, and the jungle and the support for the Hounds have to fall back. And look, what was a really good-looking, well-farmed AMC is now turned into 1-3-1 and is getting bullied.
Yeah, he's still level 17 though, so not in a terrible spot, but used both relics there and still died. That's the big issue, right? Up Crimson was not able to frontline with his squad because he didn't have relics for the past 2+ minutes, and then finally gets them back. Beats is on a 2-second cooldown as that Whirlwind of Rage and Steel comes in. Uses them both trying to survive and still goes down. So another 2.5 minutes or so where Up Crimson cannot frontline, cannot be that main damage dealer for his squad. Probably has to sit back very far as the Shivalba Storm. We're going to look at this Pyromancer here with Rimikami right up, ready to try to go for a steal. Not going to be time though, and Shivalba Storm will be able to take that one.
And that's, well, the start. Maybe something
new,
grandiose for them, right? Yeah, maybe something new. And it's just a lead, and it is new for them. They haven't had a big one this game. They are going to lose out on the Obelisk, but they're gaining out on the Fire Giant. It is getting low, and they're just going to get it. Rimikami not able to get in there and do that damage. It was in the life of the party and use that ult. Now Oceans up into the Epic Uppercut. Might go down, but one support for a Fire Giant. You will be fine with that trade. Sneaking it out 19.5 minutes in, but the rest of you do need to get out of here. Magic Feet is locked down. Magic Feet is burned to the ground, and the Hounds make sure to chew them apart.
Yeah, the support for the Fire was decent. The support and the jungle for the Fire still fine, not great. The Shivalba Storm are still ahead in gold, not by too much at this point, and they have the Fire Giant buff around 3. The good news is you have 2 ADCs who are using that buff, whereas if it was just one, you would have less objective DPS, and the Primal Fury is spawning in shortly. Maybe Storm are able to throw some abilities their way and try and defend that as best they can. The Hound, if they use their advantage, could probably try and pull it. I mean, actually, I forgot that Oceans is only level 12, so he responds very quickly. Even though it's 20 minutes in, and that was a Fire Giant, that was still a very quick respawn. So the Shivalba Storm don't have to worry too much about the disadvantage because they're already back up. Magic Feet and Ocean spawn in. I was going to say, there's not a lot of magical damage on the Eldritch Hounds, right? That's why Ramakami's building the E-Staff, the Warlock Staff, because it's just Quig and Ramakami. Those are the magic damage to it. So we see that Oceans has the Sovereignty, the Breastplate, trying to go a lot of physical damage early on, but has not found too much success as an initiator. Just every time this Xing Tian goes in, usually gets sucked back in by life of the party and immediately damaged down, and the Hounds will go for this Primal Fury.
I mean, at this point, take the fight. See what you can force. Sun's going to be dropped. Primal Fury goes to the Storm, and now they get to move forward. Oceans is looking to grab someone with that ult. No, misses, and then is kicked against the wall. Level 13 up into the air, and now looking to get taken down. Hounds, they're not going to be able to close the gap. Crimson is actually going to go down. Joshi finding some niche shots right through the uprights. Now Oath trying to chase anyone he can, but bites off more than they can chew. It's a 3-man swing and a steal, and they might be looking for more. Two-Man Bro barely able to survive the damage from the Baba Yaga, and the Storm only back off because they're still a tier 1.
And my Zen just doing so much damage there. If you pay attention to that build, the Deathbringer was completed right before this fight started. A super auto from Zen was able to steal away that Gold Fury. It did 450 damage, which is certainly a crit. So enough damage just to make sure that objective goes down. And then after the fact was just free casting. So this Jing Wei, absolutely hard carrying that team fight, was able to just put out so much DPS when it looked like maybe Oceans was going to die there. Just was, too much damage to stop that one. But the tier 2 tower does not fall down. It doesn't look like the Storm are ready to tank this one just yet. The tower's still able to do a fair bit of damage, as we touched on once before. You don't want to tank those without the minions, so they will just have to back off there. Take the gold they earned, and now the gold lead is much more in favor of the Storm. The biggest gold lead we've seen thus far. And they're going to keep using it. They will back up and buy some items, but these tier 2 towers, they got 45 seconds. Maybe not, actually. I think they'll probably back up here. They don't want to force anything when the Fire Giant buff's going to fall off.
Yeah, it's such a weird spot to be in, right? Because it's like you have this minute and a half now for FG to respawn. And there's nothing that you, like, I guess your jungle camps, which is what they're going to do, right? But, like, it's one of those weird, cool, I guess we go spend some money. We got 500 from the tower, and a pretty good fight if you're the Storm. And that is going to be some power spikes. What is that? Soul Reaver just now I saw picked up for Uzi. So that's going to be even more powerful for them, along with the Deathbringer now. If you were thinking Zen was hitting harder earlier, well, that's just going to be incredibly devastating. The updated starter, or upgraded starter, is even more powerful for them. And so I think you're feeling pretty good if you're the Storm right now.
Yeah, Zen has so much sustain now as well with the upgrade of the Death's Embrace. So Joshi is trying to match that amount of crit. If you see, he's 3-1 on this Chernobog. Has the Fail Knot, has the Atalantis, but that Deathbringer not quite finished just yet. Needs a little bit more farm to do so. So this Cherno would love that power spike before Fire Giant gets pulled. Would love an upgraded starter item as well. If you're I would just play through the Jing Wei at the moment, though. Like we said last fight, it seemed like Zen was, relatively free casting and just had so much DPS there. The peel was good. Oceans is doing his job. He's getting to the front line, setting up as much as possible, just doesn't live that long. We saw he went down to about 1 HP at the very start of that fight and then juked around in the purple buff as much as possible and was able to live there because of the raw DPS the Storm have at the moment. But needs to be a little bit tankier. Upgraded that breastplate, trying to help out with the auto attack damage coming his way is going to be a decent bit of protections, and Deathbringer will be finished. So Joshi getting a massive power spike as well.
FG is about to respawn. And I was wondering, so we saw it burned pretty quickly by the Storm. Don't think that you can do that again, at least not as quickly without the response from the Hounds. Since they're in the area, then again, the Hounds have given up a lot of space. And it's not going to stop the Storm from just starting it up. Already half health. But Rimikami and Quig, they see a lot more this time. No one stopped the DPS, though. And it's going to be a toss-up. Hounds get the Fire Giant, and now they're looking for a little bit more. Oceans goes down. Oath leading the way for their team, trying to find Joshi up into the air. Yeah, they should be able to lock that one down. The Chernobog low, and Rimikami finds the kill. Uzzy, half health. Magic Feet, half health, and both forced to turn and run. Uzzy, though, might not have chose the best path. Ricochet off the wall, and Dude Man Bro picks himself up a kill.
I mean, this is the difference between an SPL-style Fire Giant and an SCC-style Fire Giant, because you never see a game this even in the SPL where someone's just gonna 50-50 that objective with no real confirm, right? That was stolen away by a Hou-Yi auto attack, and there was no telling what the Storm's confirm was there. Like an ability from Uzzy, that's not that much burst damage. So, I mean, the Storm making a not needed at all Hail Mary style play where they just 50-50 the Fire Giant, lose the fight after the fact, just seems like a massive dropped opportunity. They're still up in gold, even with that bird falling, but the Hounds have all the pressure in the world now. They can back up pretty freely. They can push down left lane. There's a lot of towers still to be grabbed. The game was just broken wide open by the Hounds. They let one Fire Giant slip through their fingers, and they're not going to let that one happen again. So props to Dude Man Bro for stealing that away with an auto attack, and now they're able to just get all the gold in the world. They should be all hitting level 20 here except for Quig, and they can upgrade those starter items, wait and get their team fight a little bit better. They won that pretty effortlessly, and now they have all these buffs in favor.
There were some steals as well. I think I saw a red buff scooped away. Yeah, Oath actually is wearing it as of right now. So you have that going your way. Primal Fury, hey, guess what? It spawned. That should be easily burned. Not only does this team have a lot of damage and the double ADC, but they also have the Fire Giant still. So Primal Fury goes their way. This tier 1 in left exists only in technicality. 27 minutes in with a Fire Giant and these kinds of builds. That thing will go down fast if they get there. Joshi goes in, life of the party is going to pull in Joshi. Joshi goes to the wall. Ocean's now low, and Ocean's just deleted. Rimikami, credit for the kill. And Oath looking to once again herald in a team fight for their squad. It's going around, looping behind the tier 1. Should find and could find a really sick dropkick here. Is just going to be looking for the one stun. Not going to be able to find it. Jumps in. With the Shamath dropped. It's still the team trying to split up where they want the fight. Magic beats one hit and the immunity. It's not going to last long enough. The Aegis times out and the Bees get the kill. And then with the tier 1 gone, the Hounds get to start knocking on the left side Phoenix.
Yeah, the Storm, I guess, were a little bit too worried about fighting underneath the Phoenix, but the gold lead was not that immense that they couldn't form some form of defense. Quig is going to lead the charge here and send up. It looks like this could be just the end here. This left side Phoenix going down. Zen's so weak, but he does make it out.
Tries to get as far as they can, but there's the pull-in life of the party doing the work, but the damage isn't there for the follow-up. Luckily, Fire Minions coming in. They've got backup, and they've got the kills 30 seconds before a respawn. It's Uzzy versus 5, and it does not seem to go their way. Despite losing a Fire Giant earlier, the Hounds now stand tall, up 1-0, and they get to play with their food at the end.
Yeah, Uzzy's going to have some juke shoes here as the Fire Giant, or as the Titan rather, gets poked down very low. A couple lucky crits maybe, and Dude Man Bro will get the credit for that deicide, and finally it will drop down. Well played by the Hounds, but this to me was just a dropped game by the Storm. They didn't have to 50-50 that Fire Giant.
No,
they certainly didn't have to force that fight there in left lane where they thought, you know, we have a 5v3 or 4v3 rather, we can possibly get a pick. Joshi flies in, immediately gets stingered, and just has to use both relics and hide in the wall. Oceans never really got tanky enough to survive the life of the party after the fact. If the Xingqian blinks in, he was usually getting pulled back in after he couldn't escape. So the Storm, I think a bit of a fumble there. Really didn't have to force that objective.
It's something that, like you said, Hou-Yi just walks up with a couple of autos. You get a Fire Giant, then you get a team fight, then you get a Phoenix, all in like 20 seconds. Very, very quick pace, and all being able to open up the base for them. Hounds end up taking that one, though. We'll look at the numbers and break that down and move into game number 2, though, right after this.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Fido care! Fido!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. And he looked at me and said,
I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through, Titan, down, ball 3, a double goal.
Fire Giant goes the way of the Hounds, and then the rest of the game falls heavily in their favor. Even after they got that first Phoenix Trelly, they didn't have all the gold in their favor. They were still behind, technically. They ended it up, I think, 7K up. And the Hounds, start off well, fumble in the middle, come back with a resurgence there. And like you said, a lot of it is a little bit of proactive play from them, and then maybe a couple of slip-ups there from the Storm.
Yeah, it seemed like, you're right, the Hounds came out swinging. And then Crimson used both relics, was trying to play as if he was very safe on that AMC, got picked once, then came back, got picked again.
Yeah.
And then one more time, he used both relics, and he was like, I'm going to live, got picked one more time, and then he was like, all right, I'm done with that. And again, it looked like the Storm had a pretty good handle on that game. They got the first Fire Giant pretty freely, and the second one spawned in, and they were like, we're going to go for this. We have no advantage, there's no pick, there's no... We just didn't have anything really going for us, and they're going to pull it. And, of course, it was stolen away by an auto attack from Dude Man Bro. I believe 125 damage was the auto attack. Wasn't even a crit. And then the Hounds just won the fight after the fact. So even if the Fire Giant did go the way of the Storm there, I don't think they were going to win the fight after. They just used so much to try and confirm that one and took way too much damage.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is one that I mean, yeah, like you said, certain moments, even that first Fire Giant, and it has to be said, like, Remikami was nearby, but was up in the life of the party and channeled the full thing, as opposed to maybe, like, canceling out and trying to throw an ability out for a steal. So even the first one was semi-50-50. The second one was fully 50-50, and this is how impressive that fight was. Again, Remikami, I think, being the forefront they needed outside of Quig, right? Quig would go forward, find a really good epic uppercut, maybe a really good mez, but this ult that we got consistently from Remikami, either constantly bringing down oceans or tugging in people, I think even at the very end of the game, and that base, like just keeping the Jingwei teetering away, you can't get back to the base, Zen couldn't fall back to heal. And that made it a lot easier for the Hounds to find those kills. Slash lines don't look crazy. A lot of good assist numbers there for the Hounds as they worked as a unit. But for the most part, it is just a very successful team fight and some 31,000 damage that comes out from Crimson. Maybe a little part of why they won is the AMC hitting so obnoxiously hard, I would even say.
Yeah, Uzi actually did more, though, surprisingly. The Baba Yaga was still able to output just about as much damage as that AMC, a little bit more. So they had some shining moments. They looked good, the Storm. I would say like tweak two or three different mistakes there, and that game could have went very differently. So now it's time for, I think, both of these teams to adapt, because the Hounds probably aren't happy with how that one ended either, or how it went in the middle, rather.
Yeah.
How it ended, they're definitely happy with.
Yeah, they're clapping themselves on the back. They're like, you know what? We still got there in game. Like, let's just not let a 19-minute Fire Giant slip through our hands next time. And maybe we can put more pressure on them. They're up 1-0, and they will be first pick one more time. So the Hounds were leading. Last time it was just a simple Ola run. Odin, Yamoja as their three bans. Mercury, Nemesis, Kleena were the bans on the other side. And you can see some of those line up with the top bans against these teams. Some of those don't. But Odin, whether it's in that top 6 or not, does not matter up against the bans for the Storm. The Hounds don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, it's interesting because what we just saw last game, Uzi's not even playing solo, and Odin is still getting banned. So I'm not sure if they're going to do that role swap again. It was more so because the Chernobog got through, I thought. So if the Hounds grab Chernobog here, maybe Joshi just goes back to mid. Or not Joshi, maybe, Joshi and Uzi. Uzi goes back to solo. That's what I'm trying to say. My brain, does things. But Yamoja's just gonna be grabbed here. Was banned away last time.
It's a Saturday morning.
Yeah, I'm getting in there. But Yamoja's gonna be grabbed. A solid pick there, was banned away last time. Gonna bring a lot of control for Quig to be able to control that.
Now, I'm surprised to see some of the changes in the bans. So Yamoja gets let through this time because the Kumba was banned by the Storm. So the Hounds want to first pick that. They choose to ban the Baron.
Right.
And the same top two, granted, a different order. They go for Jingwei. It was Chernobog, Jingwei last time. Now it's Jingwei, Chernobog. Huge change up. But they go for that. And this is exactly what I was thinking, was that AMC did a ton of damage. You've got rid of the things that are, or at least the immediate problems you think you're going to have.
If you dare.
And so it feels like this top two, or top three, even though there's some changes for the Hounds, has maybe stepped forward from what we just saw. The Erlong Shin, still a little technically flexible, but usually been jungle, so like him versus Gilgamesh is maybe a conversation to be had. Dropkick versus like the 9 turns Blessing. One has a much lower cooldown, but other than that, their draft feels like it's upgraded.
Yeah, I would say at the moment the Storm probably knew this was coming, right? That the AMC, they didn't have problems killing the AMC. That was never the issue. He was going to get a ton of damage off. Crimson was going to land those stingers, but the more often than not, the first pick of the fight, if it went the way of the Storm, was the AMC. And what they've done here is they've grabbed the Fenrir, which brings the same amount of control and CC as the Huntress of Bast, but just so much easier to land. Ragnarok, a jump stun into a Ragnarok is going to get AMC beats every single time, and then you can just kill him next time. So I like what they've done here. They've added a little bit more early presence, and just a little bit easier to execute the CC that they have currently. Erlong Shen is different than the Gilgamesh. They both have a decent bit of auto attack damage, dive, and CC, but Brutalize is just a lot better on the Erlong Shen, so I think in the jungle matchup specifically, it's going to be going the way of the Fenrir if you are ahead. If Fenrir gets behind, just gets torn apart by this comp. I mean, so many ways to cancel out the Brutalize with the Stinger from AMC, with the ult from Cupid even, so. And it looks like Ullr's being hovered. Is this a triple ADC comp? And they locked it in, so yeah, they're going to have triple ADC. I mean,
that Xing Qin ban makes way more sense to me now.
No, I see that. I'm just trying to, I mean,
who's the best solo lane?
I guess Ullr. That's probably Ullr in the solo lane. Ramakami said ban the Baron. I don't want it. I'm playing Ullr. I want to get active in that lane. Because the AMC's got to be going back to Crimson,
yeah,
right?
I would not want to take that away from him.
Right.
Yeah, but Uller, I like Uller in solo just because like he kind of sucks with his mana usage early on. Like it feels really low. That's why Transcendence is like such a huge item for him. You can get a blue buff, you feel a lot better. You can start farming up.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah, that's how you feel. You
yeah,
gotta bounce the shoulders.
When you get a
the
blue buff,
Uller.
you
Yeah,
just
you
do
get the
one
blue
of
buff. You start to bounce it up, and you feel it in your soul. Up against the Chernobog, guess someone's gonna have way better rotations. But oh no, wait. With Bologna on the board, he's going up against the Bologna. This is all over the place,
Let's
man.
just
This is
see.
gonna
Let's
be
just
fun.
see what
Yeah.
we're looking at.
In the game, what these teams are going to be bringing us. And you know what? We have seen two forms of Triple Hunter. We have seen absolute steamroll. You don't even get a chance to play the game that much in forms of Triple Hunter. And we've seen, all right, we lost real hard and can't really do much because we're all behind and we're all squishy. Yeah. And so we'll see what the Hounds are able to do here, as it is Remakami on the Uller solo. Dude Man Bro on the Cupid over there in the dual lane, and Crimson back on the AMC. With Joshi still on the Chernobog, but this time back in mid. Zen back on the Jingwei, and Uzi will be the Bologna. So Uller versus Bologna. Scourge has a silence, but Uller likes using abilities. So it feels like that one's maybe just going to be a wash. Tanky versus a little squishy. Damage versus Bologna still does decent damage, so solo potential might exist here.
Yeah, there definitely could be. The benefit of Remakami is that he simply has more abilities than Uzi right now, and will continue that trend throughout the game. When you hit level 2, you get 4, and that's a lot to use to try and solo out of Bologna. But given the fact that there's so many physical damage dealers on the other side, Uzi's just probably going to stack some Fizz Prod and then just try to outbox these hunters as the game goes on. We don't see Cupid very much because he's super easy to counter out. You simply sprint out of that ultimate and it gets 0 value. But if you're looking at the relics, the Storm were forced into 5 beats. So I'm thinking Dude Man Bro is going to ult in my Zen off cooldown, get the airstrike, and then eventually, if you get that fail not online or any sort of CDR, you'll be able to eventually catch that Jingwei. Eventually you will get that stun, or that Mez rather, with the ultimate.
You know, I'm gonna. This is a fun question. I don't think I've gotten to look into this. So Heart Bomb, like when you're looking at clear, Heart Bomb's gonna be the thing that Cupid's leveling up first, because that is just what you need.
If you're gonna ask me whether you level the 2 or the 3, it's situational.
Okay, so in this situation, that's actually why this came up. It's situational. Dude Man Bro, you've got Quake for healing, so you don't really need that. You know, maybe like the mana regen is nice if someone's picking up the hearts.
Right.
But he went for the dash at level 2, which kind of caught me off guard. Like, I mean, aggressive. Yes, you usually grab it in the event that you're getting ganked and you need to hightail it out of there. But because of it's passive attack speed now that you pick up as opposed to having to be in the field like it did years and years ago. I personally like picking it up. I guess we'll see. Dude Man Bro is only level 2, where he goes. But which one, if you're in his shoes right now, which one are you thinking about?
I usually go for the 2 just because, hold that thought, Zen might actually get stunned here in the dash in. A couple autos. Oceans has the body blocks, though. I actually don't know if Zen can die here.
Yeah, this will be the question. Quig has no Omi. It's going to be Quig instead who goes down. They fight for the kill. Now, Dude Man Bro just gets separated a little too far. Now it might not start off well. First blood in the duo, but can they get Oath? The stun from Remakami misses Scourge. A little bit of damage. You need the leap. Cooldowns there. And Magic Feet's going to put up a second on the board for the Storm.
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as the leap lands, should be an easy kill there. And Remakami jumps away immediately. That Brutalize was coming back up. I don't think Remakami can steal away that blue, so that will go the way of the Storm. Great plays here by the Fenrir. This is what you want to do. You want to get extremely active early on, and Oath went for that Mannequin Scepter. I mean, Mifflin says it every single time this Erlong Shen gets locked in.
Erlong Shen.
Feast or famine, right?
That one.
Does he say that too?
Hey, he likes to. I don't know if he does it as often.
Okay, Erlong Shen. I say it too. Now I can be like Mifflin. That's my dream. Anyways.
He's going to clip that and like make it his ringtone.
But if he doesn't get online early, he's going to get bullied in this matchup. Oath was smart to get that beads. I mean, you just get bullied even harder if you can just get Ragnaroked and blown up every time. But still, there's no way for Erling to cancel that Brutalize unless you're using your ultimate, that 9 turns blessing, to try and taunt him out of it. It's just so much damage coming out of this Fenrir. And with the Golden Blade start, you have to worry about the auto attacks too. That second ability is going to buff how much power this Fenrir is able to dish out. So I expect to see some pressure on this solo lane trying to get Uzi ahead. In a matchup where there's 3 hunters, having Bologna ahead and have a lot of Fizz Prot probably going to net you a pretty solid engage there.
Yeah, this might be one of the easiest building games for Uzi. Although the downside, like Bologna, you know, we've been seeing like Shogun's Kusari be a popular item because it bolsters your attack speed and you've got 2 hunters. That's an item that just kind of falls flat except for the passive here, but like, cool, you can instead get, what, your Berserker Shield if you wanted, or a Glad Shield if you prefer. Sovereignty's already going to be online for Oceans. Physical Prots feels like it's just going to be good. Great walls! I did not expect that amount of damage. Zin taken down in the duo lane. Quig still trying to get some work done. Dude, man, bro has no mana. Joshi, the autos, they're good, but do you have the slow? It might not matter. Magic Feet's here, and Magic Feet is diving. Going to be able to get out of there with barely any HP. Pulls Quig back. The bubble bounce isn't going to connect. The stun does the damage, but does not find the stun thanks to the beads.
Quig can get kills here.
Quig's trying to farm them up. They're so low, but the Omi, it's just not there.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, is this an opportunity for the Storm to get another kill onto this dual lane, or is Quig just going to find, like, the clutchest bubble of his life and get a double? And I think the Storm recognized that as well. There's no reason to let that shutdown come through. There's no reason to get Magic Feet off a 2-0 Fenrir start, so they will just use the beads back up and take that win there. I realized, oh my gosh, Joshi dashed right into the Riptide. He's so dead. Oh, but it looks like the Defender of Olympus comes in to save him just in time. Joshi dashed right into that Riptide and probably could have found a death there, but Oceans was ready to help out I was going to say the ADC. He is an ADC in that regard, but he's the mid ADC, not the carry ADC.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the Defender of Olympus. Good mitigations on that. And it's really rare, at least in my, well, maybe not really rare. Maybe it's like a 60-40, right? It doesn't happen as often. Most of the time it's just, hey, I need to get over there. But being able to use it and actually help somebody live through something feels pretty good. And that Heart Bomb that was on Joshi did virtually no damage thanks to that. So good presence from Oceans. That ult's going to be down for a little bit. And that's something that is such an easy, you know, like wiffle ball setup or T-ball setup, is that they've got such a huge global presence. I mean, Joshi and Oceans at any given time can just decide to change the numbers of any given fight. You're in a 2v1, cool, now it's a 2v2. Hey, you're in a 1v3, now it's a 3v3. We've balanced things out, or they overcome and overpower. So that is going to be something that is deadly for the Hounds to have to match.
My brain hurts with what we just watched, and I'm going to try and break it down. Joshi went duo lane for quite some time. He picked up purple. In My Zen goes mid for quite some time, picks up red. And then they go, all right, we can switch back again. So Joshi's now in mid lane with the purple buff, and In My Zen is back in left with the red. So they did a lane swap for about 2 minutes and then decided they didn't want to do that anymore and went back. Maybe Zen was worried about getting ulted. Actually, that was kind of smart. Yeah, In My Zen doesn't have beads for 13 seconds. He said, hey, Cupid could ult me and maybe find a solo kill. Do you just want to switch lanes for a bit? And Joshi said, yeah, man, I got you. So they just like did a quick switch, gets him out of harm way, and now Zen will go back to that lane and say, all right, I'm gonna go box the Cupid again.
Well,
I'm not scared anymore.
I love the idea of a team that is, well, maybe we'll have to hold that thought. Crimson in a little bit of trouble, was picked up. The beads are already used. The taunt was good. The autos, they gotta be there. Yeah, Joshi gets the kill. Vic throws up the walls, only gets Oceans and doesn't find the full lockdown. Both is in the jungle, but I don't see this one going anywhere. Yeah, it's gonna fizzle out. But the idea of a team that lets Uzi swap into mid game number 1 and, you know, then comes into this one and is willing to do lane swaps and things, it works out well for them. I like the flexibility of the Storm. That, honestly, that's selling me on them even more. Whether they win the set or not, I just think that that's something that's fun. Makes the team, I think, a little more deadly in what they can bring to the table. Maybe just showcases a little bit of how flexible this meta is right now. 5 pairs of beads. I didn't even notice that earlier. All 5 beads, all up right now for the Storm.
That's 10 pairs of beads if you're looking at everyone.
Oh, I did not even glance on the, wow. Everybody's got them. You know what? Good reason too. Taunts and things like this. Stuns into the brutalize. The tower, oof, just barely before the shot would have gone off.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Magic Feet has been getting very active around the map, but the farm game is not there. Has been pretty far behind XP-wise. Oath has been just farming, not really looking for the ganks. He's 0-1, no assists to his name, just trying to get as much farm as possible. But wants to kill Oceans here in the stun, or his taunt actually gets canceled out. Maybe gets a chance to redo it as Oceans is charging up, but Zen makes the rotation over.
There's going to be a taunt from Oath. The damage is there. Zen over the wall, though, gets out of there. Oath now stunned. trying to run away. Has Quig is back up, but Oceans is here. Taunt should be available soon. No, Ragnarok used and does not find the pickup. Trying to chase somebody down with a speed buff when you don't have one yourself. And Oath gets out of there and pulls a couple of ults.
Yeah, I think Magic Feet could have gotten a little bit of value there, at least grabbed someone without beats, but maybe the call was there was no eyes on Ramakami. He wasn't quite in right lane, so maybe he could have been rotating over, and they didn't want to overcommit and then lose Gold Fury after the fact. So a smart play, not wanting to, you know, wasting a Ragnarok is one thing, but losing the fight after the fact and a Gold Fury is another. So just not having enough knowledge and vision. We'll just call that one off and probably for the better. Given the fact that it's a 5-1, you'd expect much more gold in favor of the Storm, but it's really not there. The Hounds have been farming up pretty effectively, relatively even in that solo lane, 10-10 at the moment. A level lead, actually, for Oath in the jungle as Magic Feet almost walked into the Erlong trap and decided to back up, and will live for it. Still, Oath is pretty close to level 10, so about a level lead there as well. But Up Crimson and Joshi are staying pretty even, so level 10 respectively for both of them. Just good farming by the Hounds, even though they're down in kills, not wanting to get active right now. Still being able to stay relatively close in levels for everyone.
That's kept things mostly comfortable. Ramakami has to be careful over here. Doesn't seem like that's going to be too bothersome for the team. Backs up. Should have, actually no, like, regular lifesteal in the build. Oh, and poor Crimson. This is what was happening last time. That mid-game AMC is going to survive. Might not get that stinger, so that's going to be the long time cooldown. Oath getting chased down in their own jungle. Magic Feet with the Ragnarok forces the beads. Now the Brutalize is there, and with the stun from Uzzy, they get the kill onto the jungler. Can they escape is the question for the Storm. Joshi's low. Ramakami forced to fall into the tier 1. Quig, the only one standing in the jungle against the Storm, just seems to want to save the speed buff. The Storm running away as quickly as they can, starting up a Pyromancer, but Dude-Man Bro, the rest of the squad, they're getting aggressive. They're going to go in here. Fields of Love drop down. The Hounds take the Pyromancer, and they're looking for blood afterward as well as he's low. Here's the leap in. Ramakami trying to find the angle, the stun, the damage, any of it at this point, and they're going to die, but there the axe misses. Heart Bomb connects it. Is it enough? No, not quite. Uzzy barely able to get out of there, but the Hounds, even though it was an invade from the Storm, they still get the Pyro.
Yeah, when I saw that Heart Bomb hit, I immediately went to Dude Man Bro, and I was like, what are your items? And I saw Ichival, and I was like, okay, that's not killing. He doesn't have the damage to back that up. Zen is here, and it looks like Quig is on the way, or Ocean's on the way, rather, with that Defender of Olympus, and we'll just be able to defend that Gold Fury. That's another Pyromancer. I mean, it's not going to be the massive gold swing, but still, the Shivalba Storm keep going for these objectives where they don't really have better burst. They're just trying to 50-50 everything. It was stolen away, and the Hounds are even in gold. I was going to say are up in gold, but it's actually very close to being even. If it is in their favor, it's just because a wave is being cleared a little bit faster. So we have a pretty even game here. No one really having a clear advantage. Uzzy has been able to just dive the backline so effectively on this Bellona.
Yeah.
Got very close to dying there. I'm surprised with the way he itemized. The Berserker Shield makes a lot of sense, but the Golden Blade, I just feel, doesn't net that much faster clear for the fact that you could have just went, you know, Stone Cutting Sword if you wanted more damage and movement speed, and you would still get physical protections. It looks like he is going into more physical defense, which I would have expected a little bit earlier. Either way, this Bellona has been a menace in the backline. Magic Feet has been able to get so active on this Fenrir, and the auto attack build, style of build he's going, has also been able to net these massive brutalizes and just auto attack trades that are going to start being more annoying, but still, that level lead. Oath's hitting level 12 first. Not too much that the Storm are able to do to that.
Oath picked up and pulled back into the team. Just CC chained, but there's that turtle, that shield. It's enough, and Oath is able to get out of there. The Shivalba Storm, heavy investment, 2 ults, and they don't even get the beads. That is just a good old-fashioned slippery Erlong Shin.
Yeah, the beads were down. They got the bead last time, but they didn't have enough damage, I guess. The DPS was not there. The Erlong shield was enough to make sure he survives. But Joshi's flying over, trying to find Dude Man Bro.
Oh, Dude Man Bro drops the Fields of Love, dashes towards the jungle. Joshi and Zin opt to chase down the Trebuchet instead of chase down the kill.
the Trebuchet is just more valuable, you know? The tower could have took some hits, so they decided not to chase that one down. They let Dude Man Bro live another day, and the pick is not going to be there, whereas Up Crimson's going into the enemy red buff.
I might be personally insulted if that happened to me.
They just give up
What, I'm
on
not
you?
good enough for You gotta go for the trebuchet?
Well, the trebuchet was the target, and now it looks like the Gold Fury is being looked at. Only in my Zen is close enough. Actually, Oceans has made the way in. A reach steal is not on the possibility, and they will just have to retreat. So the Eldritch Hounds take the gold lead, and now they want the fight after the fact.
Good blink forward from Oath. Finds the taunt on Oceans, just Oceans though. Now it's split between the red buff. It's going to be dropped by the Chaos teams. The Storm get that, but Oceans still loses their life. Stinger dropped, picked up, and with the kill, plus the Fury, plus, well, admittedly the Trebuchet lost, but a life still lived by Dude Man, bro. Feels like a win for the Hounds.
Yeah, Uzi was able to get that tower in right, though, so the gold is actually still in favor of the Storm because he was just split pushing the whole time. This Bellona, and honestly, I don't hate it. Up against Triple Hunter, let your Bellona just split push, farm up as much as possible, get these items online, and then just be such a menace to the carries of the Hounds. We've been glossing over the fact, I mean, not glossing over, we've touched on it a few times. Just all physical damage dealers, they have they have a great amount of penetration with that Stinger, as a Rough Crimson is probably getting chased down here, but too close to the tier 2 tower. Didn't want to chase that far into the enemy jungle. The Storm called that one off. Uzi should and is the glimmering ray of hope no matter what. The Bellona being able to just bully these Hunters late game has the horrific emblem, is going to be able to slow their attack speed, slow their movement speed, and their just raw damage output, and just be an absolute menace. So if this game goes late, I don't think the Storm are too worried about it either.
It is interesting to note, though, because as you said, you know, the Stinger, it feels like is the thing that enables this team. Stinger, you know, giving that huge amount of shred for the team. And I think to the point where, you know, unless you have something very similar outside of that, you know, with the AMC, like, you probably can't run a comp like this as successfully. Granted, builds are going to be helpful. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of crit, a lot of attack speed down there for Dude Man Bro for now. And then hovering very similar items so far for Crimson and Rimakami. And I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon with the Hi-Rez being picked up by Crimson just now. Quig needs to stay alive out of this one. Half health beats force. One Riptide gets you out of there. Walls are up, and that separates Magic Feet from the group, and that makes it a little bit easier. Quig almost out of there, but forces 2 ults to find the life of the support. There's a taunt onto Oath, pulls them in. Turtle barely gets him out of there, but the Phoenix is going to be enough that they have to disengage. Joshi went up as well, so that's 3 ults for 1 kill.
Yeah, and it looks like Dude Man Bro did make that rotation, so the Fire Giant, the Pyromancer rather, will be looked at. I was going to say maybe the Fire Giant could be looked at here. Given the fact that it's a Storm, they wouldn't mind just 50-50, and of course they're going to. So Rimakami is here, or up Crimson's not too far away. Will they just try and go for it? There's a lot of burst coming out from the Ula, but they want the pick first.
Yeah, I'm starting to have deja vu. I know how this one went last time. They started it up and were able to sneak it, except Oath. Crimson, they're here to make this fight. Picks around these carries can be big. Oath goes in. They're getting low. The Fire Giant is actually assisting the Hounds here with the damage that it's got out there. Oceans is just 1 hit. There's going to be the kill. Crimson now leading the way, chasing down Uzi. This Fire Giant at 16 minutes has fallen apart. Yeah, you've got the stun. The burn
They're on
is
it.
there.
They're still
There's
on fire.
going to be the kill. 3 down. Zen TKO'd, and the Fire Giant looking to be picked up by the Hounds. 17.5 minutes in.
I mean, name a duo more iconic than the Storm pulling fires. They don't have to. They won the fight. They had so much presence there. They got Pyromancer. That was great. And they're like, we can throw the game if you want. You guys want to throw the game?
Yeah, what if we, like, lost, though?
I don't know. It didn't seem like that necessary. And the way they've itemized, we touched on this a bit, and we've got some downtime here because it doesn't look like the Shivalba Storm are going to step up at all.
Yeah.
You got Oath, who's going to initiate, right? The 9 turns Blessing, he has Executioner. He's going to shred down as many protections as he can, and then the Stinger follows by Erupt Crimson after the fact. At that point, it doesn't matter if you have 325 Fizz Prot. You're not going to be winning that trade. An opportunity to find a pick onto Oath here, but all of the Hounds are on the way, and it looks like Oceans is going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, Oath maybe have help turn this around. There's Fields of Love. Oceans is going to get out of that one. How much do they want to commit just to killing the support? Well, it doesn't seem like any more ults are going to need to be the follow-up. They're just going to be able to chase that one down. Kill the old-fashioned way. And now they're grouping up on left. There's a group up on right, though, from the Storm, so looking to at least match tower for tower.
Let's just see the base race.
Yeah, we'll see how fast this goes. Look, I see 3 Hunters with a Fire Giant. I don't know if I want to race that. I don't think it races is going to work very well.
Well, I didn't want them to. If I see that, I wouldn't pull the Fire Giant either. But the Storm, their mind is different than ours. For they might think the base race is the best option. They will back up, as it looks like this left side Phoenix doesn't have too much contention at the moment. And it looks like, yeah, Joshy will stop his back and just go for that tier 2 tower. This Phoenix is absolutely melted.
Honestly, at that point, well, no, with Joshy being the one who's back, the Chernobog might be able to join a little bit faster. Joshy's going to push his luck a little bit here. I feel like maybe, yeah, you just back off. Go for mid. It could have maybe pushed the fight in a 5v4, but I like them playing it safe. This is, you know, a question I have for you. And I'm just looking at Uzi's build. And this is all going to be, well, held on to as we look at this fight. There's going to be the jump in now from Uzi, trying to lead the way. Dudeman Bro's low. The Aegis getting a lot of value. Taunt is good, and the Cupid stays alive. Oath on the back line is able to find one onto Magic Feet. Quig is low. Quig will go down, but at what cost for the rest? Low health bar for Crimson, and they're able to pick that up. Oath trying their best to keep this going in their favor. Heart Bomb gets in, and it's a 3v2, but the low health bars for the Hounds, it's still working out for them. It's Oceans versus 3, and there's the full-on deicide still. With the Fury afterward, the Hounds pull even more in their favor.
Yeah, it looked like maybe they were trying to go for the end there, then they looked down at the respawn timers and decided, better just push our lead. There's a lot of towers still available for the Hounds here. They didn't really have the gold lead up until that Fire Giant, so a lot of these towers are still on the map and still pretty healthy. So I think the smart call there just to farm up and try to push their lead even further. This tower is going to go down pretty freely, and it looks like another win for the Hounds. The Storm are trying to find their way back into this game. They're trying to force as much as they can around these objectives, but they've let the game get away from them a little bit, and so much penetration is getting online for the Hounds as we see that Titan's Bane's being built for a rough Crimson. Dudeman Bro finishes the Silver Branch Bow. The Heartseeker gets finished for Ramakami. These are the big power spikes you didn't want to let this comp get to, because they already had a great amount of shred if they were able to use their abilities effectively, but now they just get them naturally through their build. That makes the fight even worse.
Now here's the question I wanted to posit to you. Spectral Armor now online for Uzi, Breastplate. And the reason I think this question is entirely subjective,
right?
Because I think a lot of it is going to be preference for the items. But honestly, in my mind, I like the Spectral. But I'm starting to think, like, I look at the squad that the Hounds have, and I'm thinking, I'm like trying to stack up like Midgardian Mail, which is not something you can oft buy, but feels good against this. It's 4 auto attackers. And not only that, but maybe even like a Hide of the Nemi, like things that are maybe going to help their shells, maybe being a little more prevalent than they are in this game as of right now. Feels like there were maybe some auto attack centric items that could have gone, that could have helped out. But I just want to know, especially since they're backing off the Phoenix here, I can even ask, how do you feel? Like, do you think those items are they in a good enough spot that you could pick them, even though like they feel like they'd be good here, but sometimes they fall flat anyway? Yeah,
I think Uzi might want to go towards a Frostbound or something, so not wanting to get the Midgardian because the attack speed slow doesn't stack with Midgardian and Frostbound and Witchblade. You can't stack all of those. One of them's fine, and I imagine Oceans will want to get a Witchblade at some point in the build. Usually it's Sovereignty into Witchblade when you're up against Hunters, but opted for the Breastplate Spirit Robe this time around. Uzi and Magic Feet went for the Horrific Emblem, so they have a fair bit of attack speed slows already, and I think Spectral usually pretty necessary when you're up against a bunch of Hunters, but Crimson and Ramakami are just ability based. They're not going for any crazy amount of crit. And Dudeman Bro just has Atalantis Bow. He's going for the Silver Branch procs, the Itch of All, and once you max that dash, you should be proccing that Silver Branch pretty much all the time as long as you upgrade that starter. And while we were talking, Fire Giant spawned in, and while we were talking, the Storm didn't care about it. They're on the left side of the map, and mid.
That was the most uncontested Fire Giant we've had all set.
Yeah, and that's wild to say, because they're just trying to get as much gold as possible. Josh is in left lane once again. The Hounds are able to just run down right.
Yeah, this is where I think things are getting very interesting to me. I mean, you know, the Hounds with this level, like this kind of build, this kind of comp, and a Fire Giant, even 23 minutes in, not EFG, just regular Fire Giant. They steamroll objectives, man. Like, they are going to kill any towers, any Phoenixes. And so, like, the defense here for the Storm is what I think has to be called into question. And it feels like their defense is going to be let the Hounds step into a Phoenix and then let's just fight them. I don't know that they have a lot that stops them from getting a Phoenix other than just trying to tank up as many shots as they can.
Yeah, it's a decent idea. The issue is you're up against 3 ADCs who can burn that Phoenix and like 2 auto attacks respectively throughout them all. If everyone walks up and autos it twice, that Phoenix is like just a wind away from death at that point. And it's already spawning at 1 HP. I forgot the left side Phoenix is already taken, so that one will go down just with like 2 autos from anyone at this point. So the Storm definitely have some opportunities to siege defense. They have a ton of CC. You want to try and focus down someone immediately, get that relic down, and then kill them as cleanly as possible. They just have so much to deal with. It doesn't seem like anti-heal has been that prioritized for the Storm. There's a Yemoja on the other side. There's a Cupid on the other side. There's an Erlong Shen on the other side, and they haven't really cared about that. The sustain is certainly something that will be called into question here, especially with the Fire Giant regen as well. So the Storm need a clean pick here, and it's not going to be handed to them. It's not going to be gift wrap for them.
You gotta figure out how you want to approach this. Quick goes in, taunts 2, gets the beads. The damage is there for the Storm though. Phoenix does not go down. Oath gets the heal from the 9 turns blessing. Not getting it dragged back in. Great walls from Quig. Save the jungler. Joshi went up, and Joshi has to come crashing back down. The leap in from Rumikami. There's the stun, there's the damage, and there's the kill. Phoenix is gone. It's a 3v5 in Oceans. Well, they're looking to put them down in the dirt. One more hit, and that's one more kill. Uzi and Zen, the tank and the carry, trying to do everything they can, but between 3 ADCs and Erlong and the Fire Giant, the damage should be there, and this should be the Hounds closing us out in just 2 games.
I don't think they're getting a kill here in the well. Just, while we have something to talk about, there's no way they're able to kill Zen or Uzi, right? They just don't have the damage. So the Titan will be getting looked at while they pad their damage stats, trying to see who can get top damage in the well here.
They're like slamming T-screen, like looking who has it right now.
There's no way anyone can beat Crimson right now. They're spawning in on the Honey. There's just so much damage coming out of this AMC. And it looks like he will be able to take Remikami and will be able to get the top damage and the shutdown kill there on the Magic Feed.
And, Quig. Oh no, it was the minions I want to get. I don't think Quig was hitting it, but they were like, they finally got Uzi out of the fountain and like that close to getting a kill on Uzi, and then the game ends before they can do it. And they're, oh, come on. But hey, a 2-0, just like last time, man. This is a team that goes undefeated throughout all of Phase 1. The Storm, right on their heels every time, but for some reason this matchup, well, maybe not for some reason. We saw the reason. It was all Fire Giant calls this time. The Hounds are just able to find a 2-0 here.
Yeah, and honestly, the Storm played that Phoenix Seed exactly as I said, and it was really solid. Oath blinks in, they get his beads down immediately. Magic Feed recognizes this, chases him down, grabs him with the Ragnarok, but then Quig says nope, and just catches him in the rivers. The Fenrir cannot pull the Erlong in for a free kill, and the Fenrir actually dies, saves his jungle, and then the siege just goes so much easier. So props to Quig there, a beautiful catch on that Ragnarok. And then we can see one of the many Fire Giant calls that just was not the best call for the Storm. The fight in after the fact. This wasn't even where the objective was stolen. This was just the Fire Giant did too much damage to the Storm, where the Hounds just win the fight outright.
It's, we always talk about like the Phoenix being a 6th man or a tower being a 6th man. The Fire Giant might have been the real MVP of that fight. Like the debuff that it had on it because of the way they were leaving, it was getting kind of spread between everybody, plus the damage, plus the fire ring outside of it. It just felt like there was no real good call for the Storm there once the Hounds decided to engage.
They got Pyro for free. They stayed for more.
I guess the real good call would have just been don't pull fire.
Oh, yeah.
But once fire was pulled and dedicated to, did not feel like they had a lot of places to go. Plus, this fight, it was one that looked like it could have gone really well for the Storm. But then, just a little bit of healing there for Dude Man Bro, and then a lot of damage from everybody. Made it too difficult. They end up getting the full-on deicide from that one. Again, the 2-0. Slashline's looking a lot prettier this time around, Trelly. 6-2 and 8, 5-2 and 9 there for Rumikami and Oath, respectively.
But
and
this damage doesn't count. I don't want to look at this. I saw how long they were able to farm and well. They could have ended, and this damage would have been 5,000 less for just about for Crimson and Remikami.
For everyone except for Quig.
Yeah, I want 5,000 damage to be removed from just about everyone. They were
strike it from the record.
They were padding those stats, and we all saw it. All right, it was live on broadcast. Either way, the Hounds were able to capitalize on the mistakes of the Storm and just push that lead for themselves 2-0. Could have easily went to 3, given a few different tweaks here and there. So I don't think the Storm are definitely. I wouldn't count them out as a top team in this league
No.
by any stretch of the word, but they just need to tweak a few different things
Yeah.
about their objective fight.
I think, yeah, some willingness to maybe go for objectives where patience maybe was the right call and
Right.
things like that. But which honestly, I would maybe chalk up to having to learn 9-5, right? That Fire Giant is a lot tankier and he hits a lot harder than what you remember. 18 minutes, 17 minutes, that used to be an easy Fire Giant to try and pull. Not so much anymore. So that's something that maybe they'll learn from. The Hounds, though, happy get a 2-0 and close out North America for the week. And, well, we only go through, what is that, 7 total games. The 3-game set between the Tanuki and the Weavers, but then just simple 2-0s here for the Wardens and the Hounds. And, of course, afterward, the Storm will now go down to 1-1 in the standings. The Hounds remain undefeated. And by SCC teams, I believe that's just mostly true throughout this. Like, we're not, dropping single sets, or sorry, single games every now and then, but at least in regular season play, they have not lost a single one.
Yeah, they've always looked on point. I mean, that's just about what the Eldred Towns want. And even in this is a different meta than we've seen like for quite some time. Right? This wasn't at the beginning of the phase. This wasn't, oh, we're gonna play all these hunters. This is a completely different style of draft, and they're still able to adapt to it so well. And I think that's just it's props to Quig as well. I think this support player, as the solo tank of this squad, has just been on point. He's been able to lock down the team so well with so many different style of picks. He's just really dynamic in this role.
And so far, again, been clean. Fun to watch the Hounds every time they come through. And again, maybe like a personal team that I'm keeping track of just because of their success over Masters. Now, of course, this was just the SCC. The SPL, it's got a little bit to go. About 40 minutes before we kick into that, but it's going to be the Scarabs playing up against the Valks. So you've got plenty of time. If you're just now waking up, you want to grab lunch or something, you've got a nice amount to relax. We'll be back here at 1. It's going to be a hot set, so we'll see you in just a few minutes.
recognize you anymore. Once sweet and caring, now cold and calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. I can't afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track, I never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go.
your free games with Prime in June.
Battleman and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calico. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Saturday, Smite fans. I think it's Saturday. I'm not very confident in saying that, but I do know you're watching the SPL Season 9 Phase 2 Week 2, powered by our friends over at Prime. If you're not a Primer yet, I'm not sure what you're doing. All of those games that you just saw free this month, here's the good news. Every month you get more free games, free Twitch subs, free game content as well. All of that and more included with Prime. So thanks to Prime for powering us this year here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson. Mifflin's with me to confirm that it is indeed Saturday.
Date's not on the watch.
Oh,
Laptop's right here. Thanks, Alienware. 6/18/2022. That does not help.
Yeah, we know what day it is, number-wise.
We know what week it is.
It's all blending together at this point. I'm relatively confident in saying that it is Saturday, Miff, because we've got one more day after this of SPL action this week. A couple great SPL sets to look forward to this week. And really, I think it's going to be a very closely knit day of matches. I think the moving and shaking of teams as far as expectations going to be pretty drastic today. Let's see what we've got moving forward on this fine Saturday. I'm right. I got it at the top of the show. Solar Scarabs versus Valhalla Valkyries. That's what you're about to watch. And then after this best-of-3 set, the Jade Dragons versus the Leviathans will end the day. Followed up by tomorrow on Sunday. That's how the calendar works. Olympus Bolts Oni Warriors headline a triple header of SPL matches starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So, Miff, we really do have, and really standings-wise as well, technically it's a bottom 4 day of matchups, but it's a day that also includes the Dragons and the Leviathans, the Scarabs and the Valkyries. And so the Scarabs and the Valks are first matchup, Dragons, Leviathans, second matchup. These are really, I think, going to be expectation-shifting games. Let's see how these teams are improving moving forward in their phase.
Are the Jade Dragons going to find that consistency that we saw throughout Phase 1? Are the reigning world champions going to be able to bounce back and get back to their performance of previous years? Which one of these bottom-seeded teams is going to find their first win? And, that's always my favorite thing, because I feel like battles at the bottom have so much implication for the rest of the year, and when it's two squads that have yet to find a win, it kind of really matters when you match up against each other. So the Solar Scarabs versus the Valhalla Valkyries, although the first set of the day, and although I'm on it, I think that maybe the biases don't need to be brought up. I'm excited for this one.
You have biases, Smith. We'll dig into those.
I'm on this one
in just a minute. Just a minute when we're off camera. The Valhalla Valkyries, remember, a team that had higher expectations for themselves in Phase 1, a team that knew there would be some growing pains moving into the SPL, but by self-admittance, figured they would at least be middle of the table in the SPL by the end of Phase number 1. So it didn't quite hit the ground running in the same way that they figured they would. Have been a competitive team at times, but also have looked outclassed at times. So this is a fantastic opportunity, Myth, to get a win over and also sometimes struggling Solar Scarab squad. What do you need to see from the Valkyries today to give you confidence in their ability to win this set?
You're going to hear this during the Scarab segment as well, but I think it really is just consistency, right? I mean, you brought it up. You see them, sometimes they're dominating, sometimes they're struggling. And I think you just want to get in that domination column a little bit more consistently. Drafting, I think, is one place you can look at for the Valhalla Valkyries, where it feels like they are still going towards slightly different styles of picks from what we're seeing from the rest of the league. At times it works. What comes to mind immediately is WoW's Cupid. He really likes playing that pick and has done so all the way back since the Obey days. It seems like as Shiva has eaten some nerfs, Kiyomi's been really trying to figure out what it is exactly he wants to play in the jungle. The Vamana coming out at times, sticking with the standards like Nemesis. So draft phase, consistency, and a common thread between both of these teams as well, the Valhalla Valkyries and the Scares, is early game has never quite been an issue for these squads. They've always been able, both of them, to establish early pressure. It's about how well they transition to the mid to late game that really needs to be ironed out.
And the Valhalla Valkyries, at risk of piling on, looking for their first individual game win here. They were 2-0'd by the Bolts at the end of Masters. Jade Dragons at the beginning of Phase 2, lost 2-0. Lost to the Kings 2-0 as well. So just getting some momentum rolling forward here in this phase of the SPL, important for the Valhalla Valkyries. You can say some more things about the Solar Scarabs, though this squad has been able to take some games, just have fallen short of finding the official win column. Lose to the Oni Warriors 2-1, lose to the Bolts 2-1. So again, it's a team, and I'll say the word consistency for you, because in these sets they find their game wins, but just tend to fall apart in Game 3. But this team has really leaned on Stuart and Baronic as of late, as you do. They're your carries. And so I think Stuart and Baronic and their ability to step up and play some consistent Smite today gives the Scarabs a real good shot at winning.
And, you know, I had the opportunity. I passed him on the way into the casting room here, and Stuart said to me, look, I'm predicting a 2-0 today. He would not tell me which team was 2-0.
One way or the other.
One way or the other, it's going to be a 2-0. And the second thing is, he said, I really like this meta. I really like the picks that I've been able to go towards recently. The Jingwei, the Chernobog, both really fitting his style, that ability to get active all the way across the map, with Jingwei utilizing that passive, flying out of base, or Chernobog just jumping into somebody's shadow. And I think that is a little bit of what's made the Solar Scarabs look better as of late, is the ability to play around Stuart, who really has stepped up in Season 9. Baronic as well has found a couple of picks that really do work for him. The Yu Huang, I think one you definitely want to keep your eyes on. So maybe a bit of a contentious pick, I'd say. We saw a little bit from, I believe it was Benny's Twitter, where he said he's going to be looking towards that himself. So could be a battle of the Yu Huangs at the top of the draft phase, but the Solar Scarabs, I think, in a very similar position to the Valhalla Valkyries, in that we just need to find that consistency. We just need to see how well they're able to iron out that mid game and whether or not they can find their win here today.
Yeah, Yu Huang has been both of the wins that the Solar Scarabs have gotten in their 2 sets here so far. One loss up against the Bolts, but both of the wins were while Baronic was playing the Yu Huang. And I think back to that Zeus game for poor Baronic. Starts off 3-0. And then just the immobility gets jumped on time and time and time again. And I don't bring that up to be harsh. I bring that up in a way of saying, yeah, these slightly safer style mid picks tend to give Baronic a little bit more freedom operating out of the mid lane. Now, lots of things to be wondered going into this matchup. What are the teams going to play? How do you counter out your opponents? Who would you want to be stranded on a desert island with? Luckily, we had a couple players standing by to let us know all of the above.
In 9.5, the Scarabs are, I think, pretty similar. They haven't really changed too much or adapted too much. I think their last, the Masters performance, are they just look a little bit shaky and haven't quite figured out what they want to do yet. Yeah, I think they're still trying to kind of figure it all out.
I mean, I think every team kind of plays differently now because the game has changed significantly. I don't think they're particularly different, but I think Smite as a whole has just kind of changed, so.
I think 9.5 probably isn't the best for the Scarabs. I think like a lot of like flexibility and team comps and stuff really can give you an edge in this meta right now. I think they don't really have that right now.
I think the meta is now just kind of how you deem it as. You can kind of play how you want to effectively now, and it opens up a lot of picks for Benny to play whatever kind of he wants, and then the team just build a comp around him, so yeah.
Players that stand out to me on the Scarabs are most likely, I think, Stu, for sure. He's just solid. I don't think he ever really makes too many mistakes, and that's very, very valuable as a hunter. And then for sure, just Scream. If he finds like a good meta pick or whatever, he can kind of come out swinging.
I think it's just their team play more than just a player. I think as a team, they just play usually really well.
The Scarabs play a lot through just non-stop pressure. So anything that kind of slows them down, they kind of struggle with. I think when things start to get kind of late game, they tend to get picked out a lot. So for us, I think just kind of wade the storm a little bit and then just play for late game.
I mean, their win con is basically just how they play as a team. If they're playing well together, if they're matching each other's, their macro, micros are all synced up, I think they usually play pretty well.
Yeah, except now I'm left wondering who they want to be stranded on a desert island. We got that from Neil yesterday, but I don't know, and then layers, but I guess we're not getting it from these two. Who do you think they would want? Who would you want? I'll answer. We'll
not me.
No, I'm saying, right, well, because you can't speak for them. We will satiate the viewers here. Who would you from either team want to be stranded on a desert island with?
You know, when I was media trained for this job, trying to figure out how the analyst work was going to work, yeah, I was. Maybe you weren't, and it's showing. Frankly, it's showing.
No, they knew I didn't need any training. They knew they had to really sharpen you up, you know?
So if I had to pick one from either team, I'll take Bobby. He seems like the type of dude who could really like climb a palm tree. And I'm trying to get to those coconuts, man. I am apt for survival, and that's the way to do it. I mean, if you gotta get fresh drinking water, coconuts got you.
Yeah, fair enough.
From the Valkyries, I'll take Gamma.
I don't know what that had to do with media training, but I appreciate you anyway,
you
Myth,
cut me off.
for at least providing me an answer. I know, because we had to move on to picks and bans for game number 1 between the Scarabs and the Valkyries. Now, there actually was a lot of meat in that interview, and Valkyries feeling like they can punish the Scarabs. Late games of individual members getting picked out. The Scarabs feel like the Valkyries do play together well as a team, so if you can kind of disrupt that team flow, that's your way in. There actually was a lot of insight between those two. Just missing the desert island bit. We can catch back up with bans, though, as Kali gets taken away from Scream, and that is a worthwhile ban because remember, Scream goes 15-5 in the one win against the Oni Warriors last weekend when Scream was able to play that pick. And Stuart, hey, he's been loving the Chernobog. Why not grab that over? I suppose could be solo lane as well for Scary D, but Stuart's just so talented on this pick. Have to imagine that's where it's leaning, at least early on in the draft.
Yeah, Chernobog doesn't show too much about your composition, but considering we can assume that it is going over to Stuart, generally the Solar Scarabs, when they take this pick, utilize it for early pressure. Very often when the Tartarus Titans take it or the Camelot Kings have a Chernobog, it's, hey, we can just farm up in the lane, we're really safe, we can use that ultimate almost like an Aegis, or if we have to, we'll teleport over to the other side of the map. Otherwise, it's about farming, and then you utilize Chernobog as a split push threat that can just join the fight around a fire, or a Gold Fury once those team fights start to erupt. But Stuart likes to teleport to the fight very early on. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see him making pre-level 10 rotations to mid or even over towards that soul lane, which I suppose plays into the strategy that the Valks were predicting. Wowie says, look, the Solar Scarabs are an early game team. They're going to try and bring the storm early, and all we have to do is weather it. But when I heard Wowie say that, I'm thinking to myself, isn't that also how you guys like to play generally?
Right.
Isn't it generally Kirmi getting on these really active junglers, getting involved all over the map, or a high-pressure soul lane for Aquarius so you can start emphasizing that side of the map? Hearing Wowie say, we're going to play for the late game and try and exploit the weakness of the Solar Scarabs might just be a situation where, A, the Valkyries could be exploiting one of their own weaknesses. The late game's not exactly one of their strongest suits by history indication. Or B, we're going to get a completely different version of the Valkyries that just works.
Yeah, maybe these two teams looking to scrap a bit early in the game. Gilgamesh has seen a slight rise in play. I know Stanford Soccer on the Dragons has enjoyed this pick here as of late. Khepri Hubbard would be a good pick for the Solar Scarabs as well. Khepri has become one of the popular supports here in the league. An 81%. Look, 81 is still a lot.
It's a lot.
Look, in my media training for this job, they didn't teach me how to do math, unfortunately. So.
And it shows.
Yeah. Well, wait, was I right? No, it was 81 because 45 plus 36 is 81 indeed. Is it?
Yes.
Yes, because it would be 46. That would be
God, I wish the camera was on you right now. I saw
all
the
wheels,
gears.
The wheels were turning. I was like, but plus 11, the 5 and the 6, it's an 11. How does that
Talk
get
about the
added on
picks,
there?
man.
Point is, Khepri's seeing the respect that I think Khepri deserves in this meta.
Agreed. Khepri, just a very strong plug-and-play pick, has a good deal of pressure that I think he could put out towards certain picks that the Valkyries have already taken for themselves. Artemis really relying on that Caledonian board. That CC immunity doesn't come online until level 5, so pressure on the beads there. And if you're able to pressure the beads through support, that opens up the door for this Gilgamesh to start getting involved himself. Even Erlong Shen, to a certain extent, with the change to the turtle form, no longer having a knock-up. Standard disengage before that change was go to the turtle, knock up Khepri, and by the time he lands from that knock-up, you're really already out of abduct range. Now you're still going for the turtle form because the HP shield is so valuable, but without the knock-up, Khepri can abduct you out of it just about every single time. So the Valkyries picks, and even the King Arthur to a certain extent, with that Beyblade, gonna have to be slightly concerned with these channeled abilities as long as Khepri is nearby.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Kirmi can get done, though, on this Erlong Shen. One Erlong Shen game in the last 6 games that the Valkyries have played, that's including a couple matches at the end of Masters, and then a couple Nemesis games in there as well. So a pick that Kirmi certainly is no stranger to, not only in his career, but in the last couple of Pro League matches we've seen this squad play. Sensing some mid lane pressure looming, maybe the Valhalla Valkyries will take away the Morgan and the E set as well. On the flip side, Gamma still needing his pick. Yemoja actually falls pretty far down in the draft here, and so that one will get banned out. Do you think Morgan and E set were particularly threatening given the draft that the Scarabs already have?
You've got assuming Gilgamesh is in the jungle, you've got a relatively high pressure jungler, Chernobog, very decent at establishing pressure in the lane, so if ESET gets locked in for the Solar Scarabs, you're really worried as a Valkyries member about their ability to go towards these objectives. So I think, well granted in the ban there. Morgan herself, I mean, you just really don't want to deal with that double Chernobog combo. We saw what the Oni Warriors were able to do with that yesterday. It's almost like a smoke grenade. One Chernobog goes up in the air, the shadows are spawned up, Morgan turns into another Chernobog, goes up in the air, and it's pretty hard to tell that more shadows are all around you. So I think that's a very potent combo and one that the Valkyries just don't want to deal with. So I like both of these bans for them.
And flip side, Kabrakan also taken away alongside Yemoja. So Gamma still searching for his pick, and again we assume it'll be something for Benny Q. And that's something the Valkyries did for a long time, was leave Benny Q's pick open to the end of the draft and allow Benny Q to kind of counterpick the enemy team. As of late, we've seen Benny Q's pick rise up the draft boards just a little bit, and so returning to their roots, at least for game number 1, in what we assume is giving Benny Q last pick. Now Atlas, Myth, we saw a little bit of during phase 1. I'm not even sure how much of Atlas we saw during Masters, if I really rack my brain about it.
A couple of games.
And not at all so far here in phase 2, but it's the pick that the Valks are bringing in support.
Decent pressure, slow immunity for not only yourself, but the entirety of your team, as long as you're able to dash past them with that third ability. The ultimate having defense shred as well as global presence, pretty decent. I think the main strength of Atlas is that CC displacement, though. I like to call it the mini Ragnarok. Walk up, pick somebody up, drag them to your team, or even potentially throw out the Astrolabe and have it happen from a range. So I think it fits the aggressive styling of the Valks draft already. I mean, when you look at how this team fight is going to round out, just not even regarding the mid lane selection, King Arthur, incredibly strong frontline initiator. Erlong Shen, the exact same thing. Atlas can join up with them. And Artemis is one of those picks in the late game that can almost act as a self-peel tool. The Caledonian board for CC immunity, as well as essentially Tusky just being your personal bodyguard, means that you can kind of leave her alone in the backline. And if now flanked by Freya, that backline just does too much damage.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here, I think, Myth. So Chernobog, we thought might be headed to Stu for good reason, because in all of the 6 games that the Scarabs have played in the SPL this phase, Scary D has only played Warriors. Been a couple Cullens, King Arthur, Bologna a couple of times, Shiva once. Hasn't looked at this Hunter in the solo lane, but that's what we're going to get here. So likely Chernobog over to solo, Uller for Stu, and then Yu Huang, of course, a strong pick for Baronic out of mid. Admittedly not what I expected, but do you think it's a composition that can work here for the Scarabs?
Composition's just fine. I think you've got a standard front line. You're not worried too much about your initiation, which is generally the concern when you go for these multi-hunter compositions. Sacrificing that warrior makes it really hard to start off the fight from an even state. But because you've got this Gilgamesh out of the jungle that can go down that bruiser path, because Khepri has got this safety net with Scarab's Blessing, I think it's going to give enough space over to the Solar Scarabs to get themselves into a position to play as that 5-on-5 engagement. And if it is Chernobog in the solo lane, you can just pick up beads in that first slot and not worry about losing your farm, because as long as the enemy solo laner's there as well, you're just going to ult back to lane every single time.
We always tend to assume that it's Freya as well over in the dual lane for good reason. Don't want her alone that often in lane, and so this Artemis, my read was wrong. This Artemis will end up going to Benny Q, which was earlier on in the draft. Benny, in the last 2 games the Leviathans have played, has been on a hunter. It was Heimdall in one game, Uller in the other game. Now leans into the Artemis. Do you think Artemis can operate as a solo agent in mid in the way the Valkyries need?
It's going to be hard, especially pre-level 5, with Gilgamesh running you down as mobile as he is and as immobile as Artemis is. Could be struggle throughout the early portions of the game. Once you have that ultimate available, the Vengeful Assault having so much movement speed on it, CC immunity ultimate, likely going towards beads in that first slot as well, that's where the survivability is going to lie. But if that ultimate is getting burned at any point, this Artemis is going to have a massive target on her back, and, well, Scream is one to play around that mid lane pretty consistently.
Well, remember, Myth, I don't think we can understate how important this matchup is for both of these teams. The Scarabs have gone to 3 games in both of the SPL sets they've played so far this phase, just falling short of grabbing that first win against some higher standings opponents as well. So the Scarabs so close to knocking down that first win here in this phase. The Valhalla Valkyries, on the other hand, haven't even gotten their first map win yet here this phase. So I think for both of these teams, especially going into game 1, as far as setting the tone on a phase like this, cannot understate how important it is for both of these squads. By the end of this set, one of these 2 teams will have their first win in this phase of the SPL. Valhalla Valkyries, Solar Scarabs. J-Mac, what day is it? I have no idea.
Well, it's Saturday. I'll at least help you on that. It's day 2 of week 2 of phase 2 of the SPL, and our very first set with the Scarabs and the Valkyries, a very important one for both of these 2 teams, fighting for, at least at the time, for now, Goremizer, fighting for that bottom seed or trying to stay out of that very bottom seed. Both these teams sitting at a 0-2 record. As highlighted by the desk, Scarabs have been able to find at least a couple of game wins up against the teams that they've played so far. Valkyries have been struggling to find even one of those, have not found it just yet. This is J-Mac Gore, and we'll have Doug joining us. And I got to go back over to this mid lane matchup here, because we're seeing Baronic back on the Hu Wong, one of the gods that's been successful for him and the Scarabs. Or now over onto the other side, Benny Q is going to be taking Freya, this hunter that we've been seeing so much in the dual lane over the course last year.
Yeah.
Going to be piloting her in mid, a bit of a different look.
I'm going to tell you, I would have lost a lot of bets coming into this game about where things were going. Scary D's on the Uller, Stewart's on the Chernobog. I would have gotten that one wrong because I would have swapped them in what we've seen. We talked about it yesterday, and there was discussions about like memeing a little bit of like, oh hey, maybe Freya Jungle's back, right? I don't know what to think of a Freya mid, because again, so this is going to be the weirdest experience that I have. This, I play a lot of support. You play a lot of support.
Oh yeah.
And if I get thrown in mid, Freya's not on my list of gods I'm going to go to. But, man, I can't remember. It had to have been last year at some point. I was queuing with Katie. She was my mid laner. And she ended up going with the Freya in the mid. And it's, theoretically, still runs the same way in the sense that early on, even with this buff, you're going to have a little bit more of a slow start. Eventually, you're going to hit your power curves. You're going to get a couple items online. And then late game, you're just a late game Freya, right? It doesn't necessarily matter what lane you are in at that point. You're able to do a lot. Here, the thing that's interesting is how much burst that slow. And look at this damage. I mean, between the mannequins here for Erlong and the mannequins there for Benny, Baronic has to be prepared every step of the way. I mean, this is the Yu Huang. This is the one that we've seen dominate levels 1 through 3 over the last couple of weeks, and he's getting bullied at his tower line.
I mean, we saw it earlier where Scream got heavily poked by Kirmi and Benny, and he had to walk away. Didn't have beads, and luckily didn't need it then. Now Baronic, without beads, up against the pressure that Kirmi had just put out by finding a pin right by the tower line, and that's just how much pressure there was. Speaking of pressure in the dual lane, Gamma's been able to find quite a bit with this Atlas. Did see at least a little bit of a comp ban for a short duration now back and available for these players to start piloting once again. And Aquarius will get kicked under the tower, and that's a perfect start for the Solar Scarabs jungler. Scream finds a nice first blood.
What a kick, man. I mean, the perfect angle, the easiest target, and right into the tower. Oh, that is exactly what you need. And look, when you got a dueler in that lane, a King Arthur is going to be bullying. He's going to have control. And so that is a good way to give Scary D a nice little lift up. Of course, a lot of that goes over towards Scream now having like a distinct level advantage, a gold advantage in the jungle is going to feel really solid over what Kirmi has to say. And that's why, look, this Gilgamesh has been such a good pick over the last couple of days. We've seen it kind of skyrocket in last week. A lot of warriors just weren't available in the minds of the players, but you get to watch this one, and it was, I mean, just beautiful as far as angles go. Look at that, like it being able to get behind Aquarius, which is a huge deal. You get a good amount of damage from Scary D prior to the tower, but you're 2 minutes in, those things got buffed. That's going to hit even harder. You don't get those often, and that was just pretty. I could watch that replay like 6 times.
Don't worry, we'll probably see it at least a couple more times throughout the day. Who knows, maybe I'll throw it in the recap if we can see some good performance out of the Scarabs for not just the rest of this game, but for the rest of this set.
You just jinxed the hell out of them,
I know,
bro.
I just cast this
Yeah, I'll show it in the recap. Yeah, okay, sure, well, yeah, do it.
Now you're kind of forcing me to at this point. Win or lose, I feel like I need
it's
to
going to be in there no matter
play.
what. You'll be like, well, the Valkyries started like this.
It started the game this way, but it ended up turning into this after on. But Solar Scarabs with that first blood, they've got their early bounty. Look, if I'm Aquarius after I just got drop kicked in a tower, I'm not standing anywhere past the halfway point on that lane if I have any thought that Scream might be on that side of the map. One thing that we saw right before the replay did come up was Gamma was able to steal away a purple buff with a single pulse of Atlas's Astrolabe, which does not do a lot of damage to creep, so a nice little steal by the Valk support.
Yeah, and being able to, again, just strip away. At this point, it's less about the buff and more about the experience, right? Control of this lane. You've got an Artemis who isn't necessarily known for early game clear. Atlas, who has, like, okay clear, but, like, I mean, you literally just said it. He doesn't clear creeps well, even with some assistance. So I like that that's going to be a little bit of an alleviation of pressure for the duo lane for the Valkyries, which is something they need. I don't want to say desperately. They've definitely been able to clean up a little bit, but there were several weeks where Aquarius, Kirmi, Benny, it didn't matter how well they were doing, because you'd get over to the late game and it'd just be a 3v5 for a majority of it. And I think more recently we've seen a lot of prowess from Gamma and Wowie. And so I'd like to see that continue. Keep going at that rate. And whether that includes invades or really just making sure that things don't fall too far behind for them, it's going to be a big deal for me. I also I keep thinking back to this Freya, because we saw it do a lot of damage earlier on, and it hadn't done too much since then, which isn't crazy surprising. But I also am wondering, like, if it's something that most people could run mid, or if it's a thing that Benny is going to run mid. Like, there's a couple of those picks that no one other than Benny is going to want to try it. And I feel like Freya's on the cusp. Like, she's someone that Benny absolutely can, but I think could be brought into mid by others. It just depends on what they want to build around her.
I would say Paul, probably first and foremost of anybody else in the league. Maybe Dardes right after that, but Paul for me, just because going back way back.
I think, are you going to say the thing that I'm thinking of?
Back when we were casting the old SCC before it came in-house and anything like that, when Paul was running Freya, Hell, and Hubwa pretty much exclusively at that point.
It wasn't just that. Hold on. It was Paul playing Freya while on a team with a player named Freya.
Yep.
And it was the most frustrating thing in the world.
And Freya was always playing like Odin or something like that. So, oh Lord, it got confusing on those times. But yes, I do remember those days. That just dates us a little bit more than anything. Inbound in a bit of danger, taunted back in by Kirmi Gamma. As here the CC is gone. Baronic used the Dueling Dragons, doesn't find the push, but does find a beautiful double root up against Kirmi and Gamma, and that will stop the engage of the Valhalla Valkyries.
It's one of those times where for inbound, running in a straight line is actually a great idea, because that straight line is exactly where you're needed. What a stun from Scream!
Kirmi slowed down, jumped on, popped right back into the midst of the winds, and another kill up for the Solar Scarabs, this time around the belt to Baronic.
Well, they said it. They wanted to give a 2-0. I'm going to count this as the 2-0, maybe promise. No, I think the Scarabs are just playing this so well, man. I mean, Scream is present in the exact way you want it. You're getting good CC. I think Baronic on this Yu Huang has been amazing from what we've seen over the last couple of days. But Scream on this Gilgamesh has just been too much to handle. The stuns you've got from range, you can have displacement as we saw earlier, even though we didn't get to see it in the mid. Having things like the Winds of Shamash I feel like Scream is so far become a huge difference maker, and we haven't gotten as much noise from Kirmi, at least not yet.
Scary D jumps away from danger from Aquarius, walks back in, and now doesn't have that jump. Pin will get the beads and some extra damage by Kirmi. Scary D now without his relic and half HP in the lane up against the King Arthur. Not a fun predicament to be in. And Aquarius, talking about builds and things that we've been seeing kind of different, skipped upgrading to the Sovereignty right away and instead went for a second item Glad Shield and finished that first.
Honestly, I feel like that is to be able to maintain some control over here, although if Scream does rotate over, that is definitely going to be where you start to notice the lack of the Sovereignty, right? Like that extra damage all of a sudden coming in will be a much bigger deal. Lantern's Blessing is back up. Scary D's half health. This could be a big fight.
Scary D knocked up. Has to jump over the wall
no blink
to get away. And fortunate for him, neither Kirmi nor Aquarius can go over walls, especially with Kirmi's blink being down. Scream is standing by, so there shouldn't be any further engage on the Hunter over here in the solo lane. Scary D will go back to base. Finally has a moment to go back and get some of that HP back to his name.
I think there's a lot of potential on the board for what Kirmi can provide, what we saw this pick do in tandem with the Freya. But I haven't seen a whole lot of it, right? It's been very quiet. You know, shows up, blinks, gets the pin. Was like 10 seconds off of having the 9 turns Blessing on that last gank of Scary D prior to the rotation with Scream. And then since then, it's very much been this. You know what? Farm up, slow things down. You're not crazy far behind right now if you're the Valks, but it's definitely not the start you would prefer. But then you look at their team comp and you think, well, Artemis, damn, she hits really hard late game. Freya, guess what? Hits really hard late game. Erlang Shin, while you like to get ahead with him early on, can hit really hard late game. And then you've got 2 front lines that I think are really phenomenal at helping and isolate things down. Gamma, I think will have a lot of weight on his shoulders, no pun intended, but it's there anyway because he's an Atlas when the game gets to the end.
Gets engaged on, uses Tusky, the purification of the CC immunity, I should say, good enough to hold back Scream. A trap is good, a couple more autos are necessary, but wow, he can't find the last hits up against them. And with inbound rotating over, Scream didn't really have much threat to worry about there. Back in the mid lane, though, Benny Q will have to deal with this Trebuchet that got sent down very early into the mid lane. But good patience out of Wowie, holding on to the ultimate to the last moment needed.
Not only that, but being able to get Scream just under the tower. Tusky had a small reset period where it looked like Scream might have been able to get outside of that, but an extra shot, and it's just good damage.
Whoa, perfect axe toss by Scary D. Actually stops the ult from Kirmi from going through in time. And Scary D will be able to walk himself back out of that danger. A lot of threat put by Kirmi in the solo lane. We haven't really seen Kirmi rotate to any of these other lanes just yet.
Yeah, I think there's a big amount of let's shut down Scary D, let's control this specifically this Uller. But I think it also might be the difficulty of ganks elsewhere. Specifically, if you go towards mid, you've got a Yu Huang with beads, no Aegis just yet because you're not level 12 if you're Baronic. But then you also have the 3 that just pulls him straight out of combat and allows him to dodge things like that taunt or ignore it or get out of the damage afterward in the follow-up. So there's a lot of control that is maybe missing.
Well, Scream's able to buy enough time for that Scorpion to at least get stolen away by Baronic, who has rejoined Scream and putting some pressure up against Gamma. Gamma's been able to find a couple of nice pickups so far, but hasn't really amounted to too much just yet. Hasn't really had the follow-up to go from there. We see Benny Q throwing a couple of autos in, but most of it just dealing with the shield that was around that Kempery. Aquarius in the 2v1 gets stunned by Scary D, but should be fine. Even turning around to use his own stun just a little bit off the mark.
I think Scary D's put magnets on the end of these axes, dude. Like, they are just always hitting. It has been phenomenal. The last, 4 axes we've seen have connected, and they've connected in good moments. Granted, none giving a crazy kill, but saving his life a couple of times, maybe opening up opportunities, at least for the Scarabs to get some of the pressure back that they otherwise would have lost. So I think this Uller has been a huge proponent of being able to, well, of himself. He's just been keeping himself alive. But because of all the pressure they've exerted over here, it's been easy for Scary D to continue moving a little bit of that back.
Kirmi tried to get over to the Pyromancer, but just a little too late. So the Solar Scarabs can grab themselves their first objective. We're going to take a look kind of at the gold now. This 2-0 that started off very early in the game. Not a whole lot of kills have gone beyond there, but the Solar Scarabs, with that objective play, with some of the play they put on the map, they put themselves up about 2,000 gold over the Valkyries.
It's just been a slow and steady win rate, right? I mean, at this point, You've got a comfortable lead, 2K, 12 minutes in. It's enough to feel at least a little tangible, right? And you've got some experience leads where they're necessary, one over there for Stuart in terms of level. And while Scary D might be technically behind, I think that he's gotten the better end of that lane the entire time. I mean, the rotations for the Pyromancer showcase that. The amount of failed ganks onto Scary D maybe showcase that. And you just get to see Kiermy, you know, again, why it's so difficult to spend time anywhere else, because everybody else is more prepared to deal, I think, with this Erlong Shin in ways that are going to make Kiermy's life just troublesome.
I mean, Stewart dashed into a wall to get away from Pin, and as soon as he got out, Beads to weigh the 9 turns blessing. So Beads are at least down from Stewart, so that's one of his safety nets taken away, and has a shell for his second relic. Both Stewart and Baronic have picked this up alongside Inbound, and we've been seeing a massive rise of this relic. It feels like we're getting away from some of these more big burst metas to get towards that. The Gold Fury started up by the Valkyries. Inbound goes in. But it's going to be the Solar Scarabs who steal the Fury away from the Valkyries. Benny Q up in the sky, up against 4. Will not find his way out. It's Baronic who picks up the kill. And what else to steal it away, Gore? But a single tick of Rising Dawn.
21 damage.
That's insane.
21.
That's
now,
the second time we've seen
you
that.
accidentally do more than 21 damage if you just throw a stray auto at a minion. Like, it's hard to do less damage. And so, impressive for the Scarabs to get that. And maybe just outright heartbreaking for the Valkyries. I mean, that should have been yours through and through. It's good CC from Inbound, good presence of mind and presence on the map. And now that they're able to get that, I mean, that was a way to equalize the game for the Valkyries. They are now at enough of a deficit that fights are going to be more difficult to come by, to the point where I almost don't want to see them engage. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see you going past the tier 1. I don't want to see you invading the jungle. Just farm up, get Benny and Wowie to late game, and hope that that's enough. I don't know that right now their fights are going to feel as good as they can. They've got shells on the other side. You had highlighted that earlier, so that's going to help deal currently with Wowie and Benny and Kiermy. And so chill out for a little bit, you know? There's nothing big on the map that you have to worry about. Fire Giant shouldn't be happening for another few minutes, so it's just relax. If fights come to you, definitely defend yourself, but I think actively seeking anything out right now for the Valkyries to try and find some of these fights is just not going to end well for them.
Well, not so far. Valkyries engaged on by Scream and Inbound again. Benny Q up in the sky to get away from the CC. Cuts his path away from Scream, who had leaped in, but Benny's surrounded by 4. Does not have a path out, and it's Stewart who picks up his first kill of the game, the 4th one for the Scarabs. And it's something that we always talk about when it comes to death segments with a Freya is it's a Freya. Just kill her, and so far the Scarabs are doing just that. Scary D is doing the same to Aquarius, very low on this King Arthur. Scary D needs a couple more shots and will find it, a solo kill for the solo laner.
Scary D is just making sure to remind Aquarius that he's a world champion in the solo lane. You cannot let this guy run this rampant. Look, I think that a lot of this is going to stem. You can highlight it back and look at Scary D in this right lane, because a lot of focus has been over there for Kiermy and for Aquarius trying to get and make up for that first blood kill where Aquarius was kicked into the tower. Since then, Scary D, A, has not died, B, has turned around several fights, and now just got a solo kill. Like, everything that has happened on right that the Valkyries have tried to make happen or wanted to happen has fallen flat on its face. So it almost feels like, to the point where I almost want to just ignore it. Let King Arthur go and farm, do his thing. But maybe stop trying to put Scary D down right now in the solo lane specifically. Beads are down, maybe that's going to be your opening. This actually might be maybe the better window to try and get aggressive on him. But if his axes have been really good, he's had backup every time, Scream's hanging out over here, and with Pyromancer about to come back, going for that kill, if you mess it up or if things slip through your hands, that's a free Pyromancer. I think the Valks can maybe afford to show some face around the objective itself. But this is getting to the point where just because of the gold lead, not even the 5-0 kills, it's just the gold is enough in favor of the Scarabs here that you have to play a lot more cautious.
Yeah, 7,000 gold and experience is not a good look. 17 minutes in for the Valkyries, who are on the worst end of that. They're the ones 7,000 down to the Scarabs, but they're going to make a risky play, dropping the Atlas Soul right away on top of the Fire Giant. They're going to 50-50 this one, and it might not be the one that they want. Inbound does get stunned out, has his ult, to revive himself, but Scream into the backline. Finds WoW. He does get stunned out by Tusky, but Baronic and Scary D putting out a lot of damage. That's 3 down instantly. A double for Baronic and Aquarius and Gamma on the run. The dual lane of the Scarabs dealing with 1. The rest of the team dealing with Gamma. That's 4 down from the Valkyries.
J-Mac, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I was scrambling for plays that the Valkyries could make that could make this game somewhat even for them, or maybe bring them back into it. That might be one of the only ones they could. The downside is there's a Khepri, and you have a lot of single target damage. You can burn him down. But the team was ready for when inbound respawn, so you use a Scarab Blessing on yourself, maybe, quote-unquote, feels like it's missing something. But if nobody else gets low, not even close on the Scarabs, then you're not worried about where that ult goes. And then they get a 4-man wipe on top of it. That is a great play for the Scarabs. And a lot of it is just because Bobby lets himself, quote-unquote, get picked, right? Because he's able to res, because he's in that position, the team can then collapse and easily tear apart the Valkyries, who just invested a good chunk to just kill him. And unfortunately, now they found themselves in even worse. You know, you equate the Fire Giant to 10K, if you ask Mifflin. This feels like such a lead for the Scarabs that you would need the play that just happened for the Valkyries to happen for the Scarabs maybe twice to start feeling like the game's even again.
So here was the problem, is going into that Fire Giant, the Valkyries are already down 7,000 gold. That just spiked to 13,000 within like 2 minutes, Gore. At this point, I don't typically like to call a game right away.
No.
But you're 13,000 down, 9-0. Just about everybody is a few levels behind. Mid is the biggest deficit.
God.
Benny Q down 5 levels on Freya. Basically full item at this point. If you're the Valkyries, I mean, are you just getting ready for game 2 at this point?
I think it's split half and half. I think part of you is you know, reconvening. Okay, what did we mess up? Is it the draft? What do we do here? Sharks is going to be doing a little bit of that as well. The other parts of you should be focused on defense right now. I think that this is a comp, if they go too deep on the Scarabs, it's still 19 minutes in, you can definitely still turn this in your favor. It's just not going to be easy. But the first step is going to be saving not just this Phoenix, but getting a kill and trying to wipe the Scarabs.
Oh, Kiermi and Wowie already taking a lot of damage, and so is Scary D at the front line. Scream at the back line.
There's a good kill.
Does get picked. A good one by Wowie to start this out. And the Atlas ult immediately after will fire through, but only hit a couple of players. And the Valkyries are now on the resurgence forward. Inbound got picked up by Benny, but Aquarius got picked by a lot of damage from the Solar Scarabs, and now maybe a reinitiation from the Bugs to go back towards the Phoenix.
This is going to be dangerous for him. 4v5. Granted, Aquarius is low. You had highlighted that. Going the long way back to base as well. So that is going to give them an opening. But damage is still good. Benny Q just gets erased, though!
Baronic, level 19 on this Yuwong, is erased this mid laner off the map. Inbound gets stunned out. And a lot of damage coming through. A big triple pull by Gamma from this Atlas. But it's not enough to slow them down. Wowie is gone, too. Scary D manages to find a pick, and the 4v5 Scarabs are beating the Valkyries. Now it's only 3 of them left. What Scary D still charging forward, and the left Phoenix finally going down.
Yeah, so that window, that fight back window I was trying to talk about, it's, I mean, it you know, from, if you quick glance, looks like it's closed. It's got like a centimeter open, right? There's like there are some Hail Mary plays that the Valkyries might be able to make and potentially open themselves back up into this. But even that might be sugarcoating it for them. I mean, this has been a tale of just abysmal luck for them. Not just, you know, the first blood, some of the ganks going wrong for them, not able to find kills to help even up that gold. Losing that gold Fury was maybe the like nail in the coffin that helped then seal it for his Scarabs to have such a massive lead. But then, you know, we've been mentioning it, this experience gap that has been happening between all of them. If I'm waiting for a late game Freya, I don't want her being 5 levels down still, man.
You're going to be waiting a while.
You got to get somewhere. And that's what it is, right? You're still waiting a while. Next item should still be hitting pretty hard, though. And so I think if Benny and the Valks hold on long enough, look, and I will admit, I am grasping at straws. The Scarabs are by and far ahead. They are looking better in the team fight. They are killing them better. I mean, everything right now from the Scarabs has just been cleaner all game. But that's boring to think about. Like, I don't want a team that's just steamrolling to keep steamrolling. So what can the Valks do? I think a lot of it is still just closing that gap. You You've got 20 for Baronic. Benny Q is going to get closer and closer every single time. Your jungle's getting stripped away. That sucks, but farm as much as you can. Figure out where it's going to be. I think Wowie, 3 levels down, 4 levels down now for Benny. If they can close that gap to get it within the 2 range for both of them and get like that next item that they're both trying to get finished, then you're in a much better spot to try and contend this. Can you fight this Fire Giant? No.
Technically,
honestly,
technically yes.
Yeah, technically yes. Should you? No. Do I think you need to? Probably, because otherwise you're just gonna lose.
Gamma doesn't find anybody on the pole. Aquarius walks forward and eats about a quarter of his HP just in poke from the 2 hunters on the Solar Scarabs. And Scary D will continue to rain some arrows in the backline up against the Valkyries. This poke that Scary D essentially alone is able to put out. And with no sustain on the Valkyries, the Fire Giant back up, and well, that one's already a foregone conclusion at this point. Scream walked up, a little late on the ultimate from Gamma. That one will go to the Solar Scarabs, and at this point, Scream just zoned 5 people with his own ultimate.
Yeah, and you know what? More than fine. Scream still has Blink available, still has a dropkick. I don't care if the ultimate's gone. You also have inbound with you on this Khepri. I think the Scarabs right now are in a very good spot. Plus, look at the scattering of the Valkyries just walking to this Phoenix. Yeah,
the Valkyries are going to be too late to get to this Phoenix. Potentially, Gamma is already gone. Scream has found the first kill of the team fight. The Phoenix already gone at this point. No more defense from the Valkyries on that side. And now only 1 Phoenix left to defend. But for now, the Scarabs do have to go back towards mid to take care of the tier 2 tower at the least. So the Valkyries have some time to think about this next fight.
Yeah, it's going to give them a second, 30 seconds total till Gamma comes back, which normally I would say might be enough for them to get through. The Scarabs are just burning through towers. They're about to burn through a Phoenix, J-Mac, and I don't know that this is a spot for the Valkyries to fight back.
Scream goes into the backline, uses beads, and is just soloing the entire enemy team, and has taken essentially no damage. Inbound soaking up the Phoenix, and Kirmi soaking up the damage from the Scarab. Scream gets the kill in the backline up against Kirmi and has that Scarab's blessing. Benny Q up in the sky, but it's just going to be to go back to his own fountain. Gamma trying to zone, but Baronic and Scary D have erased both of the carries off the map. Aquarius walks into 5, walks into death, and it'll be the same for Gamma if he tries to go in and stop this. The Solar Scarabs in dominant fashion have dismantled the Valhalla Valkyries in game number 1. We'll take the Titan and end this one out. Maybe if they at least get a little bit more onto Gamma first.
Now, this is normally where like a long-winded breakdown comes in, and I can like recap the game for you. I can do it all in one sentence. They just got diffed in every role. I mean, just every player on the Scarabs played better than every player on the Valks, and that's as cut and dry as this one was. They get a nice early lead. You look at it, what was it, like 6-0-8? I saw 5-0-8, 1 for Baronic, one of those was for Scary D. And so all I can think of is the only thing that is relevant to me after that. One is it's a very, like, you need a massive trampoline. You want to bounce back if you're the Valkyries. And also that Uller kept making me think, do you remember the musical Uller video that came out where it's just the voice lines for like the my bow, my bow,
Lord.
my bow. That's so if in the break time, go look that up on YouTube and watch that. And honestly, I think that's what I got out of that game is that YouTube video in my brain.
Well, we know what the D in Scary D stands for. Again, it's Scary Diff. Him and the rest of the Solar Scarabs able to come up massive in game 1. Can they keep up the momentum in game number 2? We'll find out right after this break.
Hey, say hello to your mother for me.
No.
Okay. Stomper, stomper. Sure they got school.
Greetings.
How you doing? Girl, you got some junk in that trunk. Ooh, hot stuff. Later.
Farewell.
convincing, that's somehow an understatement, game number 1 over to the Solar Scarabs as they mop the floor with the Valhalla Valkyries in just over 20 minutes, which is kind of unheard of given the average pace of our games here as of late. They must have been playing on Alienware PCs, and if you want to beat your opponents, I don't know why Myth's laughing, if you want to beat your opponents in just around 20 minutes in every single game of Smite you ever play, head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09 for discounts on select Alienware gear. Thanks again to Alienware for powering us, our players, production, everyone here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson, and a man who has never beaten an opponent in just around 20 minutes is Mifflin.
Why'd you say that?
Because you're laughing at me while I'm doing my read.
Well, because it was a good read, Dave. All right, I know the show flow, but you still
making fun of me.
No, yeah, you caught me off guard. It was a good transition. Now I'm getting blasted.
No, I'm sad. You've beaten every opponent you've ever played.
That's right.
Just around 20 minutes, and we did get to see an example of that just now, Miff. And this is what we're talking about when we say the Scarabs can play this style of Smite. They can come out and sock their opponent in the jaw and knock them to the side, and the Valkyries just
visceral.
Couldn't get their feet underneath them.
Sock them in the jaw, knock them to the ground, take their lunch money, and kick their backpacks.
Did that happen this game?
I mean, it did not. It did not happen.
I guess I didn't have to word it that way.
Yeah,
sure,
you could have been a little nicer about it. You know, a gentleman's bout where the Solar Scarabs come out slightly ahead. But
a nice game of fisticuffs.
Yeah, and a nice round of fisticuffs. Look, the Valhalla Valkyries had realized that this was the style of game plan the Solar Scarabs were going to bring. We know that because during the interview, that's exactly what Wowie says. The Solar Scarabs like to play early. All we have to do is weather the storm. And you look at the draft that the Valhalla Valkyries had brought for themselves. From an even state, I would give the advantage to the Valks. But unfortunately for them, the step 1 of 5-step plan, being weather the storm, didn't really work. You didn't get there. First blood happens at around the 1.5 minute mark, and since then the Solar Scarabs were able to very handily take the majority of picks. But one major moment was that first Gold Fury pulled by the Valhalla Valkyries, where they're utilizing this great burn composition, defense shred from Atlas, and then inbound rolls up and steals it with Kepri's 2. 22 damage is what takes away that objective, and from there the Valkyries never really had any wind in their sails.
And all right, so you look at these post-game stats, and you tell me I overdid it with my with my description of that
I never
game?
said anything of the like.
You said I could have been nicer about it, and you're absolutely right. This is a very good game from the Solar Scarab. Scream dies once. And by the end of that game, Baronic from range on this Yu Huang and Scary D from range on this Uller were just pouring out damage. I mean, it was so difficult for anyone on the Valkyries to stand anywhere in range of anyone. And the problem is their range was super long by the end of that game for all of the Scarabs. And so what we now need to see from the Scarabs, do it again.
Do it again.
Not necessarily 20 minutes. That's kind of unheard of. That doesn't happen all that often.
It could be 30. I'm fine with that.
Keep your feet underneath yourselves. Win game 2, because this is where in the past the Scarabs have stumbled a bit. They've gone to 3 games when they maybe haven't needed to. Do it again. You've got momentum. Run it back, and that's what we want to see from the Scarabs. Show us some growth in that area.
But what we want to see from the Valkyries is bounce back potential. Don't let that get inside of your head. Reset. Right. I know for a fact that the Valhalla Valkyries were very confident in that style of draft. I had heard rumblings that they thought they'd be able to get pretty early objectives because of all the burn that they had, but weren't quite able to do so. Generally, when you come into a play day like this and you are confident in what you've got, you go one of 2 ways after getting destroyed like they did in Game 1. You either say, look, it was play on field. They got a couple of picks. The Solar Scarabs got the ball rolling. We got snowballed. Not a big deal. And if that's the case and that's how the Valkyries feel, expect to see them go back to a very similar style of draft. Or we could see that it rattled them a little bit and they'll go back to something that we've seen times before or another strategy that has been developed recently and we haven't had an opportunity to see just yet. I would argue that the Valhalla Valkyries, if they could just clean up that early game, could go back to the exact same composition and we could see a completely different match. So I'm very excited to see, especially these first 2 picks of the Valks.
Well, we were right, and then we were wrong. We figured it would be Stewart on the Chernobog, and then an Uller got locked in later in the draft in Game 1, so we said,
is that all?
Surely that's a solo lane Chernobog, and it wasn't. It ended up actually being Stewart on Chernobog. So I'm sticking with my guns this time. Definitely 100% Stewart going to be playing this Chernobog, but of course open to be proven wrong. Valhalla Valkyries open up with an Achilles. That's something that Aquarius has played a couple of times this phase in recent matchups. A 1, 2, and 3 loss to the Jade Dragons, and then Kepri to flank it. So Khepri a very strong support, of course, Myth. I don't think they're giving away too much, though, in their first couple of picks.
I thought with the Achilles lock-in, we'd probably see another carry for the Valkyries in that second slot. Achilles on his own, having the execute might be enough to dissuade the Solar Scarabs from going towards the Khepri selection, but the Valkyries don't want to leave it up to risk, and, well, if you're not on point with the Fatal Strike, revives are going to work regardless. So take it for yourself. Yeah, they're like, yo, Khepri's pretty nice on objectives, and that's where we struggled, so let's get that for ourselves. Look, it's a plug-and-play composition. You've got flex potential from the Achilles. Could go jungle, could go solo. At times could even go support. Khepri, though, kind of removes that avenue. The only thing that I'm willing to state fully is that Achilles and Khepri are in this Valks draft, and Khepri's probably playing support.
Appreciate it, man.
I'm here for it.
They drafted him. They're there. Osiris and Ymir, I can say confidently, have been drafted by the Solar Scarabs. And so Osiris, again, feels jungly. Suppose we've seen it in the solo lane just a bit. 99% of the time, this Ymir is going over to inbound. 99.9% of the time. So Ymir for inbound, Myth, not something we've seen in the last 6 games for him. Do you think Ymir brings enough to the table to warrant such an early pick? There, the Umoja's still around. Geb has seen some popularity. Nox, Sylvanas, those are things that inbound typically likes to play. Why do you think the Ymir?
Ymir brings a whole lot of early game pressure. He's got decent damage output from support. Go back, maybe not within the last 6 games, but go back a phase or 2 phases. And inbound had been playing a whole lot of Ymir back then, so it's a pick he's very comfortable with. And looking at what the Valks have got, Achilles, Khepri, and Poseidon can't deal with it. The wall is going to stop them every single time in these jungle pathings. So now matched up with an Osiris as well, could be a whole lot of early game pressure from the Solar Scarabs. It really did perform well for them, so no surprise that the Scarabs are going back to that same style of draft.
How about this from the Valkyries? Immediately taken away 2 of the highest damage dealers from game number 1, Yu Huang and Ullr, so you're going to have to get something different for both Scary D and Baronic out of mid. Now, Daji, it was 100% banned going into this game against the Valkyries. Didn't get banned out or picked in game 1. Drops down to 80%, but gets banned out in the second phase of bans by the Solar Scarab. So, this could be Poseidon mid or jungle, but I think based on the bans from the Scarabs, they're sensing this will be Poseidon for Benny Q and still needing a pick for Kirmi a bit further on in the draft. And then a Jingwei, nothing to write home about there. Safe, scaling, late game, strong for Wowie, and tends to be a pretty good pick. And so still needing some emphasis here out of the mid lane. I think this could be pretty telling about the Scarabs draft, depending on what Baronic feels comfortable with. Been a lot of Yu Huang, and then an Iset, a Zeus, an Olrun. Those types of things kind of weaved in there.
I wonder if he's thinking about going back towards that Charybdis that served him so well in phases of past. Looking at the composition from the Valkyries, Charybdis has very high survivability up against the likes of Achilles and even Poseidon. You've got CC immunity to the ultimate, defense shred, so you're not too concerned about going towards a double hunter composition, so it could potentially work for the Solar Scarabs. We have seen that Baronic has been more apt to go towards those mages, so it seems that Yu Huang ban has put a stopper to the Scarabs draft as of now. I would like to see a standard nuker. I think that could go really well with this style of composition for the Solar Scarabs. Now, also flanked by a Ratatasker. That's another dedicated initiator for your team. Blink from Ymir, Ratatasker Dunk, Osiris great space control. But instead it's consistent DPS. The Solar Scarabs take the Freya for themselves. We saw it in mid last time around with the Mannequin Scepter in first slot.
Sat on.
And he did.
It just, they got damage in the first couple levels, like the double mannequins between Erlang Shen and Freya. They got some damage, didn't get any kills, and then eventually the Freya just kept getting punished over in mid. So I will vocalize that I would like it to be paired with the Ymir for a little bit of lane safety. Does that put Chernobog then in mid? Suppose Osiris and Ratatasker got to be solo and jungle, one of the 2 respectively. There is some flexibility potential with this draft.
Having Chernobog in mid mitigates some of the success of his ultimate. He's going to have better time just walking for the most part, but in the side lane, he can start teleporting all the way across the map, makes it a little bit easier for the Solar Scarabs to utilizing numbers advantage. But what I was going to say is, Mannequin Scepter Freya mid doesn't exactly seem like the best option to me. I'm thinking if you're going to lock Freya into a lane, I really like how the Conduit Gem feels on her nowadays. You're essentially hitting for 80 with that Conduit Gem passive.
Right.
Really helps out a lot with your clear, which has already recently been buffed thanks to the changes to her pulse. Or even the Gilded Arrow, just being able to get a little bit of additional gold. And I do mean a little bit, down from 7 now to 3. Means that you get a whole lot less throughout the duration of the game. But if you're a late game scaler, anything helps.
Now, So Myth, a Cirquette, 9% ban rate, 0% pick rate for a grand total of 9% pick ban rate.
You're nuts.
Cirquette, not seen all that often is my point. What do you think makes it the right pick here for Kiermy?
Decent matchup into the Freya. Cirquette's always been really good in that pick. Freya will dig in her heels and utilize all that lifesteal in her build and her high DPS to survive the majority of her fights, or go into that Valkyrie's discretion, removing herself from the playfield and floating away. Cirquette, as long as she applies that ultimate, removes the potential for healing and could potentially finish off a kill if Freya is using that ultimate for safety. So I think immediately right there, you've got a decent matchup. Cirquette doesn't have to go down that Golden Blade tree, but will be able to keep up with these Golden Blade user junglers, which means that her jungle clear is pretty powerful as well. But I am concerned for this Valk's composition in the 5-on-5 if they approach it from an even state. It almost feels like there's a complete swap between the Solar Scarabs and the Valkyries, and that the Solar Scarabs are going to be the team that's more so suited for mid to late game team fights, whereas the Valkyries really, really want to bring that action early on.
I do wonder. So I guess, again, if we're kind of funneling Osiris and Ratatoskr is either jungle or solo, respectively, because we have seen, what, Rat solo with Variety maybe, who's been playing a little bit of that. Is that where you would prefer this Ratatoskr to go, keep the Osiris in the jungle, or do you truly think it could be toss-up on how the Scarabs want to play?
I would prefer to see Ratatoskr in the jungle. I want to see him get involved early on. We know for a fact that Osiris is going to be able to hold his own in just about any singular lane because of all the damage mitigation he has. Multiple avenues of build, could go towards that Golden Blade in first slot and then become a pressure soul laner, or he could just wait out for a little while, maybe a Death Toll, just utilize that sustain. Whereas Ratatoskr, I think, is more so about rotations out of the soul lane and getting involved in mid for the early portions to act as that bridge into the mid game. But assuming that it is Freya mid, you don't really want to be ganking that lane too often. She's not the strongest follow-up on the map, so instead having your jungler be Ratatoskr, who can just rotate all the way across the map or gank out in that duo lane, I think will probably hit pay dirt a bit more often.
The funniest outcome is when we're totally wrong and it's Freya Ymir duo lane, Chernobog solo, Osiris jungle, and Ratatoskr mid. That's when,
and Ratatoskr mid?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be funny when we're completely wrong, and that's
that would be funny.
That's how it, because everyone else there makes some sense, right? Chernobog solo, Osiris jungle, Freya Ymir duo. Ratatoskr's got to go somewhere.
He's got to go mid.
Go somewhere. Can the Scarabs follow up a miraculous game 1 with the miraculous game 2? It's time to find out.
Dave's over here confusing me and got me second guessing as to where some of these picks might be going in game number 2 of the Scarabs and the Valks.
I would have laughed so hard if that had been a rat mid.
If he was right, I probably would have just walked out of the room at that point. But no, it's going to be Baronic on the Chernobog mid, Scream piling the Ratatoskr. And talking about Ratatoskr Gore, it's J-Mac Gore joining me, Doug as well. But talking about Ratatoskr in particular, we've mostly been seeing him exclusively in the solo lane, namely on players like Variety from the Camelot King's been playing him, going this more bruiser style of route. But when it comes down to the Ratatoskr in the jungle, it's something that we don't see as often anymore. The damage maybe not as highly valued by some of those players compared to being able to be tanky and be able to just be one of those secondary frontliners.
Yeah, honestly, I really like what Rat can bring to the table. Just in general, to the point where, like you said, we've seen him a lot in solo lane. We've seen him good engage. That's maybe one of my favorite things about him, is ignoring the fact that he's got a pretty good stun. That was blink for blink from the jungles in mid as well. But being able to go up on the tree, jump around, get a really clean knock-up, that's usually where we see the best engages. You get that plus a Ymir wall plus an Osiris. They get to run the show.
Scream hit level 2 on that wave. Kiermy did not. Baronic finds the root in the first blood. One shot away from going down, and it will be Scream once again for the Solar Scarabs to pick it up.
I mean, clean, man. You go blink for blink, but like you said, he hit level 2. Kiermy was just a little off from being able to find that one, so a big pickup for the Scarabs to once again, a minute in, get first blood for your jungler, and you can already see, look, the Ratatoskr's feeling themselves, going a little deep, stealing away some of these jungle camps. It's going to take Kiermy some time to get a little more aggressive, and it's the same start that helped them last time. Scream gets ahead, Scream then helps other people get ahead, and the rest of the team starts to flourish because of it.
Well, we are seeing something that Mifflin alluded to on the desk. We might have to get back to that in a moment. Gamma falling low. Stewart does have the whoop. Will find he gets the beads out of Gamma. The slow from the pulses after instead will be used over towards the minions. But going back to what I was going to say, you know, Mifflin was talking about maybe seeing Conduit Gem as opposed to something like Mannequin Scepter for Freya. Well, Stuart seems to have bought stock into that one. Conduit Gem Rush out of the dual lane Freya.
And, I mean, if it's going to give you sustain, it's going to help you out in lane, it's going to help you farm. That is what we're going to be seeing here. And it is just exactly what you would want, right? So you're getting that arcane energy, you're getting the damage, it's going to feel good on a Freya. But I also think like the mana and the MP5 might be more important to me, like being able to pop that pulse and have that combo technically available if you want to pop the pulse and the irradiate a little more readily available to you without having to worry too much about where your mana bar is going to help them out. Also, and this is just a me thing, but the auditory hits of the tennis ball on this skin are just
really
so
nice.
Good, right?
It's so
It
satisfying.
just feels so good to hear. I mean, this is going to be a much easier and cleaner start. Plus, you have to, talk about this. The fact that Stuart's on Freya and it's over in the duo lane means there's going to be a lot less foot traction in this lane in general. So, as a rule, you're just safer than you would have been if you were in mid. And I think that's something that Benny Q unfortunately found out the hard way.
One thing we didn't even really get a moment to kind of bring up, at least I didn't get a chance to hear it on the desk or anything like that, is we're kind of in an old school matchup with Freya versus Jingwei. I mean, this was when Freya was meta. Jingwei was kind of that counter answer. Not necessarily that Jingwei is a hard counter to Freya or vice versa. It's just that Jingwei already a safe god. Yep. Once that whoop goes through, can use that agility to get even further down. So maybe not really a counter pick because the Jingwei was already picked up ahead of the Freya, but just at least a nice little thing for WoWie to guarantee some extra safety.
Has some favorable interactions, right, for WoWie where like you said, extra safety and against a god that's really good at killing you specifically dead. It is always nice to have a little bit more safety in those numbers. Plus, like you said, like with the ult eventually coming online with the beads, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Stuart to lock it down. But the good news is, until maybe some crit comes online or something like that, Stuart will not have to worry too much about what WoWie is dishing out. Once crit comes online, then you're starting the conversation of late game Freya, the consistent, just thick autos that she throws out with a Pulse Irradiate versus what you're going to see on the other side from WoWie. And this is something I don't think we've gotten to see in a hot minute. The Bristle Bush Acorn, the crit chance Acorn, which normally, and what the metas have passed even when crit was big, doesn't even get looked at then, mainly because Rat's not someone that people think of.
Benny Q in danger, throws out the Kraken, but only barely grazes Baronic. Scream dunks down, and it's another kill for the jungler. Benny Q falls for the first time this game up against the Scarabs, and they're able to put themselves up on the board once again. And I think it's right to highlight this Acorn. This is one that we never see. Extra crit chance for all of his basics, and then some crit chance on Dart as well. So maybe some unexpected burst damage to see later on.
You know what? I'm curious. Somewhere in the dregs of my Google Drive, I have and it was like mid of the year last year, but I know we haven't seen a Bristlebush Acorn since then. So I somewhere have a spreadsheet that Zayadin gave me that's every item that's ever been purchased in Smite, and I would be willing to bet that there's one competitive Bristlebush Acorn up to this point, and this might be it. This is either one or two. I mean, like you said, we hardly ever see it. To the point where I almost legitimately forget that there's a crit Acorn for Ratatoskr because it's so not off-scene. But, you're also going to be able to get lifesteal off of it. You're going to get basic attack damage as well. So this is going to be really good for moments like this.
Well, some good damage out of Scream already with Baronic crashing in. It's already a 2v1 once again. Scream will blink past and get the auto up against Benny Q. And once again, the Solar Scarabs have decided to sit on the mid laner of the Valhalla Valkyries and not allow Benny Q to be able to get much going.
I wonder how hard into the crit he's going to curve, right? I'm wondering if there's going to be, if he's going to pick up, Wind Demon, or if he's going to pick up, Deathbringer, or if it's just going to be, this beginning mark, just to have again, that passive is just really good. Even if you ignore the crit point on it, it is going to be really nice for him. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Scream. Mainly because also it's impossible not to sometimes when he plays for the Scarabs here. Look, I think Stuart Baronic, Scary D just had a fantastic game. I think we get to see a lot of good plays from inbound. But Scream is the most consistent of every single one of them. Almost every game, win or loss, Scream will look good.
Inbound, not looking so hot in the middle of 3. We'll use the ultimate just to get some damage. But it'll inevitably go down. Kirmi with that last breath poison. Maybe needs a little bit of help with that shell. Airstrike even had to be used. So a lot expended to kill inbound, but nobody's there to help out BennyQ because Scream, once again, is just diving under the tower, finds his 4th kill, Stewart up in the sky, surrounded by 2, but finds an excellent double whoop to make sure to keep the Valkyries at bay.
A nice banish, I mean, things like that, that just feels good. And for those of you, if you haven't played Frey in a while, that banish targeter is not big, man. It is difficult. Maybe a little bit of a benefit. Gamma playing on the Khepri does have the biggest model in the game, so is maybe like the most likely to get hit by a small targeter like that. But it is just a good targeter from him. And I think it's really interesting because like that's the duality of inbound, right? A little too deep doesn't necessarily have much that can happen there with the play and the positioning that he was in. Ends up dying, but now you're probably going to see a good wall into a good freeze in a second.
Yep, there's the wall, there's the freeze, but there's no follow-up. I thought maybe Bronic would have chased a little bit further in, maybe Kiermi spooking him just a little bit, but if we want to talk about some level differences, when we were getting to the end of, game number 1, we looked over, saw mid laners. They were 4 or 5 levels behind each other. Well, we're in the first 8 minutes of the game, Gore, and Scream has a 3-level lead up over Kiermi already.
That hurts.
4, sorry.
If I'm gonna, well, yeah, now he takes over to 10. That makes it worse.
That's
worse. So what? 3,500 experience. Probably 3,300 of that is just Scream. I mean, he has a massive amount of experience on his own. But then you've got a level lead in mid. There was a slight lead there for inbound and a slight lead for Stewart. Although WoW did just tick over to 8, so it should be, yeah, like you can see, very, very close together with them. Was 9 is just now reached for Stewart. So balancing points, all the leads really leaning over in favor of the Scarabs, but Kiermi, at this point, kind of relegated to just farming. Not really able to look for many ganks. We saw what happens. You finally do get a kill, but it's maybe having to put a lot of investment in it. Your ult inbound just ignored it. And when inbound, this is always the marker for when someone is not farming incredibly well. If inbound at level 7 is tied with your jungler, Kiermi has some work to do.
Oh my god, BennyQ's health bar evaporated. An ult from Gamma will delay his life bar a little while longer. And Scream will not elect to go under the tier 1 tower for the dive, but there's that sneaky crit damage that we were talking about with Dart and this Acorn. A dash in over on the left-hand side of the map will get some more damage for Scream, but he's just doing everything that he wants.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that Scream I think he gets the win out of that. Even though, there's no huge kills that come by. You ruin a moment for BennyQ. He has to back. You get the ult from Gamma, and you get the ult from Wowie. I mean, you open up a lot for yourself.
No ult for Gamma. Stewart winning this boxing match against Wowie. Pulled back by Gamma, who used his beads up against inbound. A rotation from the Scarabs now to the dual lane to try and get involved on that side of the map. Well, at least net the ability for Stewart to walk out and not have to worry about his beads going down on cooldown.
This has been just... not necessarily yet devastating for the Valkyries, but it is very much still in vein with game number 1, right? Like game number 1, it felt like it's like, okay, cool, you have a chance, you can fight back, and then there was that turning point. It was around that Fury, right? They drop, 4 kills, and they lose the Fury to inbound, and that was like the moment where it was like, all right, now grasping at straws, what kind of plays can you make? Because this game is virtually over for you unless you do something insane. This game is in that ballpark, right? It's approaching that marker where if you aren't making proactive plays as the Valkyries, now Pyromancer is available, that has to be on your list of things that you need to be able to grab up. Gold Fury, that has to be on a list of things you can't let go, and you have to kill people like Scream.
Good damage onto Scream, and the Kraken will make for a perfect shutdown bounty, and BennyQ needed anything that he could get. Kiermi setting up Benny for a silver platter kill up on the enemy jungler. Scream was 4-0 going into that. Falls down for the first time this game.
And that's, like you said, that is like necessary. If they don't get that kill, things have gone catastrophic for the Valkyries. But you burn it down, no beads or an Aegis there for Scream, so it's going to be a lot easier to do that consistently until that level 12 mark when maybe one of those options is going to be able to be built up. But it helps give Kiermi an assist that's going to alleviate some of that experience gap between them and Scream. And like you said, and maybe the most important to me, it gets Benny back into a spot where this Chernabog on Baronic is not going to just outscale every step of the way. Also goes for a Rada Tahuti. super early on. So a lot of damage off the ult is going to be, you know, Whirlpool, there it is, hitting a little bit harder, as well as the title strike, you know, the one being able to do a lot. And so I think that the entire kit as a whole is going to benefit from this one. It's a lot of early gold investment for BennyQ, but I think it's going to pay off in moments like that.
Scream will steal away a Scorpion. Kiermi on the chase. Does have Blink, but doesn't use this. The rest of his mobility was down, so Scream does find a nice invade up against the enemy Scorpion. Valhalla Valkyries will not be able to get their enhanced buffs for a little while. And Scream just going right back to his farm game. Has hit level 12, so can go back and pick up beads so that maybe he doesn't fall to a similar fate. But all this pressure across the board, across the map, has given the Scarabs some time to, well, shred a Pyromancer. That one is gone instantly. Some of the extra crit from Scream and the damage from Baronic enough to find the Scarabs their first objective.
Yeah, those, again, little things like that. You have to find more than just the kill. I think that was a good kill onto Scream the Valkyries had gotten, but the neutral game play is all they need, and especially if you're going to get this too. Where are the Valks?
Well, hello? Valkyries, are you guys in the studio? Are you guys playing on the map right now? Kiermi goes back in, finds inbound, should be able to set up for a Kraken inbound. We'll get knocked out by and be the first casualty of the team fight, but Stewart is W-key gas pedaling up against WoW. He was winning that fight, does miss the whoop. Baronic finds the root up against Gamma, and all the Valkyries might just make it out. Baronic does have ult. I thought maybe for a moment he would try and go in a 3v1. He's level 14. He probably could have taken all three.
This was a play from the Scarabs. Look, you get a Pyromancer and a Gold Fury, and you might get a BennyQ.
Oh, BennyQ beads are gone. Ultimate from Scary D. A chase under the tower, but the flail off the mark. Maybe Scream can go ahead and pick this one up. He has his Blink, and the tower's being tanked up by Scary D. That's a kill for Scream. But maybe Aquarius and Kiermi can turn one around. Maybe find Baronic if possible. The Aegis is gone. The beads are gone. But so are the rest of the Scarabs. They have turned tail to get out of this fight.
All right, so let's look at it grand scheme. Pyromancer into Gold Fury favor the Scarabs. Kill onto BennyQ favor the Scarabs. What do they lose in the process? Just inbound. And look, support for Gold Fury is one of the best trade. Well, not best trades. It is a trade that you are willing to make.
The story's old
across meta, right? Like, you know, through years and years of Smite. If that's what happens, it's worthwhile, right? The Gold Fury on its own is worth more than what you lose with your support going away. But that plus a Pyro plus a mid lane kill makes it even more amazing for the Scarabs as far as trades go. And you know, this is one of those things again where if you are the Valkyries, it's this neutral farm that is just not going your way, whether, you know, ignoring team fights, you know, it's just map control. The Scarabs are playing the game itself a little bit better, stealing away greater Scorpions at times, being able to go for the mid camps more consistently, and little tiny moments, little things that then grow into bigger things that then make the gap as large as it is. And so if you're able to fight, and so far the Valkyries have showcased some really good team fights in certain portions, I think that you should try to show some presence. I think the next volley of these big neutral jungle mobs, the Pyromancer when it respawns, the Valkyries need to be there. You've got better secure because you've got a Kraken, and your team fight's pretty good. So you should be able to at least put some pressure on the Scarabs. But that's where that level deficit starts to play into it, right? Still 3 in the jungle, which is a huge deal right now for Kiermi. This might make up for it.
Baronic, no relics, thrown back to the Kraken, pulled back by Gamma and brought down by Kiermi. A Solar's Blessing is going to keep BennyQ alive for a while longer and delay Scream from going in. The Valkyries find themselves a pick in the mid lane. But the problem is, Gore, there's nothing for them to go for. The Pyromancer taken earlier, the Gold Fury down, and it doesn't seem like there's any other kills or invades that they could go for to get anything beyond just the kill.
Yeah, it's, you know, you go in. Again, I think that's a good kill to get, especially being able to throw some assists over towards Kiermi. It balances some things out, but I think the problem is you're looking at a very small area of the team fight, right? I see at least one level of an advantage. Scream, you gotta give me some time to talk about it, man. He's going for another kill.
Yeah, BennyQ, no relics means no life any longer. Scream picks up his 6th kill of the game, finds some good damage against Gamma, but Kiermi has shown up. The double taunt is good. The Death Bane after Scream, though, finds a big stun, a big crit against Kiermi. Now Baronic is shown back up.
What a wall!
Bail Scream
out.
The wall keeps him alive a little while longer. And Gamma and Kiermi almost going down. Scream thanking Inbound with all of his life for keeping him alive.
I can't believe that. That was so good. Everything, that was just so good. I'm flabbergasted, dude. That was so good, man. I mean, that is exactly what you want, and not often does it happen that way. I mean, that is maybe a step away from going catastrophically, or at least killing Scream off. And I love seeing that. It's a great wall from inbound to separate it. Might end up, no, yeah, going down. Never mind. Nope, throws a wall up for himself. Can get out of there. And that brings me back to the conversation, not just that. I mean, look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Being able to see it, you turn, and with that leap, like if Kiermi is able to turn quicker, might be able to run up and kill off Scream, but is locked in a way where the Kepri pull's not going to connect. I mean, that was a really, really clutch wall. And that's a 3v3. I mean, there's nothing crazy special about that. That's no side lanes. Osiris, specifically Scary D, this is a pick that we have seen, and specifically on the Osiris, that has carried games on its own. And Stuart is just farming, and he's out farming Wowie, so he's going to hit this late game Freya a lot better and a lot faster than what we got to see from BinnyQ.
Inbound pulled back by Gamma. Kiermi finds the ultimate, throws him back into the Kraken. Inbound should go down in this fight, and will do so. Kiermi, credit to the kill, and the Pyromancer to the Valkyries. They find one, and they find a pick, and the Valkyries still showing that they've got some fight within them. Inbound just stepping a little bit too far forward to try and stop that engagement. Ends up paying with his life.
I love seeing them get the Pyromancer. I love seeing them keep things a little closer and kind of take a chip at this lead the Scarabs have built up. But also 2 ults for just inbound. Well, I guess just inbound and then the Pyromancer. I don't know. It still feels like a heavy investment, and that's something that you're not going to be able to afford that too much going forward. I think if that's a fair fight, if inbound waited about 1 more second and had some backup going into it, we probably see, well, maybe still a turnaround for the Valkyries. You can't underestimate the amount of damage a Kraken does. But I do think that that's something that they have to consider heavily, as the cost of every kill that they're investing into. Still, love it. Get some gold and try to make this game a little bit more of a game for them, right? Try to be in this and actually wait for a good fight.
Move on to Gamma, taunts by Kiermi in the backline, but he gets picked up, thrown back, and revived by Gamma. And now it's inbound, who is low. Baronic up in the sky with Scream. They'll dunk into the backline up against Kiermi. Will go down to Scream. Inbound uses his ult again, but it's just Aquarius to try to deal with them, and he'll get frozen out. Baronic pelting the solo lane with autos, and another whoop out of Stewart will separate them out, but Aquarius still finds inbound at the end. And now it's up to the team fight of the Valkyries to fight it back. BinnyQ manages to grab one, but Wowie is low. One more shot will be all that it takes to grab him.
Now Stewart, with the amount of damage a Freya has, Gamma, with no mana, yeah, that should be the easiest kill that your team has scooped up. Does cost a lot. I think the Valkyries show a lot of presence throughout that team fight, being able to pull back a kill onto Scream, which is the most important. Inbound, there was a moment where maybe he could have dropped the wall a little quicker. I don't think there was getting out of there for the support. But Scream's now 7-2, and so shutting down the person that has the majority of the kills, but B, getting yourself a shutdown credit is going to be important for the Valkyries. But you lose out on a little bit more, right? You lose 3 people in the process of killing 2, and you lose out on the Fury. So the gold still going to be favoring pretty heavily the Solar Scarabs. The experience mostly favoring the Solar Scarabs, but you can see in mid, BinnyQ's been doing a lot more, and this Poseidon is a tangible threat, has gone with a Spectral, so they're trying to live a little bit longer. They're recognizing, look, 3 stacks on the Rage, a crit chance Acorn plus a Deathbringer. Like, they are trying their best to deal with Scream. And just that little bit of survivability has opened up some opportunities for them to at least get some kills back. I think they're still in a good spot to try and fight this game.
Baronic dives down. Aquarius used the ultimate early in the fight, dunked on by Scream, and surrounded by 3. Make that 4 the Scarabs. A whoop from Stewart, and a dive in by Scary D. There's not a chance in the world that Aquarius makes it out, as Baronic, the one credited to the final hit of the kill. Kraken available. Kraken hits through the Aegis onto Baronic. Inbound pulled back, but the Valkyries have lost most of their damage.
Inbound is going to be someone who has to play carefully right now. Good freeze, could set up a lot. Scary D is going to get tossed back to the Wolves.
But a wall thrown up by Inbound to keep him from going too far back. Scary D, with the Bulwark pop, will be able to immune most of the damage out that Kiermi had thrown towards him. The Solar Scarabs now on their way back to base to retreat after their fight.
If that fight, if they're able to pursue a little bit, maybe pull the Valkyries a little further and then turn and collapse, and then the Scarabs might have been able to go for a Fire Giant. I think now, yeah, you can even see the Valks are going in and getting their peaks just to make sure. But it'd be a little too risky in the 4v5. Kraken's going to be coming up soon. You cannot underestimate what that thing is going to be able to provide. So you have to be careful around things like the FG if you're the Scarabs. And I think that's where the Valkyries' victories can really start to maybe count themselves up. Trying to find something around the FG pit, maybe even if it's just a steal or the full-on secure. Starting up the Fire Giant, you've got a decent amount of burn with this kind of composition, but specifically you've got the best secure in the game with the Kraken. I think that's going to be where the Valkyries can turn things around for them. Plus Aegis, you had mentioned, was burned there for Baronic. Stewart still has theirs, but everybody else is missing them. So a well-placed Kraken in a team fight will at least get a kill.
Baronic over on the left side of the map, split pushing, while the rest of the Scarabs have grouped themselves up towards the right side. The Fire Giant being teased a little bit by the Valkyries, but we saw what happened last game when they tried to go for a Fire Giant wall down a considerable amount of gold. Last time it was 7,000, this time even worse, sitting around that 8K mark. Baronic does get tier 1. Will not be able to get tier 2, but it's diverted the attention of Kirmi at the very least. So some of the initiation of the Valkyries are gone. A whoop onto Gamma will get the beads from the support. Baronic cracks back in. The Kraken finds a little bit of damage throughout the team fight. Stewart down to half HP, but Gamma used the ultimate on Wowie to make sure to keep him alive. The Scare's Blessing has been popped. Gamma has found himself in critical condition. Scary D will be the one to put him down. Kirmi has now rejoined the fight, and Baronic will go down. The poison does not spread to anybody, and Inbound will be the next one down. It's Betty Q with the double.
I mean, again, starts off really well for them. They can continue this chase. Stewart, I mean, had to back away from this. The Osiris out of this fight. I really like the Valkyries' chance to go for a Fire Giant here. Might not be guaranteed. The Kraken being down, they don't have the same secure. With Scream and Scary, you have to play this carefully.
Aquarius coming back in. It's going to be a 2v4. Scary D knocked up, but he's doing a lot of damage back to Kirmi. Now it's a 3v4 as Stewart is rejoined, and he is doing a lot of damage to these carries. Finds a triple whoop, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Scream Man manages to grab one before Benny finds himself a second double kill in the fight. Make that 4 for the mid laner of the Valks.
All right, I've been singing the praises of the Scarabs, and I think they've been playing this well. I think the Valks have just played that fight better. But I will say, there's a distinct moment in there where, like you had mentioned it, Stewart gets a good whoop. Stewart didn't need that whoop for a disengage, except for the fact that he walked into them. You know, you're ranged, you've got a decent amount, could have played it back.
Scary D not gonna steal the Fire Giant. Can he steal a kill while in the midst of 4? The answer to that is no. Too many healthy members on the Valkyries, and even with Inbound showing up, I'm not sure that his Pyromancer is gonna be able to go anywhere except to the Valkyries. So that'll be a Fire, a Pyro, and 4 kills for the Valhalla Valkyries.
Yeah.
And look at the spike back down now in the golden XP difference. What was teetering up to 8, nearly 9K moments ago, the Valkyries have closed it to about half.
And that gold is going to dip even further. I mean, look, every single tower is still standing for the Scarabs, which means this power play is going to be more about map state and trying to change things around in that regard, right? Knock down all the tier 1s, probably get some tier 2s. Maybe if you're lucky you can knock out a Phoenix, but I don't know if that's going to be really on the table for them. The Valkyries at this point, I think they're just going to play strictly towers, or at least in my eyes, should play strictly towers, unless they can find a kill under a tier 2 or something like that, because things, while are starting to go their way, still not guaranteed for them. And I think a lot of it, you know, first off, like the spectral armors being built up by Kirmi and Beniki specifically, them getting to live a lot longer under the eyes of Scream has been very beneficial for them. But I also think we didn't get to see as much out of the play from Baronic that time around, right? Like, I mean, there were some good autos, but it wasn't as explosive. I think I saw Scary D proc the Scarab's Blessing on Wowie, which gave Wowie the chance to escape, as opposed to potentially trying to chase him down even further. I can't remember if they were able to. Yeah, they did chase down Gamma afterward, but at that point they were super deep and really well spread out. It just kind of felt like the Valkyries played it more clustered, more grouped up, and benefited better from that grouping. So if they have Fire Giant like this, they're holding on to themselves really well. I think that you can withstand defending a tier 2 if you want to go 4-on-5, 5-on-5. But if it goes down, it's not the end of the world. I'm also surprised the Valkyries are slow rolling this as much as they are. I mean, yeah, you need minions. They're going to be helpful. But you could at least start knocking down some of these tier 1s.
Tier 1 and left should be a target for the Valkyries with how many players are grouped up on the left side of the map. Now that they've pushed these minions forward, they should be able to do so, but WoW's sitting so far back. They're just going to let Kirmi alone push this tier 1, and that's really all the damage that they need. Aquarius and WoW not going to show their face just yet, though now walking into the range of the tier 1 will reveal that there are a few members of the Valkyries on the left side. It'll be all 5 of them, and now all of the Scarabs joining in. Scream over by the red buff at the moment, but with that ultimate, can jump right in. Inbound will place a wall in front to slow down the Hunters, to slow down the carries from dealing some damage to this tower. Kirmi finds Scream in a 1v1 in the jungle. Scream misses the dash, and that's a lot of damage missed out. Kirmi goes back in, but that may be a little too far for Kirmi. Beads are gone, but so is the tier 2 tower.
Honestly, better for the Valkyries, even though the beads get used there, and now the blink even, because the ult from Baronic came through. I think a good call from Kirmi. Good reaction time from Kirmi to get that disengage. But if you're the Valkyries here, why would I credit that as a dub for them, even though you burned 2 relics and an ult if you're Kirmi? And it's just because your goal with this Fire Giant is to try and cut down the gold lead. Granted, didn't work too well when the Gold Fury went the other way, but you're sitting about 2,000 gold closer to the Scarabs than you were when it started. And so that feels pretty solid. In fact, we'll get the actual number here on the power play graphic in just a second. So, yeah, you've gained about 800 gold, which when you've lost a Gold Fury and you haven't really been winning the fights, that's actually a huge deal for you in terms of how this game has been going. It's essentially that tier 1 or one of the tier 1s and then a couple of waves. Maybe if they can knock down this last tier 1 on right, Fire Giant only has like 6 seconds, so it's not even going to be with the buff. They might just have to do it the old-fashioned way with the minion wave. But it'll at least be something, again, to get them closer. And you're in a closer to even state than you were before, and specifically Bennyq's kind of popping off. I mean, look at his build. He's full for everything that he wants. So he's been able to surpass Baronic in that regard. Kirmi is, I think, slightly ahead. That upgrade might be something that changes it, yeah, for Scream and back in favor of Scream. But the level advantage mostly disappeared. Inbound's going to hit 17 first, so he'll be able to upgrade the starter first. That's the only difference between the supports right now. Other than that, it is just this gold and these itemizations, and so Stuart should be hitting really hard. Same thing can be said for Wowie with the Deathbringer built up. And a lot of this, I think, is going to come down to engage and how carefully they play, right? Scream, Baronic, Stuart, I think Inbound as well, have been hit by that Kraken pretty consistently in the last couple of fights. They need to avoid that.
Especially Inbound. He's been the main target of these Krakens, effectively putting the support out of commission. Speaking of the Kraken, there's the first one. But Baronic low in the back line, into the wall he will go to get away from Kirmi, who dove a little too far. Scare's Blessing will make sure that Kirmi can find a way out. On the tree is Scream, but what a massive shell and shield onto Kirmi. Scream used the beads and doesn't find the damage and has now put himself out of position with no Scare's Blessing to help him out. Wowie finds the kill. Baronic right back into the fight as it's just Aquarius surrounded by the Scarabs.
You gotta get a kill here if you're the Scarabs to feel like you've got something out of this. Losing Scream, such a huge deal. And it's slowed down. I don't think the Valks are in a spot where they can immediately pick up the FG, although with Benny and Wowie in the neighborhood, they should be able to. Also, yeah, Aquarius just comes right back in. So with good zoning, they should feel fine about this. Not overly confident, though.
Scary D pulled back. Kraken available to Benny once again. Might not even need to use it to take down the solo laner of the Scarab. Stewart pelting pulse after pulse up against them. Another double whoop. But that's just to disengage himself from the team. Kirmi,
you can get that kill.
Would not want to walk forward if I were you. Valkyrie's discretion needs all 4 shots. And Stewart's got them. The jungler goes down, but he'll trade his life out for an enhanced Fire Giant, maybe. The Valkyries do find it.
Yeah, they're going to get that, but can they survive afterward? There's the Kraken again onto Inbound, and great at getting the kill. With Baronic in this position, they should be able to find more for the Valks.
Baronic dashes out, very low HP. Stewart nearly full. Baronic does not find the root against Bennyq, and Baronic on the run.
There's
A dive in by Wowie, and one shot is all that's needed. Stewart up against the world, but Stewart does not have the damage to slow down the Valkyries any further. The whoop will at least keep them from chasing the Freya, but Stewart and Scream making their way out of the team fight. At least a plus for the Scarabs.
They managed to mitigate at least one player, so you go 2 for 1 in the trade. Well, 3 for 1, 4 for 1 actually extend. Never mind. That's a terrible trade for the Scarabs. They don't mitigate anything, as it turns out. And the EFG going the way of the Valks as well. should make this. With the lack of defense presence right now, I'd walk in and yeah, start taking this Phoenix as fast as you can. You're going to get at least 3/4 of the health bar before anybody can reply.
Well, no, they'll get the entire health bar before the Scarabs can even get to the front of the Phoenix to stop that one out. Kiermi has to rotate over and slow down the Trebuchet that the Scarabs sent up into the mid lane. The Valkyries, who were down 7,000, 8,000 gold earlier, have now finally turned the gold back to their favor. Most players starting to get their full builds online. BennyQ has been there for some time, and it's just spending the remainder of his pocket change that he's been scrounging up the rest of this game to upgrade his relics and start picking up some of these potions. So now, Gore, if you're the Scarabs, you've been losing just about every single team fight past the 15-minute mark. Where is their point to come back up against the Valks?
Honestly, at this point, I think you just let this power play, you're looking to burn 2 more minutes, right? Should be able to throw up a defense, a actual 5-man, be there for it defense around one of these Phoenixes to kind of slow the Valkyries down. You've still got a lot of good damage. Look, Rada Tahuti was just finished by Stewart. I think that the presence and the capability is there. It is the play on field. You go back and look at that fight. What goes wrong the most? Scream leaves the rest of the team, dives super deep, doesn't get the kill, and dies. Then it's a 4v5 for the rest of that engagement. Yeah, Kiermi, is TKO'd, maybe falls out. You can call it a 4v4. Inbound gets hit by a massive Kraken, but it also connects on Baronic and takes about half the health bar from Baronic. So it's these little moments, and a lot of it is try not to get hit by the Kraken. Easier said than done, I know. But also don't go diving deep because of tunnel vision.
And Scream has to use his soul. Will he go back in for the reinitiation with the rest of his team? Scary D at half. Inbound channeling the ultimate early. The Kraken won't find any value this time around, but Kiermi does find Scream with the ultimate. A dash out by the Cirquet, and Inbound at critical HP will find a path on out himself. But everybody on the Solar Scarabs are falling low. Baronic, the only healthy member on the team, and he's being pushed away as Aquarius finds the execute onto Scary D. Inbound just a little too far for the Warrior to take them down. The Valks have found another pick and another bird.
Yeah, this one, almost the opposite of last game, right? Very good early game from the Scarabs and might be able to make up some space here. They have to be able to find good kills. There's Baronic going in. They need something big.
Stewart's finding a lot of big damage. Gamma is so low, but Baronic cannot find it. Baronic's ultimate down because he used it to get into the team fight. The Scarabs just cannot find these crucial picks.
That's like the 6th or 7th time I've seen a Valks player get within 1 hit of dead and not disappear. So whatever it is, the Valks playing incredibly well. The shells that have been saving them, and just the movement, using the map, the walls, everything around them, that in its own has been incredibly impressive. But it is, these grouped up team fights. You go back, just watch this entire game for the first 15 minutes. Single pick oriented play is going towards the Scarabs. Just farm over there feels good for Stewart. But, grouping, I thought it was going to be a lot stronger, a much powerful, or more powerful team fight for the Scarabs, because you got an Osiris, you've got a Freya. But the group fight, the group team play, has just been better for the Valkyries. The Krakens have been incredibly consistent. The Whirlpools have been well placed. Kiermi's ganks into these team fights have been targeting specifically Scream and forcing Scream out of here. And it all changed when these Spectral Armors were picked up. Not necessarily for Gamma and Aquarius, although those are wildly helpful. But when BennyQ and Kiermi got them, and all of a sudden, Scream's crits stopped doing less. That really turned around their team play, or their potential in these team fights. And since then, it's just been nothing but praises for the Valkyries. Every step of the way, since those 2 items, it has stifled the Scarabs. And again, it comes down to some small plays. Trying not to go too deep, trying not to get too heavily isolated. Unfortunately for the Scarabs, you have to be here for this FG or else it's curtains for you.
Whirlpool used by Benny, but he's got a decent bit of cooldown to get that back up. Scream up into the sky. Will he reinitiate into enemy territory, or will he use it to retreat? He will use it to get out of the team fight. His Inbound and Scary D are now being chased out by the Valkyries. Enhanced Fire Giant back up on the map for these teams to square off over. But Inbound has to drop his own Bracer just to make sure that his team has some extra way out.
What a far difference it makes. So, Valkyries, again, it was just a bad early game in game 1, but this has turned things around completely. And now, look at the presence of their team. Scary D can't step up to him. Inbound can't be just a tank in the game right now without getting bursted down. And they didn't even use any of their ults for that. Then you factor in the fire minions over there on left. And Scream's just not in this engagement. It's a 4v5.
Scream does not get to be a part of this team fight. He's going to make a late rotation over. Kiermi rooted out the wall by inbound. Immediately dropped down. The Kraken finds Baronic's Aegis, so he'll be fine. Gamma got the revive on himself. And this might be the chance for the Scarabs to get back in this fight. Gamma at critical health. Scary D already gone. Stewart has got to find some big damage with these pulses against these enemies, but they're not quite finding it. Baronic and Stewart do manage to find some, but it's now a 2-for-2 trade out. Baronic down thanks to Wowie. Execute out of Aquarius will find another, and it's just inbound to fend off against the Valks.
Yeah, that's not going to work too well. Look, the wall can keep you alive, but I don't know if you are going to defend here. No Kraken available. Who needs it? You got the damage, and you got to carry. And I think with Aquarius, although not tanky, you've got fire minions as well. This should be just the run-through into the Titan.
It's gonna be... Okay, maybe not. It's gonna be as close. The Kraken does slam inbound. A good freeze on a Benny Cube with all those minions there. The Valkyries are gonna take back game number 2. And it all started, I mean, Scream was 4-0 to start the game. Benny Q was 0-3 to start the game. And then all this crit started coming out from the Rat. It's something that you were questioning at the beginning. Does Scream commit to the crit tree? Yes. Yes, he did. But then that was an easy telltale for the rest of the Valks to start picking up Spectral Armors and effectively negate them.
Yeah, 4 of them. What was it? Yeah, 4 Spectrals on that team to help deal with the Rat. And not even that. It was a lot of those moments, you know, the slow transition. It actually started with some small plays, like you said, a 4-0 start for a Ratatosker that then is met with a kill finally that goes the way of the Valks. And it feels very small. In fact, in terms of the gold and experience, it didn't really make that big of a dent into things. But it was time off the map that Scream wasn't being effective. And then, a couple kills later, they finally got a second one. And then it was a little more impactful. And then, during these groupings, Whirlpools, Krakens, the Poseidon itself got a ton of value. I mean, I can count on maybe one hand how many of those Krakens were just hitting one person on the Scarabs. A lot of the time it's colliding with 2, and sometimes it's hitting them for the full damage, sometimes it's forcing an Aegis. Either way, opening up a spot for Kiermi to come in, and you know, you get to see a lot of good damage. I think it was like 30,000 coming from Stewart. You got a lot of presence from Baronic, but they just didn't convert those to kills. Too many times the Valks got away with that much health, and that's all you need sometimes.
With it, the Valkyries able to claw their way back through game number 2. Can they keep up their momentum from game 2 into game 3? We'll take a look after that, right after this break.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
you wanted to see from the Valkyries in game number 2, not what you wanted to see from the Solar Scarabs. Though there were moments at the beginning of game 2, I'd argue for half of game number 2, where the Scarabs are riding high. They've got a big lead. This game is going in their favor. Surely it ends at 2-0. Slips through their fingers, unable to finish off some kills, and the Valhalla Valkyries can capitalize, and we move on to a game number 3. And so, Myth, the way you wanted to see the Valkyries answer in game 2, not necessarily early on in this game. They were kind of getting run over again, but the ability to capitalize on mistakes from the Scarabs, a good look that gives them a chance at a set win.
Yeah, the Valhalla Valkyries, just a couple back-to-back engagements where Scream dives a little too far, and Scream being like the only guy with a lead on their team means when he dies, the lead dies with him. So the Valkyries exploiting that very, very well. But that early game presence from the Solar Scarabs cannot go unnoted for the Valhalla Valkyries. I think that when you are evaluating a match like this, the Valkyries won, but they might be thinking about that as if it were a loss, because that was a fumble situation for the Solar Scarabs. What was it, about 7,000 gold in the lead at one point, but the Valhalla Valkyries able to keep their mentals in there, played the team fights incredibly well, and we're finally able to exploit some of those overextensions we were talking about a moment ago.
They're 8K down in that replay.
Yeah, and they're dominating the team fight. They are certainly just owning it. But with all that said, I think the discussion needs to be, and it's not often that this is the discussion for the team that won, what needs to change? Because something needs to change. You can't keep seeding the early game as heavily as the Valkyries have.
Yeah, you don't win a game like that where you're that far behind very often.
No.
The cards didn't align. The stars aligned and the cards fell in the right direction for the Valhalla Valkyries.
The cards folded, the stars aligned.
The stars aligned, right. Actually, yes, you were right. 9-5 for Benny Q, though, on the Poseidon. And those Poseidon Krakens later on in the game, just hitting so impactfully. Look at the Spectral Armor presence. Everyone but Wowie picked up a Spectral Armor. Yes, Kirami. Yes, Benny Q. And then, of course, Gamma and Aquarius. So the critical strikes just not hitting the target quite as heavily. And the scaling just picked up for the Valhalla Valkyries. 48,000 damage out of a Poseidon in the mid lane. And you wonder momentum-wise, because I think you're right, Myth. It is a valid point where if you're the Valkyries, you got to say, okay, yes, we won, but it feels like we got away with one there. Right, first map win of the phase. Another game 3 for the Solar Scarabs. 3 sets, 3 game 3s. Haven't won any of the game 3s yet. You need to see one go in, I think, if you're the Solar Scarabs here.
Or the Valks.
So it's two totally different mindsets, I think, going into game 3, where the Valkyries are like, all right, we won, but how can we fix the early game? Scarabs are like, oh my god.
What happened?
What happened? How did we lose? And so adaptation-wise, I think it maybe is the reverse. Maybe the Solar Scarabs can stick with that same style of composition and test the Valkyries and see if they have an answer for it this game.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. Can and should from the Solar Scarabs. They've dominated the early game in both matches this set. Wow, he clearly heard something he did not like, so...
So we were 8K down at some point that game?
Are you serious?
What?
Again?
I'll do you one better, Myth.
Please.
The Scarabs will keep their same strategy.
You're predicting?
Yes.
The Solar Scarabs. Those guys are unpredictable.
They are unpredictable, but I have liked what I've seen them draft here so far. I agree, though. They should stick with a similar mindset of game moving forward here. Loved what I've seen from Scream, but now we've gotten a couple looks. Though this is a loss, we've gotten a couple of looks where we hyped up Ironic so much, hyped up Stu so much for good reason. They've really stepped up for this team. That doesn't mean, there are still games. I think 15-5 in a win on Kali for Scream is kind of a Scream carry performance. That game was looking eerily close to that Kali style of game. You go 7 kills early in this game, you're 4-0, everything rolling for Scream, but the Valkyries just had that answer. P's and P's for game 3 between the Valkyries and the Scarabs. One team will get their first set win of the phase after this game 3, and the other will be searching for that first win in later on sets. Valhalla Valkyries stick with the Kali ban, 15-5 as I just mentioned, obviously living in their heads, and for the first time this set, we'll end up seeing a Khepri ban, so that dynamic will have to change.
I think the Khepri ban will favor the Solar Scarabs just because of how the pacing of the last couple of games have gone for them. Khepri is essentially, hey, I'm the stopper. You might want to get early game aggression, but good luck. Do it twice. Scarabs blessing every single time. So with the Solar Scarabs having as much dominance as they have in the early team fights, the gank phase, the laning phase, You want to remove the pieces from the Valhalla Valkyries that can elongate the match, that can slow you down. Because that's exactly, again, harkening back to the interview that we had at the top of the set from Wowie, that was the exact strategy of the Valhalla Valkyries. They said, and I quote, "The Solar Scarabs are a team that really like to play through that early game aggression. All we have to do is weather the storm, and we'll take them in the team fight." They generally start to struggle at that phase of the game. Game 2, I wouldn't say they weathered the storm, but they did certainly
They did win the team fight,
and they got there, and that's where they won out. This time around, I think the Valkyries, with 2 games of data in this set, will likely have a better chance at surviving throughout that early. But the Solar Scarabs, every single time, have dominated the early game. So I'm expecting more of the same from Game 3.
Bologna could give you more of the same from Aquarius, who I do think had a pretty standout performance there on the Achilles as well. The executes by the late game, the control, and decent damage. 4-1 and 11. I would argue the best KDA of the phase, potentially the year so far for Aquarius on the Achilles at 4-1 and 11. And you need more of that for the Valkyries need, especially with some of the controlling warriors that we've seen here as of late. You need your solo laner to be able to step like that. So Bologna ends up being the first pick here. Gilgamesh and Mercury both banned out by the Valkyries. Nem, and then of course, as I mentioned, the Khepri also taken away. So both junglers taking a couple of hits early on in the ban phase here. And the Valhalla Valkyries absolutely with some options. They've picked jungle after solo a couple times. They've picked support early on in their draft phase. But it looks like Bologna solo, Osiris jungle for a little bit of extra dive for the Valhalla Valkyries.
A good deal of dive. You're taking away one of the Solar Scarabs. Comfort pick. Scary D may have struggled a bit with landing the ultimates in the previous match, but certainly was a presence inside of those team fights, was able to separate a couple of those engagements. Now won't have that same opportunity. And out of the jungle, I would argue Osiris really does fit Kirimi's playstyle. He loves playing that early aggression, loves going towards things like the Shiva, the Erlong Shen, and I would put Osiris in that same category of, hey, I might be going Mannequin Scepter, and if I do, levels 1 through 3, simply don't stand near me or you will die. That is the nature of Osiris and how strong that sickle is and how easy it is for him to apply those auto attacks. So decent threat level already from the Valkyrie's top 2 selection. Bologna can act as that solo agent in the lane, and wherever Osiris is will likely have an advantage on the map, at least for the first 10 or so levels.
So Poseidon again, but this time for the Solar Scarabs. And Ur. So Poseidon and Ur both fall into a very similar category where both have been played 8 or 9 times this phase, a decent amount of times this phase of the SPL. And both of them have only won like a third of their games so far. Poseidon around a 38% win rate, Uller around a 33% win rate. So highly prioritized Myth, just haven't quite hit the win rate mark on either case.
Yeah, I am wondering where we're going to see these picks as well. Generally, when I see Poseidon for the Solar Scarabs, my mind immediately goes towards Scream in the jungle. In the past, I'd say Ull would likely be slated for mid, but we know that Scary D can play this god very well. So if we're guessing here, the Valkyries likely guessing themselves, I wonder, we'll get a better idea of what the Valkyries are thinking as this ban phase starts to roll out. But an interesting selection, and an early one in that third slot. Raw taken. Benny loves this pick, brings your team some sustain, has all right survivability because of all the movement speed he's got from his passive, but Ra is not a contested pick, and I think it's certainly one that he could have held off on a little bit longer.
Well, game 1 for the Scarabs, remember, we got juked out a bit, where we saw Chernobog locked in, then Uller was locked in later in the draft for the Scarabs, and we said, all right, so it's going to be Uller for Stuart because we've seen Chernobog over in solo so much. Ended up being Uller in solo, Chernobog over for Stuart in the duo lane. So my educated guess is that's what will happen again. You'll still have Chernobog for Stuart. You'll have Uller for Scary D. It's what worked in game number 1 for the Scarabs team. And then Poseidon, I guess, yes, potentially could flex jungle or mid lane, depending on what the Scarabs feeling like they need and the rest of their composition. Oleron taken off the table by the Valkyries, as well as a Fafnir. Both of those would have offered pretty good boosts through the Solar Scarabs draft, as well as an Ardio now banned out. Another pick that Wowie does enjoy playing. So if you are the Scarabs at this point in Myth, does this Ra start to change ban-wise? Do you think Artemis and Kabrak have anything to do with the Ra being locked in, confirmation on the the setup for the Searing Pain, things like that, or are those just two good bans that you don't want to play against?
Yeah, I don't think the Ra affected the Solar Scarab's ban phase there much at all. Yeah, the Ra doesn't really worry too much about comboing off of Artemis. That's not to say that Artemis can't set up for Ra to Caledonian Boar and to Transgressor's Fate. Pretty easy to line up a Searing Pain from there. Kabrakan Stun as well, but I think it's more so how those picks would have complemented the entirety of the draft for the Valhalla Valkyries. And we worried about confirmation on Searing Pain, worry no longer. Groggy Strike or sending someone into the air with Epic Uppercut or even the Sleep from Kumakarna, all going to set up for that Ra very, very well. But looking at the draft from the Valks, it's low damage output across the board in the late game team fight. It's really, really reliant on that Ra snipe. This Ra has got to carry a lot of the weight. I'm sure we'll see some damage output from their Hunter selection. Wow, he's still holding off on his, but overall, this is a composition that is going to struggle to confirm some of these kills. You're not too concerned about the frontline potential or even just like some of that poke, but finishing kills as of now, completely in Ra's wheelhouse.
Well, Benny Q is such a dynamic Ra player that we have seen highlight reel plays from this guy on this pick. At some point this game, a big Searing Pain is going to get hit. How impactful it is depends on the game state. The Valkyries would love to have that be a game-ending style of moment. The Solar Scarab's hoping to avoid a lot of that. We assume carries and solo locked in for the Scarabs and looking for maybe jungle and support. Definitely support, potentially jungle, potentially mid, depending on where Poseidon and Ullr and Chernobog respectively all end up going. Xingqian has seen a rise in play, and this will be another example of it. A couple of games this phase of the SPL and a couple of wins for Xingqian.
Xingqian's got some decent matchups here. We're already concerned about the damage output of this Valkyrie's draft. Bellona and Osiris, prolific auto attackers. Ferocious Roar going to find some decent value there. With that last bit of DPS for the Valkyries also being the ADC, that means you're going to get even more value from this Xingqian going forward. Putting decent pressure with the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel onto the CC immunity of some of these picks. Bellona, Osiris, Ra, all going to be forced to use that ultimate. Kumakarna, generally short range with that dash from the Epic Uppercut, but still does have ways to deal with Xingqian's initiation. But the Bastet lock-in is the thing that catches me off guard. I really was projecting this Poseidon to go into the jungle, but now it is looking like Poseidon mid with Ull in the solo lane and Chernobog over towards duo. Scream should be holding it down on this Bastet. And it's a decent poke-style composition. You've essentially got Xingqian as your only frontliner. He's the only one separating the team fight. And then otherwise, Bastet acting as a solo agent. Chernobog and Ull probably going to be playing together for the most part, and I would imagine Poseidon similarly playing as a solo agent, utilizing that additional movement speed for guerrilla tactic warfare in these late-game team fights. Whereas the Valkyrie's composition makes a whole lot more sense. You've got a frontline spearhead to create space for this Scotty, and you've got decent CC lockdown to make sure these Ra ults are finding their way home. As far as ease of play is concerned, I'd give favoritism over towards the Valkyries. I think they have a composition that is a lot easier to execute on. But if the Solar Scarabs are able to maintain the pace that we saw in games 1 and 2, this is a composition that can just barrel over you. I mean, I'm talking early objectives, early damage output, great rotations, not only from the Chernobog, but Poseidon with all that movement speed could make it very hard for the Valkyries to reestablish control if they fall behind.
Well, that's what you wanted the Solar Scarabs to do. You wanted them to double down on that style of play. It worked in game 1 in just over 20 minutes. It worked for the majority of game 2, and then some bad decisions, some bad team fighting led to a Valkyries win. Led to believe it'll work here in game number 3. I want to zoom in on the Scotty just a bit here because only the Artemis banned away by the Solar Scarabs, and then a Chernobog and Ullr picked. So plenty of standard, more auto attack centric style hunters left available for Wowie. Do you think Scotty was ultimately a good pick, the right pick here for the Valhalla Valkyries?
I think the Valkyries are probably worried about Stu's ability to just rotate out of lane, right? It's this Chernobog who's just teleporting these team fights all the way across the map that Scotty can't keep up with. So what's the answer to a Chernobog who's essentially playing passively in the lane and then rotates out elsewhere is, let's bring the 1v1 potential. We'll see things like Hou-Yi, maybe even the On-Hers. Scotty fits that style as well of, hey, I'm just going to look for that 1v1 in lane. Even if he is teleporting out, he's at least teleporting out at half HP or worse. So it will limit a bit of Stu's freedom to do whatever he wants. So I think Scotty certainly fits that style for the Valks.
And so the tone of this game, Myth, more important than it was even at the beginning of this set. Because remember, in phase 1, Solar Scarabs, their only set win was over the Valkyries. Valkyries upset the Leviathans for their first win in the SPL in general. As of this point in Phase 2, Solar Scarabs still searching for their first set win. Valhalla Valkyries still searching for their first set win. One of the two teams will notch their first win of the phase in game number 3.
And what a Game 3 it will be. And once again, the Scarabs putting themselves into a Game 3 position, Gore. I mean, it's the third set of the phase for the Scarabs. And the third time that they're going to. I mean, it's something that we kind of
it was the thing last year.
We
it's the thing this year.
Yeah, like we joked about it in Phase 3. Like, if you're facing the Scarabs, expect a Game 3. It only happened, one time where it didn't. I think that was against the Warriors where they got 2-0'd. But ever since then, Scarabs were 3-0 or 2-1-ing or 1-2-ing in most cases, often not. And now we're back in a new season, a new phase. The Scarabs are right back to their 3-game sets.
And, you know, what's interesting is always the dynamic they come by, because I think there was a period of time where it was always they won Game 1 and lost Game 2, and then they would always lose Game 1 and then win Game 2. And it was just that issue of making it consistent to try and get both of them. And, well, hey, who knows what we're going to see out of them. I'm always excited to watch how they play and grow. I think this is a team of fun dudes to watch. And so far, they have not disappointed. Like you said, giving us 3 games every single set and being able to keep it close no matter which opponent they end up going against. And I'm curious about this entire game, just in general, how this one's going to go. Baronic now on the Poseidon, Benihue on this Raw, which I know is absolutely insane in the right moments. So I'm just excited to see like the mid lane matchup, how Wowie on Scotty is going to go throughout this one. The Osiris jungle's really enticing. There's just a lot, you know, from top to bottom. The Uller for Scary D was absolutely insane in game number 1. So I think every single lane and every role has something going for it that is making it fun to watch.
I mean, Benny is notorious on this Raw back during the SPL qualifiers, making some top-level highlight plays with this. Blind snipes over walls, just shots in the dark, setups, and even snipes without setups. I think back to a double snipe that he had way back in the SPL qualifiers. Didn't get a kill with either of the people that he hit, but hit them both for like 1,000 HP at that point in the game and essentially had TKO them from the fight. So I'll be keeping a lot of eyes in the mid lane for that matchup between Baronic and Benny as these level 5s start to hit. For now, just in the level 2 bout, the advantage has been going over to Benny and Kierme more often than not.
And honestly, I partially expect this, not necessarily because of the clear, but also because of the clear. I think Kierme is going to be able to hit a little harder. But Benihue, I appreciate how aggressive he's playing this. I don't know if it's necessarily a call that I'm like 100% behind, but I can appreciate it because of how well pushed out the rest of the Scarabs are. And that's, where I think a lot of interesting points are going to be made is in this mid lane and from this Poseidon and this Raw, because both of them have really decent clear, although I think Raw's comes online a little bit quicker than what you're going to get out of the Poseidon. Both of them have great ults, but Raw, again, long build-up, big burst. Kraken, long build-up, big burst, although slightly quicker in terms of execution. And so I think the plays are going to be made around there, longer range for the Raw versus maybe a wider area there for Baronic. Both of them have really good teamfight impact play, and it was that Poseidon last game that was making a huge difference. I mean, hitting 2 3-man ults and a majority of those engagements, almost always locking down at the time inbound. So Baronic here could potentially find good kills onto Gamma or onto Aquarius, things like that, if they get a little too aggressive. But I do think Gamma as well, speaking of like targeting supports, Kumba is one of the better, like, if you were going to have him as a solo tank, he's one of the best ones to do.
Inbound gets the beads out of Wowie. Scream finds the root, the lash after, and one more basic for first blood out of the Solar Scarabs. The jungler, yet again, 3rd game in a row, 3rd time doing it.
3 different gods.
Yeah,
as
3 different people.
Put Scream in a game and let him play jungle, and he will get you first bloods, I think is the moral of the story here. It works out really well for them. Again, really good presence, I think, from Scream to this time put it in the dual lane. He's got it in 3 different lanes as well.
Got 3 people, 3 lanes, 3 gods, 3 games. The man of 3s.
The man of 3s. 3, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to complain about it. I like where he's at. I, again, like seeing what this Bastet can do. Hitting level 5. Well, I was going to say hitting level 5 first would be important. But that's where things get more interesting. First Blood Bounty, 600 gold. Still behind in terms of where the Valks are. First Blood Bounty, you get the experience. Still technically behind in level, just ticked over to 5. Kierme was already there. So, you're getting a good proactive play early on. But that pressure in mid that the Valkyries were able to pick up, then contributing to the mid camps, gave them enough of a lead that it is still just playing catch-up so far for the Scarabs.
One thing I noticed in Scream's build is we get a look at the chart, it's pretty even there. That is not a traditional jungle item picked up for a starter. We typically see Eye or Bumbas.
Yeah.
But it's a Bluestone pendant. That's a Kraken from Boronic to secure. And also, Boronic had the speed buff on it. What is going on with the skill? What are they doing?
They're playing around, man.
They're playing Smite.
had the speed buff going for it now. Is going to be able to get that one. And so he's going to pick that up. I actually like this. So this is something, and this is going to harken back to some old Poseidon metas, but Poseidon moves very fast with this Doom Orb that he's building into. You pop the Trident or the 2, whatever it's called, and that's going to give you some move speed. Then you get the speed buff on top of that. And you're zooming pretty well. Your rotations are going to be solid, and I think that's what it is. I think that rotation power from this Poseidon is going to match up really well, whereas with Bastet, you've already got good damage. One of the things that she does is hit you really hard, really quickly, and quick succession with all her abilities, so give her something that lets those hit even harder. And I think that both of them play to strengths of the god, and I think that they're both going to enable some gameplay from the Scarabs that could help the side lanes a little bit more, right? You're going to give the jungler someone who can hit a little harder, and you're going to give Boronic someone who can just show up a little faster and maybe out-rotate or match rotations for the Raw. Because you have to remember, like, the Raw passive, giving him move speed and considering how often you're using abilities, you might not always have it at all 3, but you're still going to have like 1 to 2 stacks of that passive almost constantly going.
He blinks against Boronic. Ultimate goes over the Kraken, but a pickup on towards Kirmi. The raw snipe off the mark by Bennycube. Kirmi healing up in some of the beam, but not enough health. It's Scream once again for another kill on the Scarabs.
And it's things like that, right? You're not only getting the kill, but wide ults from Bennycube. If it's not going to connect, then that's an easy win, I think, immediately for the Scarabs. As well as the fact that, yes, you leap over the ult there for Kirmi, but they were waiting for it. And Junction, with no beats, that ult's only going to save you from one thing. So they just threw 2 CC ults at you, and good luck getting out of there. So I think I already know where Kirmi's mind is at, sitting about 6 levels from now and a nice pair of beads waiting in that relic slot whenever that happens.
Now it's Boronic and Scream who will take out their own Scorpion on the lower side. And with that second kill, the Scarabs have finally got themselves up in the lead, about 500 gold up over the Valkyries, and a little bit more XP now. So finally we've gotten away from the 0-0 down. It's 500 gold, 1500 XP, and an invade towards Bennycube. The beam will secure the red buff, but will it secure Bennycube's life? No, it will not. Gamma finds a good ultimate up against Inbound, who's got his second leap to jump himself right on out. The mid laner of the Valks will walk away.
And now that they're zoned out, Benny should be able to, if desired, walk back to the red buff. It's going to be down for a little bit, so you probably can and will clear that wave, but no, he's going to back here instead of maybe going deep to pick that up. So I think it actually might despawn before he gets there. So yeah, Gamma's going to scoop it. Or not. No, they're just going to let it go to waste. Either way, I guess it's not the end of the world. You still got the experience from it. Feels like somebody could have picked it up and at least worn it for a little while.
I feel
Although, grand scheme, does it make a difference having that red buff? Like, if it's not going on to Bennycube, I don't think it matters. Because over the next, 4 minutes, are you really going to be fighting so much or hitting so often as like a Kumba that you're really going to feel the impact of having it there? I don't think so.
I really feel like Boronic has just become the second jungler on the team. He went all the way to the enemy purple buff to try and start a fight.
He's moving so fast.
He's zooming. He's got the Zoom Orb online. He's got that Eye of the Jungle along with him, and he's got that Trident.
He's not the second jungler. He's just the jungler.
Yeah, at this point, he might as well be. He has taken every speed buff beyond the initial spawn of it. From this point onward, Boronic is just racing across this map at I was going to say the speed of light, but that's raw in his passive.
And it's actually interesting to think about this, and this is how I'm going to describe it. Boronic is the jungler right now. Scream is the ganker, right? Like, Scream is going to come up and help you with fights. Boronic is just the one play. Like, he's just the jungler, dude. What? You know what? This is an interesting twist of events, only to me because I don't think I've seen Scream not play jungle in a while personally, but on top of that, Scream does so well in the jungle, man. I don't know where they're going at with it. I mean, it's been fun. I mean, look at the experience, look at the farming. You've got 2 levels.
No, Gamma got picked up and will be dropped right back down. It's Stewart getting the credit for the kill on that. Great initiation by Scream. Got the ultimate out of Gamma, who was trying to steal away a single chalice. Sure, gets the trebuchet, but loses his life because of it.
And again, look at where Scream's at. Up 2-0 and 2 levels over Hear Me right now, and they're able to find plays like this.
And EQ gets hit by the Kraken, hit by the wave, and hit by Stewart, who will pick up his 2nd kill of the fight. That ultimate by Benny to secure the red buff after they invade last time around, but it's still not enough.
I'm starting to get flashbacks to game number 1, dude. This is. I mean, look, it's nowhere near that gold lead. In fact, they had a bigger gold lead in game 2 and lost than they have right now. So the Scarabs maybe still have a much higher end that they can go towards. But with Pyromancer spawning up in about 5 seconds, that should open up at least an easy neutral objective for them to start looking towards if you want to maybe further this. Again, you've got a Kraken. Raw Beam can help keep up with that in terms of secure. And again, Benny Hugh has much more steal potential because he can do it from further away.
Scary D finds the axe toss onto Aquarius and a jump out. She got to get away from the damage of the bludgeon. Will not do so. One more auto from Aquarius will put the Valkyries on the board. And a great gank by Kirmi to finally get some pressure on the map somewhere and get Kirmi some help because he is falling behind to whoever you want to classify as the jungler for the Scarabs.
That was the first successful gank on the Scary D Zuler we've seen today. All of game 1, every single trip over to that solo lane was useless for the Valkyries. And this time around, they're at least able to finally get some kills. They get it over there as well onto Aquarius. He's got the Witchblade going. I like where this Mind is at, just because of what it is going to bring, not only in lane, but then eventually into the team fights. I think that's going to be fun to watch the Valkyries play around with. But there are still, I want to say, some problems I think they're going to run into. And a lot of it right now is just rotationary power for the Scarabs. I mean, we're memeing it a little bit, but like this Bastet's still roaming around everywhere, is stopping in mid, getting a lot of the farm from the wave, which has them up by 2 levels. But then you're also running around, with Veronic, and you have the Kraken.
Kraken will be jumped over by Eagles Rally, but Veronic doesn't have the movement speed. Benny finds a nice snipe onto the enemy mid laner, but Benny Q himself will go down to the jungler. Scream picks up a double kill in the fight. Gamma, with no ultimate, has no escape path. A great axe toss by Scary D to put the support down, and it'll be Scream to find the triple kill for the Solar Scarabs.
But helped out by part number 3 of the rotationary power. Stewart, look at that. I mean, Stewart's just going to get into places. Everybody on the Scarabs are going to be in fights before the Valkyries even realize there's a team fight that's about to break out. That turned from a 2-on-2 to a 5-on-3 incredibly fast. And so the Scarabs with, I think, amazing rotations. And they're matching the play as well, right? I think that they're hitting their axes really well from Scary D. That's part of why that Ullr got banned in game number 2. And I think that the damage numbers that are coming out from a Bastet with a red buff now, and with a build that is much more akin to something I'd expect to see out of solo lane than out of the jungle, it has been working out incredibly for the Scarabs. And the damage numbers are fantastic at this point. I mean, trailing technically behind what is Aquarius in the solo lane, but a lot of that it's going to be a little fabricated because there's not been much other than that 1 kill. Then it's nothing but Scarabs for the next 4, so it has definitely been a good showcase for them. Downside, though, same as last game. 4-level lead for Scream. A lot of the kills on Scream. You kill Scream, not only is it a big bounty, but you get rid of a good chunk of their pressure. Maybe not all of it the same way that it was in game number 2. But it is going to reset maybe the Scarabs mentality. And it's a lot easier to get that single kill this time around. In game number 1 there was the Khepri, in game 2 the Valks had that. So this time you should be able to find and isolate this Bastet. Granted, it's Bastet. She can leap away, run away, a lot of things. But I do think that the maybe diversifying the team, where the kills are going. Triple kills always look great. But, get some on Veronic, let him get some of that lead, let Scary D, hell, even give one over to Inbound or something, just to make sure that it's not going to be a simple kill this guy and the team falls apart.
I'm trying to think the last time I saw Veronic in the mid lane, getting a wave by himself. Every time we look over at him, he's in solo lane, helping Scary D get a blue, he's in purple buff on the opposite side of the map trying to go for an invade, or he's at the enemy red buff. He's sitting level 12, only a level behind Benny. But Scream, again, with this red buff, will continue to walk forward and put some pressure. Ultimate Goes wide right against BennyQ, so that's the initiation of the Scarabs down. Inbound, gonna find his leap out. Gamma finds 2 with the Mez, but there's no follow-up from there. Benny was too far away. It's ultimate from Gamma, and the ultimate does come through. Scream very low. The Kraken will put Gamma down at critical health. The heal from Benny, keeping himself alive. And one more shot will take down Gamma. Stewart credit to that one, and one more. It's going on to BennyQ. That's a double kill for Stewart. A root on to Kirby. Should set up the triple kill for the Hunter. Stewart has now found 3 in this fight, but with Aquarius and Wowie nearby, Stewart and Inbound are going to have to turn tail and run.
Interesting target selection. I mean, Boronic was so low, they decided to chase down the guy that gets a triple kill, chase down maybe Inbound. Granted, look, speed buff Poseidon, you're not going to catch up to him too easily, but now Stewart's going back in.
Stewart goes in. Wowie uses the beads to get away from the knockup. The root over the wall won't find enough. Stewart will need a few more autos, cancels himself out of the wall. The roar is doing some decent damage to Wowie. Stewart needs a couple of autos, but I think he accidentally canceled the dash coming out of the wall and didn't have that gap close.
Could have been exactly what was necessary. Hey, they diversified the targets, though. Look, you got Scream at 5-1, and you got a 5-0 Stewart now. So, showcasing that it's not all just going to be one person. I mean, good groupings, good ult, and presence, I think, from the Valkyries, but the Kraken maybe a little stronger. Rotations, again, a little stronger from them. And then maybe that last little target selection being a little bit stronger. And so it's a lot of good play that has still really been in heavily favor of the Scarabs. But it's not a wildly out-of-control game, right? Like, these team fights are definitely not going the way the Valkyries want them. But as time goes on, Raw's going to hit harder. Osiris is going to be able to do a little bit more. And I think you'll get a heavier presence from Gamma and Wowie. Whereas, you know, for the Scarabs, you're hitting a lot of your marks now. Yes, you do scale well into the late game, but you're going to have much more to match.
Kraken a little bit off the mark. It'll take a 3rd ultimate to kill the mid laner of the Valkyries, but the Solar Scarabs will get that kill. Gamma does not find the root afterwards. The Scarabs now with their 11th one on the board, aiming for their 12th, but the damage Scary D is outputting up against Aquarius. But he is still just by himself. I said that earlier, and I didn't think a solo kill would happen, but then I was proven wrong. The Solar Scarabs, with all the pressure in the world, have now moved themselves over to the Cold Fury pit. Gamma and Wowie are going to have to do a lot to take this one away, but they won't even step foot to the pit. It's the Solar Scarabs with the Gold Fury.
It wouldn't have been worth it to try and fight there. Look, you're already behind, and at this point with the Valkyries, that one's one that I think is easy to let go. Wait for BennyQ to respawn and hope that it's going to be in time before something goes catastrophically wrong over for you in the duo lane. Scary Duo goes down, and now Kiri's looking for more.
Boronic rooted, no Kraken, epic uppercut. Will send Scream to the sky, but the damage is already done. Kirby finds a double kill, and that's big for Kirby. He was down 4-5 levels going into these team fights, but has now closed that up just a little bit. Still sitting 3 behind, though. Not great. BennyQ rooted on the rotation from Inbound. The ultimate picks up Gamma out of Scream. Scream will go for the beads. The snipe dodged away by Scream. BennyQ falling low, but not low enough, and now Kirby is back up. The Scarabs cannot close gap on the mid laner. Instead, it's Scream who is in danger. The tether for Kirby is keeping him in place. The stun is good. One more auto, but he can't find it. Scream jumps over the wall to the red buff to find a path out.
And the red buff is just enough to keep him healed up. He gets the buff. Oh, and he's going to get out of there. No, Aquarius is looking for more. Just barely able to escape. You got to call Houdini. That one was magical.
That's good.
Thanks, man.
Houdini. There you go.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I didn't know where to go from there, and I'm sure the Valkyries are wondering where to go from their last team fight. They're still sitting relatively close in the gold department at the least. Even with Kirby down a couple of levels, the gold is only 1,400 up for the Solar Scarabs. It spiked up to about 3K earlier, but the Scarabs have not been able to break that threshold. They've still been sitting even throughout this game, despite the fact that Scream has a 6-kill lead. Stewart is 5-0-4 in the Chernobog. Scarabs just cannot pull far enough ahead.
Yeah, you've got the 3-level lead as well between the two of them. There's a 2-level deficit. Hey, at least you got something going your way. Scary D needs to farm up or whatever, but I mean that's such a small thing to try and maybe open your eyes for. Granted, later on it's going to be a little more prevalent. Bologna plus the Kumba is going to be a little stronger than just Inbound, but the teamfight engage from the Scarabs has been a little bit better. The CC is a little bit better. Beads are coming back up for the Valkyries, and they're going to need it.
Ultimate from Scream a little bit to the far side. Gamma will get slammed by the Kraken and put down into the Sleepy Time passive, and then put down by Scream immediately after. The Scarabs find yet another pick, this time on the support. But where do they go from here? The pressure has been put up towards the Tier 1 tower. The Valkyries are willing to put up a defense.
I'm keeping my eyes on builds right now, specifically on Benny because I feel like he's going to be the one that needs to do the damage, but it's not enough.
Inbound, getting chunked by the tower. Aquarius goes in, finds 2 with the Eagles rally, but the snipe from Benny has already been used. Kirby finds 2 with the dunk, and inbound will go down. The reinitiation from the Valks have proven fruitful so far and makes it a 1-for-1 trade.
Keeping things about as balanced as they could be for now. Pyromancer's still available. That honestly is on my mind. A very easy to go pick up, burn down objective. Not too much if you lose it, but really good, especially for the Valks, if they're able to scoop that one away. But it's also built around awkward timers, right? Beads are down now there for Benny Q. You're going to be missing out on beads for Aquarius. You have to worry about the respawn timer, about 1:30 for an Oni Fury. So going for a Pyromancer, it's kind of now or never. It looks like now is going to be their answer. Scary D should. No, he's not going to spot it out. He didn't go that way.
No, he didn't. He'll walk to the wave, and the Valkyries will find another objective. Can the Scarabs at least find a pick onto Wowie? They should. With 2 people here, they will. Scream gets the shell on him, so he'll be able to walk out of the tower. Aquarius a little bit too late to slow down the kill on the dual lane. But that's Wowie's life for a Pyromancer.
Yeah, so honestly, at this point, Wowie is down as far as they are. Maybe worth. I mean, that's a lot of relics and an ult expended by Wowie, so that kind of sucks. But at the same time, getting any gold for the team feels like you're going to be making steps in the right direction. It just depends on where they're going to be able to find some of that carry power. I think with the Heartseeker online, and soon enough, wherever he ends up going with this next one, either into the Titan's vein, something like that, could give a lot of power, I think, over towards Wowie. But with, Benny at 1 and 4, at least keeping pace, I'm starting to funnel some resources into the Raw and feel a little more confident about that. Let Wowie play the catch-up game for a little bit. Same thing there for Kirmi. I think both of those two have a lot of potential at the high end of this game and the high end of play right now. It's just hitting that and unlocking that. Kirmi's been hitting that stride a little bit more often, though, despite the deficit. And so I'm going to keep eyes on that. There's no way.
Fire Giant started by the Scarabs. Aquarius and Gamma have spotted this out. With the fire at half HP, the Scarabs could call off the commit to the objective and maybe a commit onto Aquarius instead. Eagles rally. We'll get the Bologna away for now. Gamma finds the Mez on top of inbound to slow down his aggression through the jungle. The Scarabs go for a wild play. They don't get anything out of it just yet, just an ult from Aquarius.
That's honestly still a big deal, though. Eagles rally great at being able to close gap on BFG and look for a steal.
Fire is melting. Kraken will secure it. The Scarabs get the Fire Giant 3. Put to sleep right after. A snipe from Benny Q would be great at this point, but he does not have it to find any of the damage. Instead, it's a scattered fight inbound in the backline. Picks up 1, throws Wowie right into a whirlpool, and Wowie will go down. It's Scream who finds the kill in the backline, but Kirby trying to turn this one back around. Stewart is dove in and will find Benny Q. Unstoppable for Stewart. Gamma, critical health. Let's find another massive Mez, but Kirby cannot get out of the way of Stewart. That's a double for him and 1 for Scary D.
I mean, it's just clean pickups, man. Good fights from the Scarabs. Game 1, it was overwhelming in their favor. Game 2, they had the lead and then it started to slip through, right? Good picks and then better team fight from the Valkyries. This time around, it is just team fights once again. And partially around this Poseidon, I think the rotation power that Boronic has had this set has been amazing. The Chernobog has been able to really assist them out. But you have to give credit where credit's due. 8-1 and 7. Scream's looking really good. Scary D's finding axes. And pretty much every single person on this team is hitting them exactly the way they need to. Maybe even a little harder than they need to. But at this point, for the Valkyries, it's not just like, okay, cool, gold deficit, how do you fight around that? Or objectives, how do you fight around that? Level experience, how do you fight around that? A lot of it is just, can you group up the way you want? Benny Q, we've seen some masterful plays on this Raw, but a snipe that doesn't seem to get a whole ton of damage that makes a big difference for them. Wowie, I'm going to be honest, this Scotty, almost said Scarab. This Scotty has been negative impressive. Like I've not seen it really do anything other than use its relics and turn tail and run. So there's just a lot that I think the Valkyries just don't have going for them that could have been maybe more powerful, more punch, and more strength behind them that unfortunately right now the Scarabs are benefiting off of wildly because of.
Bronic picked up a red buff. His red buff. Or no, I should say Scream's red buff. That's the that is the main thing that I noticed is that Scream actually has a speed buff around his waist now. Bronic does go back and pick up
They've
a Soul
decided
Reaver.
Bronic's fast enough.
You have enough speed. You have a fully
no
stacked,
breaking the sound barrier on the Conquest map.
Yeah, you have a fully stacked Charon's Coin, a Doom Orb, and a Toxic Blade. I think you've got enough, Bronic. Go ahead and grab your red buff now that your Soul Reaver's finished up. The Solar Scarabs with their Fire Giant are going to clean up some of these remaining towers. Only one left standing on the right side of the map. That mid lane Phoenix burned earlier on in the team fight. And with 3 of the Scarabs over here, inbound, the one actually all the way on the left side of the map. Stewart in the middle. Kirmi spotted over in the mist by one of the Chalices. Will lead a lot of damage. Scary D. Aegis is not up available for this fight. Kraken does find Gamma. Stewart picks up one. Gamma in the sleepy time passive. Stewart cannot find the autos to weave in to take him down, especially with Aquarius playing Gatekeeper.
Yeah, so they keep Gamma alive, but you lose your jungler. You do defend a tier 2 on right.
This is funny.
This, I never thought I'd see a support split pushing this hard. I mean, honestly, I'm going to give him credit. Look at how much work. Like, half of Phoenix, if you get a single rotation, which right now a Chernobog could very easily just go over there because Bellona's there, you'd be able to knock down that Phoenix pretty easily. Even if you don't get the rotation now, it's just a half-health Phoenix for your team to rotate to in a couple of seconds.
Inbound to the back line, finds an ult against Wowie, finds the beads from Wowie in that same vein. And all that pressure on the left side. Big ult from Benny. Does clip Scary D. That's going to force the Euler to back out. Inbound, now surrounded by 4, slowed down, has the lead to find a way out. But a good mez, a good epic uppercut from Gamma. Should set up for a kill, but Inbound has not gone down just yet. He's still standing. At the end of the day, Aquarius cannot find the ceiling blow to take him down. Instead, it's Aquarius turned on, but the axe toss just off the mark.
Yeah, a lot of things. If they connect, if you get a kill here, you can go into the Titan room, but you got to play it careful.
Wow, he goes down. Scream finds the first kill, but that's the only kill that the Solar Scarabs will grab into this. They are now on retreat, but everybody from the Valkyries are alive and healthy. Scream gets rooted out. Kirby finds 4 in the backline with the tether, but only 2 of them are still connected, make it just 1. Inbound, down to a quarter HP, not regenerating a whole lot of his health back, but Aquarius has got to use his ult to find a way out of the team fight as Stewart goes right back in, and Kirby does manage to find the leap out with his ult.
Now look, Inbound's health bar, I don't know, too low, I think, to play around with. Kraken just came back up, though. Oh, yeah, leave. You got to play it safe. And I think it's the smart play to back away here. Scream's going to be able to reset. They should have a lot of gold in their pocket as well for the Scarabs here. So good item. You're going to see like Heartseeker getting picked up there. Should be finishing crit soon for Stewart. He might have to farm a little bit before he can get there and feel as confident. But a lot, I think, of power spikes that are getting connected. And they still have an advantage. Now Fire Minions over on right. Mid Phoenix did just respawn, so the last Fire Wave is there in mid. Benny Q's going to take care of that pretty easily. But weakened, and you've got 2 Hunters. And so I think there's a good chance that they're going to be able to continue getting aggressive here. Fire Giants already respawned. Look, the Valks, maybe Benny Q could walk over and go for a snipe, but he's nowhere near in a position for this one. You just got to let it go and really hope for another defense a little stronger than the one you just put up around the right side, Phoenix.
Fire Giant and a Scorpion will go to the Solar Scarabs. Wow, he's going to keep this left lane pushed up to try and force the Scarabs to maybe have to try and pick a fight without their minions, at least in the left side. Mid Phoenix has respawned, but it's a weakened one, and the Valkyries will need all 5 to defend up against it. Kirmi just now getting back to base will be able to rejoin his team. That's all 10 players on the map, grouped around the mid. The Solar Scarabs have their blinks up for an initiation. Question is, will it be Inbound who goes in first, or will it be Scream?
That's going to be, man, initiation, a blink from Inbound. He has the Ankh as well. If you go deep enough, that's going to be good to shut down healing. But if Gamma walks in like that, you're going to get a lot of free damage.
Ultimate picks up Gamma, thrown right back to the Wolves, and Scary D is the one who finds the pick. Veronic clipped by the ultimate. Out of Benny Q once again. Scream dives in the backline, and the relics from Wowie have been burned through, and so has his health bar. Inbound finds the final swing. Kirmi forces Stewart into the wall. The Lord of the Afterlife misses Stewart. Needs a little bit more damage, and he'll find it, but Aquarius trades out his own life. It's another kill up. This one for Scream. Only Benny Q left alive to defend against 4. And with no ultimate, no beam left to his name, and no minions to help him out, Benny Q will do everything in his power to fight against 4, but he does not have the damage, he does not have the defense, and the Solar Scarabs in Game 3 will take the set.
That one starts out very similar to Game 1, follows a pace similar to Game 1. Little bit closer for the Valkyries than it was in that initial game, but early leads for the Scarabs that then compound into further leads. You get, I mean, we were, again, joking about it, but a Bastet that's farming on the mid waves and getting a lot more consistent experience, a Poseidon that's rotating around a lot, and the two of them in tandem going up higher and higher in terms of experience than their counterparts. That then transitions pretty easily to some good team fights, and I expected a little more maybe to come out of the Valkyries, but by the time they got to that stage, the gap was just enough, and again, Kraken's being incredibly impactful throughout that one. Something that, again, like Worlds Finals, you never get to see them, but at least here in the last 2 games, that Poseidon was essentially the thing that changed these fights.
It really just roasted, I guess, the Poseidon pick in general. Yeah. The Solar Scarabs giving us a little bit of a razzle-dazzle as far as their mid and jungle were concerned, but at the end of the day, they come out on top and get the dub. That's all from us on the cast. We'll throw it to the desk to close out the set.
Solar Scarabs finally get a Game 3 to go their way, grab themselves their first win of the phase here in Phase 2 of Season 9 of the SPL. Feels like, though, Myth, and this is due credit to the Solar Scarabs, this one could have been done, maybe should have been done in just 2 games. The Scarabs just played an overwhelming brand of Smite today. A couple slip-ups in Game 2 give the Valkyries a route back in. But in 3 consecutive games, it felt like the Solar Scarabs had the early game figured out, had the gold lead figured out. Just took games 1 and 3 to really capitalize on.
But in Game 3, it's a completely different version of that early game. It's such a unique strategy that we saw between Baronic and Scream, where essentially they're trading roles, but not just once, consistently throughout the match. If Baronic wanted to farm mid, Scream would rotate over towards the dual lane. Otherwise, Baronic was farming the jungle, and Scream was just sitting there in mid. And I talked to Slaney about it. It's like, man, what is going on? Why are you going for this style of play? And he tells me, again, a brainchild of Slaney, by the way, coach of the Solar Scarabs. He said, look, Bastet's jungle clear, incredibly weak throughout the early portions of the game. Once you finish up that Transcendence, then you can start looking towards the buffs. You can start farming it a little bit more consistently and in a timely manner. But until then, it's just easier to clear out mid. It's just easier to utilize that Bluestone for Bastet, which does have some phenomenal transforms or upgrade options into the late game for that god. So I suppose it's just been a very long time since we've seen the laning phase broken up and approached in a different manner. So it's just really exciting to see that the Solar Scarabs not only came with a brand new strategy, but it just worked.
And it worked really, really well. Scream got off to a great start this game. Stuart, though, really knocks it down. This Chernabog, remember, with Uller and Chernabog, especially with one going to the solo lane, as of late, you'd assume that Chern would go solo, and then Ull would stick over in the dual lane. Stuart, of course, very good at both of those picks, but the Chernabog just looked out of this world in game number 3. A 15 KDA.
That's pretty good.
10-1. Yeah, it's how Stuart ended, as well as Scream at 10-1 and 11. Scream, rather. The one extra assist, slightly better KDA than Stu, but really it was the 1-2 punch of damage from those two between Scream and Stuart. And so the Solar Scarabs are able to make this early game kind of pressure style of play really work here against the Valkyries. Valkyries just didn't have much of an answer. And so back to the drawing board for that squad. But I do think this is a good building block for the Scarabs moving forward, realizing that this style of gameplay is something that they can lean on.
And speaking on the Valkyries, I was surprised that they didn't even once throughout this set try and bring that early game pressure that we so associate them with sets previous. I think maybe they got in their own head a little bit and said, look, the Solar Scarabs are like the early game team. We don't want to fight them there. Instead, let's aim for that late game. But in going for a different style, we got a different look at the Valkyries. I would have loved to have seen how a game would have played out if they were both going at it just from minute 1.
Right. Well, like the Solar Scarabs, get it done in 3. Good looking in all 3 of the games. Just needed the one extra one to seal up this set. Stuart, though, the ADC for the Solar Scarabs, now with me for the post-game interview. Stu, finally getting that Game 3 win. You guys have gone 3 games in all your sets. You finally get the win here. Does it feel like a weight off the shoulders to the squad to finally get over that hill in Game 3?
I mean, a win is a win, but I guess, I could say, yeah.
And I wonder for you, because when I was talking to Myth about it, when we see the Chernabog picked as well as another hunter, I'm used to seeing Chernabog over in solo lane. Did you have to kind of nudge Scary D to let you get the Chernabog, or is he feeling Uller anyway?
No, that's just what we practiced and that's where we were going with,
Well, it was really comfortable style of play. It really felt like early game was the mindset for you guys, just kind of run over the Valkyries. Do you feel like that's a style of play that works specific against the Valkyries, or is that just what you were feeling today? Let's get aggressive early.
Well, we were kind of playing for like mid game, especially with the best at mid, kind of because we like they're doing a little
You swapped it, right?
thing, yeah. So we were kind of playing for mid game, but like we kind of just beat them all stages, kind of I think. So it doesn't really matter.
Right. Well, look, it was a really fun strategy to watch. Great to see you guys get back in the win column. Looking forward to some more of it. And
Thank you.
Congrats and best of luck.
Thank you.
So the Solar Scarabs myth able to take down the Valhalla Valkyries, get themselves into the win column here. And I think you hope that this starts a momentum run for this squad, because again, you know, the 0, when you look at the standings, the 0 in the win column only tells you so much of a story, right? It tells you the Scarabs haven't won a game yet this phase. Right, okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Yes,
clean it up.
What do you mean clean it up? That's
the 0 on the win column tells
only
you a story.
tells you so much.
Yeah, okay.
It only tells you if they haven't won a set yet.
I'm with you.
But what it doesn't tell you is that against some very, very good teams, the Solar Scarabs have taken them to 3 games and shown moments where that 0 in a win column maybe should have been a 1 up to this point. Do you see what I'm trying to say, man?
No, I'm with you, man.
Or was this too complex for you to wrap your mind around?
I'm with you, Dave.
Then
and
why
now
are you
there's
clowning
no
me?
longer a 0 in that win column. There's 1. And that only tells you so much of a story.
You've boiled it down to the point where it's nothing. You've taken a filet mignon and cooked it well done. There's no flavor left in the point that I was trying to make, because you've just overcooked it. You've boiled a steak, Myth, and I hope you're proud of yourself, because that was a really good point that I was making. They hadn't won, but they took some really talented squads to 3 games. The Solar Scarabs could have and should have had wins up to this point. They go 3 against the Oni Warriors. They go 3 against the Bolts. But the 0 doesn't tell you that. Is this not tracking?
No, I'm with you 100%. I don't know.
Then what's the bit?
There is no bit, man. I'm just enjoying time with my buddy.
Yeah, the Dolphin squad. We even got you to make a dolphin noise on broadcast. It didn't matter at all. Unfortunately for the Valkyries, still a 0 in that win column. Able to go 3 games here in this set. I don't know. I'm going to go reset my mental. I've got a cast here in a moment. Nif is going to stick around on the desk. You'll see him in just a moment after this break.
trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. You lost perspective. I won't give you direction. You're always restless. Want me to fix your problem. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. I'm your maximum profit. I can afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Oh no. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go. Honey, don't take me for granted, 'cause I don't recognize you anymore. Once sweet and caring, now cold and calculated. You can't be trusted. You want the world for your own. You want maximum profit. I can afford to stay, so get out of my way. Smoking down the track and never looking back. You can't be with me anymore. You can't be with me. Oh. Once I will let you in, but now I let you go.
your free games with Prime in June.
Battle Man and Beast for survival set in the Himalayas in the open-world action-adventure shooter Far Cry 4. Then, adventure to the high seas as Pirate Guybrush Threepwood in the point-and-click adventure Escape from Monkey Island. Join the WRC Championship to win the most challenging motor racing competition in the world. Build yourself a cat cafe of your dreams in the sim game Calco. Journey with the Astrologaster, who uses the stars to cure the sick in 1592 London. Then, follow Alice on a musical adventure in Across the Grooves. With Amazon Prime, you also get free shipping, videos, music, groceries, and more. Play your favorite games straight from the cloud on Amazon Luna. Go to gaming.amazon.com for all these free games and more. Go where the games take you.
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. Make sure that you're making the most of your Prime membership by connecting over to your Twitch account to get some of the great, awesome free games that come every month. If you didn't like anything that was in last month, then there's a whole new fresh arsenal of games this month. And if you don't like any of the games that's in this month, don't worry, there's going to be another catalog of games next month for you to pick up, as well as exclusive content and some of the great games that you're already playing. In fact, we have a skin in there right now, the Happy Little Painter Jean-Qui. If you want to grab that, make sure that you got your Prime account linked up with everything to go. And also, not just games, you can get free shipping, you can get free groceries, get free music, movies, all kinds of great stuff with a Prime membership. So make sure that you're making the most of that. Thank you so much to Prime for being the sponsor in Season 9 of the SPL. I'm J-Mac. I've got Mifflin joining me up on the desk for set number 2 of our day. It's wild to believe we're just now getting to set 2. We're hitting the 4 p.m. mark, but what a barn burner of a game that we had first off. The Solar Scarabs go to the full distance with the Valhalla Valkyries in a 2-1 set. Very close and competitive second and third game. And now we lead it to our final set of the day, which is going to be the Atlantis Leviathans and the Jade Dragons.
The reigning world champions and the Jade Dragons looking to bounce back as well. I'm excited for this set. I think considering how strong that first one was, there's going to be some pretty large shoes to fill, but these are two teams that I think are very capable of doing so.
A very contentious set between these two. Like I said, if you missed the first set of the day, the Solar Scarabs and the Valkyries go the full distance with a 2-1 for the Scarabs. And then we'll round out our day today with the Dragons and the Leviathans, and then we'll have our triple header tomorrow to round out our weekend out. Seeing a look at the standings, well, all that really changed was at least the bottom in between those two. The Scarabs and the Valks came in at 0-2. Scarabs now move themselves up definitively over the Valkyries for now with a 1-2. The Valkyries fall to 0-3 at the bottom of the standings, sitting at 8th seed for now. But we're moving into the other bottom two teams, which is a weird statement to say when you think of the Dragons, who were the #1 seed in Phase 1, the Leviathans, who were the world champions last season, but at the same time, the Leviathans in Phase 1 struggled. They came out at 6th seed at the end of the phase, and now again fighting in that same similar spot with the Dragons.
Yeah, it is really curious, right? Like the Jade Dragons, sure, they've always been a team that have been dominating in the first phase throughout their entire tenure, all the way back to Ghost Gaming. I feel like this squad has won Phase 1 of any given year, every single year. But the Atlantis Leviathans are a team that have really not made the comeback, and they're going to have a tough opponent ahead of them here today. The Jade Dragons have been revitalized a bit, if we're going to go by weeks previous. Phase 1. We'll go by the Phase 1 Jade Dragons, which I'm sure is what the fans would like to see, or the Jade Dragons fans at least. And that is a team that has been very adept at playing every single portion of the game. Gone are the days of, hey, they're either going to beat you in the early or they're going to lose. Now it's, hey, they might beat you in the early, mid-game. It still looks really good for them. Sometimes their compositions are a little bit more late-game slanted. And instead of completely relying on Sanford Soccer out of the jungle to establish their pressure, now with new member Pagon, they've diversified where that comes from as well. Pagon, again, is the type of dude who's going to be playing things like the Gilgamesh in mid. He'll lock in the Ools. We might be looking at a Raven mid, set, things along those lines. Anything that Pagon thinks he can do to establish pressure is something Pagon will do. And that has been very hard for some of these mid laners in the league to deal with, as generally mid lane has been one of the more stagnant roles in the history of Smite. It's, hey, I'm either going to play mages or I'm going to play ability-based hunters. And that's been the case. And Pagon breaks the mold a bit by saying, hey, assassins are pretty cool here. Maybe I play a warrior once or twice. And those matchups have really favored him. And when he's able to establish that pressure, the Jade Dragons flourish around him.
The Jade Dragons have found a lot of success in the past through their mid laner and even through the dual lane that's been able to step up on the opposite side. You know, Panda Cat and PBM able to really reprise their role. The Jade Dragons have also just been allowed to get so many essential picks to their core. I mean, we've been seeing multiple games where Yamoja and Baron have snuck through for this team to be able to find success in there. Sam's been able to find great things. And such diverse comps that we're seeing from the Dragons. They'll go from the more traditional style of play, your standard mage in the mid lane, your warriors in solo, and then all of a sudden we're seeing triple hunter compositions come out, or double hunter in these mage jungles. So it's all over the place with the Dragons, but a team that's maybe not as similar in that same vein. The Atlantis Leviathans, a much more standard team when it comes down to it. Sure, we've seen them go for some of these double or triple hunter comps, but a lot of the success of the Leviathans in the past and up until now have been by playing that traditional Smite.
It has been. When I think of the Leviathans at their peak, it's, hey, we're going to play whatever the Reddit tier list has in S+. If it's all hunters, we'll play all hunters. If it's a Daji, we'll play Daji. But recently, it feels like the Atlantis Leviathans have been a little bit slower on adapting to this new age meta. This is not a team that I associate with a triple hunter composition. This is not a team that is just playing what everybody else is playing. Instead, it feels like now, with the rings on their hands, they've established, all right, these are the picks that we're good at. We kind of want to stick with that style of play, and they're trying to come into their own. So this could be an evolutionary period for the Leviathans as they start to develop their own style instead of playing that standard Smite that we used to associate with them last year and as Sanguine. So I am excited to see what this team is able to build upon as the phase goes on. But in recent weeks and recent months, the struggles of the Leviathans really have been securing that early game. Early game really has been a bit of a weakness for them, and once they are able to get past that point, generally the strength of this squad used to be team fights and still is. When they are grouped up as 5 and playing together inside the jungle, around the Fire Giant, around a Gold Fury, that really is where this team flourishes. So I think the major thing that has changed that's really hurt the Leviathans is this lack of emphasis around Gold Fury. Used to be 10 minutes into the game, Gold Fury was the POI. That's where everybody grouped up, and it was a 5-on-5 engagement. Nowadays, those 5-on-5s have been pushed a little bit further back into the match, and the Leviathans aren't allowed to use their main strength.
No, they haven't been able to. And one thing that's really kind of showing a lot of commonalities between these two teams have been some of those picks. We'll talk a little bit more about those in just a moment because we do have a very special interview planned for you guys. We're going to throw it over to that real quick. We'll be right back with you guys.
I feel like the scary thing about Jade Dragons is like the 3v3 because they have a lot of pressure and they're gonna like punish you, like invade raids and all that stuff. I think they're playing better because of Pegon. Like he's like so flexible to play, like I don't know, assassins or hunters from it, so that's a good point for them. They play a world difference, in my opinion. They play like so much pressure right now because of the meta of the hunters. So they're playing like 4 fists and full pressure on the map. I think like they can win like from solo lane for final K or dual lane, or even like the 3v3 as I said before.
Panatom, the jungler for the Atlantis Leviathans, echoing a lot of what you were saying there, Mifflin, where this is just a pressure team out of the Jade Dragons. They can play through just about any one of their players on the map, whether that be Final K out of the solo lane, whether that be in that mid 3v3 or over in the dual lane on the opposite side. The Atlantis Leviathans have been keeping notes on the Jade Dragons. I'm sure every team has been keeping notes on the Jade Dragons to see what kind of comps they're willing to come out with, what kind of strategies that this team is, because this is one that kind of helped to define the meta during Masters, and we're starting to see this meta shift up just a little bit more. Picks and bans for game number 1 between the Leviathans and the Jade Dragons starts back up. And going back to some of the picks, I think probably the 2 most contested picks we might be seeing between these 2 teams, maybe I'll throw 3 in there because I'm going to throw 2 supports. Yamoja and Kepri, most likely between at least Mike and Rongyu. And then that Poseidon as well has been something that's at the top of the game for both these 2 teams.
Poseidon, a good topic of conversation. I think Chernobog probably up there in the discussion as well. That global presence, as well as taking away a hunter from the Jade Dragons when they are apt to go towards a triple hunter composition, could be a good avenue for the Leviathans. But it seems like they've got their eyes on limiting Sam for Soccer as of right now. Fenrir banned out in that first slot. I am curious. I really feel like any given week we're going to see a completely different version of the Leviathans. This does not strike me as a team that is saying, hey man, our strategy isn't working, but we're just going to stick with it. This is a team, I think, that is apt to adapt. I'm expecting a different version. And if that's the case, what better test than up against the Jade Dragons, the Phase 1 champions? So, reigning world champion up against the Phase 1 champion inside of this set. But the bans have rolled out as largely standard, I'd say.
Yeah, Fenrir, maybe the one that kind of stands out amongst the crowd, at least for now. And then Nemesis and Mercury, all bans up against Sam for Soccer on the Jade Dragons, a Daji and a Chernobog on the opposite side. So taking away that global presence that's been such a massive factor for so many of the teams in the SPL, just in general across the competitive scene. And then Daji, a specific shot over at Panatom, recognizing that he has been one of the big playmakers for his team and setting the standard of the pace. And it's something that we see specifically out of the Warriors as well. This Dodge pick, even in this auto attack style of meta where Golden Blade is reigning supreme, it always still feels like Dodgy just has herself right there with the top end.
Especially with Panatom, who's seen so much success on this pick. It really is Dodgy locked in for her ability to force out those ultimates or force out those beads, the pressure that she can establish, especially with some of the wombo combos that we know she has, Dodgy plus Morgan, essentially just a double Dodgy composition. Makes it so hard for teams to draft around that safety. How much CC immunity can you pick up from inherent kits in the game? It's pretty difficult. Not everybody can be Robin. Not everyone's got overhead kick plus a CC immune ultimate, and the Jade Dragons don't seem to want to deal with that as of now. Uld picked up first overall for the Leviathans. An early pressure selection has some flex potential as well, now into 3 roles. Every single one of the lanes has seen Uld at some point this year, and I think that's going to continue to be the case. So the Leviathans not showing too much of their hand in that first selection, except for the fact that they will likely have pressure in at least one of their lanes.
Now it's over to the Jade Dragons, and we'll see maybe how early one of Pagon's picks comes out. Typically, similar to the Valkyries and some of these other teams, even like the Scarabs, you see that mid-selection held off for a while. But with AMC being hovered, a god who's been seeing an immense amount of bans within the first week of play and even up until this set, will make his way through. So Muzen Cobb for the Jade Dragons, and Baron Samedi as well, as he has been left open. Notably, as one mentioned earlier, 2 Guardians still up for either of these 2 teams to take. Khepri and Umoja not looked at just yet.
With both being so highly valued, I think neither one of the teams will feel bad about getting the other one, right? So if the Leviathans take Khepri for themselves, the Jade Dragons say, all right, well, we get Umoja, that's not a big deal, and vice versa is true. So instead, they look elsewhere in their draft. AMC locked in, has got very high boxing potential, opens up the door to a double hunter composition without having to worry too much about physical defense, thanks to Stinger having that defense shred inherently. Baron Samedi brings some in-combat healing, which should help out a fair deal once the teamfight phase starts to roll up. And the Leviathans seem to think the teamfight phase is what they're aiming for with a Freya lock-in. That's generally the pacing you're trying to set. Just get her to 4 or 5 rings, and then she could start being that chainsaw for your squad. But Baron Samedi does bring at least a little bit of flex potential. You can toss him over towards solo. He's also seen a fair deal of play over in the support role as well.
I got maybe a little bit of bad news for some Dragons fans, some good news for Leviathans fans. So far this year, Rongyu is 100% win rate on Umoja. Only 4 games played, but all 4 of those have been wins for the Leviathans. So maybe some good news in that support role by grabbing that god out. Khepri has been overlooked for now, maybe at least with some of that flexibility you mentioned with the Baron on the Jade Dragons, and then a Jingwei to round out the top 3 for the Dragons. So we're at least seeing 2 of the Hunters. AMC has been more often slanted towards the mid lane. Jingwei, we've been seeing some flexibility of her in either of the 2 side lanes. Do you think that the Jade Dragons are going to continue with this double Hunter or with this, maybe even to a triple Hunter, I should say?
You know, every time they lock it in, I think to myself, man, that's got to be the last time, right? Like, we're not going to see it again.
Surely it's done.
And then they do it again. So do I think they will? Maybe. And I'm sure the Leviathans are thinking of that possibility as well. With the draft as it is, a triple Hunter composition would leave you incredibly squishy. Baron Samedi being your primary initiator, I suppose, would make it very difficult to approach that team fight phase, especially with a Freya on the other side. I would like to see the Jade Dragons get a couple more standard selections first. Something that could deal with this Freya early on would be massive for them. But the possibility is certainly there.
Well, it will be Osiris and Gilgamesh banned away by the Jade Dragons, so making sure to keep some of that pressure from the jungler away from this AMC, away from this Jingwei. And then it'll be the double magic jungler that the Jade Dragons oh so love to run when they get these kind of hunter compositions. Poseidon and Habwa both banned away. And with that Poseidon taken away, sure, that does take it away from the potential that it could go over to Sam, but maybe also tells that this Ullr and Freya could be one of the 2 picks going over towards Shinto. And now with the Susanoo locked in, I'm still scratching my head a little bit because we've seen this a lot from Pagon in the mid lane.
We have, so that could leave AMC over the solo, Jingwei and the duo, Susanoo could run it down in mid. If this is Freya going mid, I don't think it is. Generally, if you see a Freya and an Ul together, you're going to assume Ul's going mid, but we saw a little bit of mid Freya earlier on. If that is the case, Susanoo is going to dominate that matchup. It is such an immobile mage in Freya that you're able to gap close for the most part. You should be able to out-farm throughout the early portions. And that has been the MO for Pagon in the past. So keep your eyes on the Jade Dragons draft. We'll get a little bit more clarity on it as this last pick is taken for them. But I do want to talk about this Habwa ban just briefly because that is the age-old answer to Freya. Freya is always, hey, if I'm allowed to hit you once or twice, you're probably just going to die to the third or fourth auto attack. And Habwa is, hey, I'm going to blink in, I'm going to knock you up, and you're not touching the ground. You should have beads the knock up initially, because getting into the air is going to get you slammed by Crushing Wave. And that is a great answer to Freya, who's got all that sustain thanks to the build, as well as how her abilities work around it. So the Leviathans, and taking that away from the Jade Dragons, just a smart move, because that is one of Sam's best gods as well.
With the final 2 picks from the Atlantis Leviathans, we will see that's going to be King Arthur to the solo lane and Erlong Shen locked in for Panatom. So a little bit of a different look, going away from the Mercuries that had gotten into the past. The Dodgy obviously banned away, so slightly different look there. And even with some of the rebalancing and kind of re-kitting of this god, we've been seeing a little bit less of Erlong Shen, but as of recent, with this Golden Blade Rise, and as you've highlighted before, with Mannequin Scepter kind of resurging with some of these auto attack junglers, we're seeing a little bit more success out of him as of recent.
We have. I mean, anybody that's able to utilize Golden Blade is just a farm jungler, right? You're able to get online so quickly. The additional movement speed, 10% from Golden Blade, allows you to maneuver the jungle so incredibly well. It's a Voth lock-in. Oh, that is curious. So that is likely going to put AMC over towards the solo lane, Jingwei in the duo. Then you've got a Baron Samdi support, Thoth mid, Pagon, very capable of playing standard mages, even if he doesn't do it all too often. And then Susano inside the jungle for them. I like this draft from the Jade Dragons, but I am concerned about the initiation, which was the initial concern when we saw their top 3. Is Baron Samdi always going to be able to close gap on these priority targets? Life of the Party has got some built-in answers from the Leviathans. Just spot up some Yamoja walls. It doesn't feel great if you have to use your Yamoja ultimate just to counter out an initiation from the Jade Dragons, but looking at how their composition works, stopping that initiation might just be the value, because besides Baron Samdi, who else is doing it? Susano with the pull-in? Probably just dies pretty quickly.
Yeah, I imagine for the Susano, it's just going to be, all right, I blinked into the back line, I charged up Typhoon, oh no, everybody's looking at me, somebody please help. And it's something that we saw in previous sets where whenever you only have this lone Baron as your frontliner, you try and get that one coffin pull in, and sometimes it takes a while to get them. If you're trying to pull in a King Arthur, he's got a few ways to get away from there.
A few.
Yamoja, you even talk about not just the walls, the riptides that can pop up, maybe pull some people away. I'm a little bit worried with you alongside this Jade Dragons composition. So for the Jade Dragons, is the early game just going to be the name of the game? Do they have to hit the ground running early to try and find a win over the Levi's?
It's hard to say, right? Because this is a composition that should be able to scale very well. You've got Double Hunter, Susano comes into the late game very well. Once the crit, once the penetration is there, I think the Jade Dragons will have the ability to look towards objectives. So that could be one way in. But you are right to say that the early game has got value for the Jade Dragons, which is always going to be the case with any team lined up against a Freya. If you can slow down her farm and start to transition that into early objectives, we could be looking at a standard Jade Dragons match where they are able to just snowball you out of control throughout the early portions of the game. But this is a composition that can perform early, but it's not that same just run you down, I'm on top of every single one of your buffs that we're used to seeing.
So for the Leviathans, as they kind of get the ball rolling for themselves, is there a lane that maybe Panatom has a little bit better chances of getting some control for himself? Does he focus up with Shinto, or does he maybe move over with Zapman to the dual lane to get some pressure on the Dragons?
I think playing around the Ull throughout the early is one of your best avenues in. Just the ability to have him be the initiator with an axe from downtown, follow up from wherever you need. Hail of Arrows has so much range on it that if you're looking for kill pressure, don't look any further than that Ull. Play around him. But if you're looking for who needs to be facilitated, play around your Freya.
Well, we'll have to see where Panatom and the Levi's play around. Can they find a game one, or is it going to be the Jade Dragons to start this set out? We're going to throw it over to Dave and Trelly for game number 1.
My goodness, what a matchup to end our day with. Leviathans versus Dragons. Trelly, what's our name? Because I did this with Myth yesterday, and we landed on Dolphin. It's either Deli or Trollson.
Trollson, I like Trollson, and adds a little bit of edge to the cast, if you will.
Are we just going to troll the whole time, though, if that's
all we do?
All right, so you're in on Trollson. I'll stick with Trollson as well. And unfortunately, Myth is going to have to hang with Deli. Next time I cast with Gore, we'll get to the bottom of our name. Doug joining us, of course, though, for game 1, game 2, and what could be a 3-game set between... Charlie, I can't believe it. 2 teams that are in the lower half of the league between the Leviathans and the Dragons. This is literally a 5th versus 6th place matchup right now based on how the early sets have gone between these 2 teams. Don't expect them to finish there. but teams that have had some struggles to start off their phase.
Yeah, no doubt. I think just an interesting meta right now that the Jade Dragons are trying to figure out how they want to play it. And I got really excited when I saw the RDO hovered because that meant that FineOK was going to play a traditional solo laner, has a good matchup into King Arthur. That means Pagon takes the AMC mid, and then they just ripped that all away from me, and they are continuing this trend. I mean, AMC does have the Stinger, can cripple out King Arthur. Narcora started teleport, not beat, so maybe some kill potential there, but we're going to see a completely different style of play, which usually means FineOK is going to be underneath this tower for quite some time. And looking to get aggressive in the mid lane.
Yep.
That's probably going to be your best option.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a different look for Fino. I'm so used to seeing him just in his career, not necessarily in this meta, on the King Arthurs, the aggressive warriors, the run it down in lane, run it down in team fight styles of picks. So it is just new for me and for all of us to see FineOK on these styles of picks. But the Jade Dragons really want to make these compositions work. Yeah. Have seen mixed success from them. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, if game one just does not work, FineOK unable to get involved. If it just does not work out for the Dragons, I wouldn't be surprised to see a pivot get FineOK back on some of those warriors moving forward. On the left side of the map, though, an interesting matchup. Of course, Polar Bear Mike is going to be the one tank, and so he's going to have to not only initiate, but soak up a lot of the damage. But really two carries, one magical, one physical. They want to scale up later on into the game, and then two supports that love to be a bit aggressive. So I think it's going to be a fun dynamic watching this duo lane.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, PPM is itemizing, I think, the way he has to, starting that Spirit Robe first, or know, building into it eventually, because he's got to be the target. The first one standing in front of everyone, trying to be that frontliner, trying to be that initiator.
He's it.
The Baron's going to be the first one to die or the first one to set up a kill, and that's the only option at this point. So I understand the shell, but with no beads and with no sort of setup, there's a lot of taunts in. And Sanford Soccer is just hiding from Panatom here, trying to steal away his speed buff, and because he hid there long enough, will be able to.
I think he will be able to. Drops the little guys. And knocks down the big one as well. What is that, a centaur? I don't know what the speed buff guy is.
Wait, I just want to see the look on his face when he realizes
this is going to be great. He gets to walk over to his buff. This is always the payoff. Walks around.
And we got to see the face too.
In his face, I just see the word "oh" come out of it. Just my buff's gone. He has to walk around the corner. That's got to be frustrating. Has a bit of a lead over Sanford Soccer right now as far as experience goes, but it is slight. So a nice little play from Sanford Soccer to take that speed buff away. And I do think the jungle matchup's going to be important here as well. Of course, for the Jade Dragons and finding other types of initiation. You're going to need the Typhoon, things like that from Sam. But early on in this game, getting the ball rolling for both of these teams, between Panatom, between Sanford Soccer, both have Blink. And so you wonder where Panatom on this Erlang Shen, Sam on the Susano feel comfortable starting to put some of that pressure.
Yeah, I would assume the duo lane is where Panatom wants to look for. Again, looking at PBM specifically, that should be an easy kill. But I think the Jade Dragons know that, and they're going to sit underneath the tower for quite some time. Pagon has beads and sees this, and will just be able to dash away. So much range, on that dash from the Thoth, the evade and punish.
So much wrath.
So much wrath in his
so
eyes.
Angry.
Panatom is furious that Pagon just dashed away.
I think Pagon has got the least wrath-like skin on right now. The chill farmer.
Farmer?
Isn't he a farmer?
No, he's like a hipster. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was like well, those two things are kind of similar nowadays, right? The hipstery vibe, the kind of farmery rural vibe, those could be kind of similar.
Yeah,
My point is,
he probably grows his own food.
Right, exactly. He's on a very chill skin. No wrath in mid. Though, some wrath in that final judgment, and I do expect those to be hitting this game because Pagon's so talented on this style of pick. Because remember, in the SEC, there was some flexibility with Pagon, but it wasn't as flexible as maybe I'm used to seeing here with this Jade Dragons team. The Assassins in mid, kind of few and far between. It was really the mages, the cornerstone mages, where Pagon looked really good. And we'll kind of equalize out that range that otherwise the Ullr will be throwing out as well. Hog.
Ooh.
Is that not good enough? And Wrongu is able to drop down the purple. A small moment and an unfortunate moment for the Jade Dragons duo.
That's not what you want to see. When you save your hog for the buff, you usually want to make sure you're confirming that one. So great by Wrongu to be able to steal that buff away. Going to give a little bit of extra safety and just, a little bit of extra XP and gold you're taking away from Panda Cat, as well as PPM, who was sitting there and just watched that one go down. Pretty tame game thus far. The really only gold lead we're seeing is a small bit in favor of the Leviathans, and I would imagine that's on the back of Yarkor, who's level 7 right now, so maybe he's taking a bit of neutral farm away, last hitting more minions, that sort of thing. It's what you'd expect with a King Arthur up against an AMC. There's no real kill potential when a full sovereignty is online. He's got teleport as well, so shouldn't be missing any sort of farm, whereas AMC has to make the whole trek all the way back to lane. And Yarkor, I imagine, needs to get ahead pretty early on. It looks like Wrong Yu is going to rotate over, trying to catch the B, and hold that thought.
Sam was trying to be sneaky behind the wall, and then Panatom was a bit sneakier and actually caught Sam out of sorts. Dashes away, blink used by Panatom and ultimate as well, but Sam able to avoid the pressure. I think you're right, though. Soul Lane, fine, okay, gets Transcendence. You're going to stack that up. The damage largely mitigated by the Sovereignty, and also the pressure from Sam headed towards right. Going to be mitigated by that Sovereignty as well. Wrong, you send some eyes towards Solo. Because remember, Fine OK is somewhat immobile on this AMC. So, you know, a really good River's Rebuke, something like that, while either there's no shell or no peel from the rest of the team. Wrong, you could make an impact over on right, but might require that. Good juking out by Mike. I surely walk face first into that to my death. But now both supports starting to rotate out. This is where I think Mike as well could help out the Jade Dragons, kind of smooth the curve from early to mid. Because initiation-wise, you're right. I mean, it's a lot of Polar Bear Mike. It's a lot of life of the parties, hoping that they can connect. And there's 3 sets of beads for the Leviathans and some CC immunity in the kits. So I think Mike actually has a pretty tough game ahead as far as finding those necessary targets. It's down 3, but a jump out from Shinto. Stun onto Rongyu. Rongyu holds onto the bead. Sam for Soccer rotates into this fight as well. Double knock up on the Typhoon, and damage pouring in from Fine OK, and the last bit of tick damage. Snags first blood. Stinger down, not retrievable. But Fine OK just fine with grabbing first blood.
Yeah, that was a great play, able to answer back there, but it looks like PandaCat wants to get aggressive here on the Zapman.
There's an airstrike up and over, but Zapman has Valkyrie's discretion. And it looks like just walking away is the answer. Pagon 1, 2, good. Dash forward, auto attack, no. Valkyrie's discretion out, and there's no final judgment.
Sam's got to get
Soccer behind the tier 1 tower. Pagon tanks a tower shot. Sam is now also going to be taking tower shots. Whoop, no good. One more tower onto Sam, might have gotten it done. And the Jade Dragons kind of juggle out the tower aggro there. And able to pick up 2 kills across the map.
Yeah, a great backstep by Sam for Soccer as well to make sure that Banish did not hit. Remember, he started Blink, and he didn't have Blink available to close gap. He needed to make sure that number 1, he didn't take another tower shot, but number 2, that he didn't get banished and stuck up in the air for that long as well. So I think he tanked it for the exact amount of time you need to before another shot comes in and kills him, and they were able to take down the Freya, and PandaCat's going to sit a little bit safer in that lane, but his purple buff will be stolen away, so that's not going to go the way of the Jing Wei. The Jing Wei, if you will. Either way,
I won't.
I accidentally said either way after, so that's the
It's okay.
I'm glad.
Lots of ways.
Yeah. What I was trying to say, though, at the beginning of this whole fight started with what was a solid initiation from PBM. You know, you'd think maybe Wrong Yu was able to get out there with River's Rebuke, but so much tick damage from Final K, just way too much. The Blue Stone, the Stinger, all the PandaCat's getting stuck.
Yeah, he is. Uses the beads, avoids the banish, but Panatom wants a kill. One more auto from Zapman while Panatom tanks up the tower. Exactly what the Freya needed. Because we've seen Freyas over in the dual lane that just kind of get sat on all game, never get a chance to scale up. Zapman at risk of that happening if a little life raft doesn't get thrown over there. So now able to grab a kill. A somewhat simple one. Little tower dive requires some coordination, but feels like gets Zapman right back on track.
Yeah, I think Freya is seeing some play now because of the way that these ADCs are building. It used to be you're getting Gilded Arrow, you're rushing your Devos, and you're trying to get crit as early as possible. Not really the build path that everyone's going anymore. That Itch of All means that people like Freya can try and go in, but Shinto gonna get dove on here.
My goodness, these teams are scrapping. That's gotta be a kill. What a play, though, from Shinto to turn around the 2v1 and get a kill. Pagon trapped in the River's Rebuke. Could be a second for the Leviathans. Mike in range for some peel, has life of the party, throws it up just to confirm his mid laner's life, and it's right underneath the tower. But Pagon does not have final judgment. Mike unhappy with just the one, needs the cooldowns back, but not the shell, rather the shielding through, and that'll get Panatom out. Ends up being a little turnaround there in mid, and what a play by Shinto to at least at least turn around one.
Yeah, turned down that kill onto Sam for soccer, and just a great answer back by Panatom to try and engage. And then Mike almost pulled Panatom back in under the tower and did, just wasn't quite enough damage.
This is nuts from Shinto. Jumps out, and look at these. That is just absurd. Sidesteps a bit of damage, and the last auto attack. It's almost unfair that Shinto has to die after a play like that, but Shinto happy, I think, just to pull a kill. And these two, look, 5 kills in 10 minutes is far from a ridiculous pace, but it is fast compared to how we have seen some teams play the early game up to this point. Seems like really Sam mainly happy to kind of run at the Leviathans, try to make plays happen, and it's worked out a couple of times so far for the Jade Dragons, but hasn't really resulted in much of a lead. We're effectively dead even in gold. Relic's much worse off for the Jade Dragons. You have to imagine there's a small opportunity here for the Leviathans. Beads down on PandaCat, beads down on Pagon, no beads for FineOK. Those are some things that Panatom and the rest of the team can capitalize on.
Yeah, right as Shinto was getting dough, FineOK was getting his beats down. It looks like because FineOK backed, this Pyromancer's open. Because there's 3 people over at Pyro, 4 now, that Gold Fury is also going to be open. And the Jade Dragons were looking at it for a second, but we're more concerned about the purple buff and Zapman.
Early ultimate out of Zapman. That'll just save his own life, but not the purple buff. Still considering that Gold Fury, but I think the Jade Dragons are just going to make their way on by and end up waving at it, snag the Oracles, and head on out. So the Leviathans get a pretty simple Pyromancer, while the Jade Dragons steal out a purple buff. As far as gold and XP go, Leviathans just fine with that trade.
Yeah, one of those is definitely worth more.
The purple buff is worth more, right?
Yeah, because that man's tilted, and now he's gonna over-aggress to try and steal PandaCats. He'll feed, and that'll be worth like 10,000 gold as the game goes on.
Right, of course. Eventually, that pays off. It's the Jade Dragons laying the groundwork to tilt Zapman a bit later on in this game. Double stacking for FineOK out of the Soul Lane. Finished up that Transcendence, then Soul Eater after the fact. So you're gonna build in some of that sustain. Also, some more penetration on the Transform Soul Eater, things like that. I guess makes some sense, Trelly. If not much fighting is going to be happening over on the right side of the map, you have the time to build up these stacking items.
Yeah, I think FineOK is just trying to get as much power and sustain online as he really wants. His abilities seem to be the name of the game here. There's a lot of physical damage dealers on the Jade Dragons, and with that Stinger, you want to make sure you're cycling your abilities as much as possible. Yarkor, though, is invading Sam for Soccer's back end. He's going to be getting very low. Wrong use here, too.
Yeah, you might do one better. I'm going to invade your jungle, and I'm going to get a kill. The River's Rebuke perfectly placed, and the Leviathans will capitalize. FineOK, immobile, AMC, run down. But now Zapman on left, being jumped at by the Jade Dragons. Valkyrie's discretion saves some time. Polar Bear Mike looking for the root, but Zapman dodging it all out. PandaCat, the one tanking up the tower now. Banish up onto PBM, and now Zapman can turn around the damage. Surely wins this damage trade. The Jade Dragons have done too much, and they come up empty-handed.
Wow, that one definitely hurts. The teleporter from Yarkor. No way PandaCat gets caught out here too.
Oh my god, this is brutal for the Dragons. Across the map, effectively everyone except for Pagon dies. FineOK, Sam, Mike, Panda, all of them going down at different intervals, and the Gold Fury. What a swing over the last couple of minutes of this game. And only like 2 of those kills, Trilly, were things the Leviathans, I think, were really out and searching for. The Jade Dragons just overextend on left, it feels like. Unable to finish off the kills, and the Fury goes down. Big swing now in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, 3 members at Sam for Soccer's back camps. That's unfortunate. Sam goes down. But just FineOK tries to help.
It is what it is, right?
His FineOK tries to help, goes a little bit too far. He falls down too. And then Mike and PandaCat are like, we gotta get something here. Everyone's dying on right. They overextend. Zapman is able to stall that one out. Then Yarkor says, I've got teleport. We can go kill them too if you want. And then PandaCat lazy backs after all that, just continuously getting hit when they're down. Pagon did not decide to rotate over and just wanted to farm up here. It's level 14, but still a level behind Shinto in that mid lane. This Uller has the Hydra's Lament online, full CDR already. Those abilities are going to be absolutely flying and chunking. Yep. That's just how much damage Uller has already. It's going to be rough to deal with.
Yep, Jade Dragons, now Transcendence for Sam. Gives you the idea that taking a breather, farm up some of these items, get the stacks rolling, maybe the name of the game. Wrong you considering something in the Cloak Tree as well after the Thebes, but realizing that throwing out those River's Rebuke on cooldown and grabbing the shield after the fact with the Pridwin may be a better option early. And so we'll eventually return back to that item in a second slot, but Pridwin ends up being third. I guess technically that counts as third, even if he's only completed one tier of the cloak on the other side. But I do think the other duo laner here, Zapman, the one who has been getting a lot of pressure thrown at him, what you want to do to the Freya, I think the fact that Zapman's been able to turn it around, such a boost for the Leviathans. Not only has Zapman not been held behind Trelly, but he's actually felt just fine in this lane, off to a 2-1 start compared to the 0-2 of Panda Cat.
Yeah, he's got a level lead, or at least did, and now once he clears that big wave, probably still will. It's 2-1 at the moment, has no real fear of the Jingwei because, again, the way that Panda Cat is itemized, I understand this is just the meta right now, you want the Ichiball, but the reason that Freya does not want to sit in this lane more often than not is because these crits she can't match, and it's not going to get online for quite some time. Finally, third item, the Wind Demon, will come through, and Panda Cat will be able to try and match some of the DPS that Zapman has, but almost a third ring finished for this Freya. So much DPS. Usually when we say Freya comes online, I say about 3 or 4 items. Zapman's pretty close to hitting that threshold there, and there's no more objectives up at the moment. Pyromancer's about to spawn in. The Leviathans have vision around this objective. They're all sort of grouped here, at least 4 strong, while the Freya's in left lane. There's really no room for the Jade Dragons to try and weasel their way into some farm, try and find a gank. Nothing's working out.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that you overextend for a Pyromancer. Did notice as well, Panda Cat's gotten sprint Trelly, so that's a bit unconventional. A lot of damage from Shinto is going to make its way into Pagon. Pagon is the 1v1er. He's got to be careful in this lane. Shinto hits an axe, all the burst damage is going to get this squishy target quite low. So Pyromancer's going to get pulled by the Leviathans. Doesn't look like the Jade Dragons will find much of an answer. I do want to go back to the sprint for Panda Cat and why we think there might be some value there.
The Freya's auto attacks slow you, and they get super annoying, the AoE ones. And you want to sprint away from those. There's not too much else I imagine that Panda Cat's worried about. Aegis usually doesn't save you. You can Aegis 2 or 3 autos. After that, Freya just shreds through you. As Yarkor's going in here, Sam Prasakar is forced to beads.
Yeah.
And gets those for free. Yarkor gets out, no more follow-up.
And Sam pulled Yarkor into that, and Yarkor said, all right, I'll take your beads, and then I'll head out. The Leviathan's playing the map so effectively right now, exactly a 5,000 gold lead for the Leviathans at 5.2, my fault, but 6.5k in the experience as well. And a pretty hefty power spike about to arrive for not only Yarkor, who's got nearly 2,400 gold, but Shinto, who also has nearly 2,400 gold. A full buy mid-Guardian mail for Yarkor. And then tier 2, the Morningstar for Shinto, who will go back, finish up a decent power spike in that tree as well. And I'm officially at the point where I'm scared of what this King Arthur is going to be able to do, because you add that full buy item in at the end. Yarkor loves to play this aggressive style. World's MVP. It feels like this is the type of moment this King Arthur wants to be able to run at his targets, and he's got the items to do so.
Yeah, definitely. The people doing damage to him right now is Pagon, and that's it. That's all you got right now. You have a level 17 Thoth, Chronos Pendant, Divine Ruin, and Soul Reaver finish, so some big HP chunking.
Yep.
We just haven't seen Pagon rotate to many fights because the Jade Dragons have not been in the driver's seat for quite some time. That Pyromancer went down. Now Primal Fury about to spawn in about 15 seconds. Panatom has the vision, got the oracles down, so even if for some reason the Jade Dragons tried to sneak this, it just would not go well. There's too much vision on the left side of the map. They've got more money, which means they can buy more wards, and that means they have so much control. Panatom's hiding at red buff right now, just waiting to see if anyone will step up into that taunt, into that 9 turns blessing, but it looks like the fight will begin as Yarkor is heading over as well. This Primal Fury could be what they want.
Yeah, it's what the Leviathans are hovering around. Polar Bear Mike into life of the party, but Zapman cancels the ultimate with a stun, and Mike will have to back away. Frenzy gets used by Rongyu. Should be a comfortable moment now for the Leviathans. The one kind of, quote, tank for the Jade Dragons has to go back to base. Mike is able to finish up the mask and pick up a glowing emerald later on in the build, so he'll build up some of that tankiness. But I think smart here, Trelly. I don't know if the Jade Dragons have enough strength to fight against the Leviathans for something like a Primal Fury, anything like that right now, and maybe smart to let that one go.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any opportunity to step up. We've seen that Yarkor rotates over to the left, Final K stays in lane, pushes as far as he can. If Zapman goes over, Panda Cat also just tries to stay in lane, push as far as he can. The gold lead is not shrinking, though. You see a level 17 of AMC up against the level 19 King Arthur, and the same looking in that duo lane.
Do you think that this Dragons comp, though, is going to scale to a point where eventually in this game, when if things do stabilize a bit. We're all level 20, we're all getting close to full build. Do you think the Dragons are now playing for that moment in the game, or is this composition not that much more exciting later on in the game?
It definitely gets more exciting. You have a Jingwei on your team. That has to be the late game carry potential. And Pagon always is going to be able to one-shot, Shinto and Zatman if that opportunity presents itself. So it does get better, but not to say the Leviathan's draft also doesn't get better. They have a Freya, they have an actual tank. Panatom is wrapping around here.
And they've got a River's Rebuke. Taunt out from Panatom. Life of the party from Mike. Doesn't get much done. I'm looking for beads that are down. They're all up, and looks like some CC immunity, some jumps out, things like that for the Leviathans, just able to get out of the initiation. Trebuchet doing some serious work here in mid. That'll knock down. It's gonna need one more, isn't it? No, oh, it did it. The Trebuchet has enough damage to get rid of the tier 1 tower. The rest of the team here from the Leviathans and the Jade Dragons, but Dragons will have to back off. So the Trebuchet finding some value for the Leviathans, knocking down the second tower of the game. Both tier 2s open, both mid and right, and the Jade Dragons kind of just have to watch it go as the gold lead builds up to about 6K.
Yeah, this is the issue with grouping up 5v5, fighting over essentially nothing, a tier 1 tower. You don't get any farm, you're not pushing minions, and you're not able to extend your build at all. Sanford Soccer has 3 items right now, which is just not what you want to see from your jungle. Not to say that Panatom doesn't also have 3 items, he has 4 items, and they're better items at least.
That's one more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got actual late game shred, whereas Sanford Soccer is so hard to get to the back line and actually do all this damage. The tankier targets on Leviathans are just simply tankier. That's the main problem. You're up against 3 tanks, whereas the Jade Dragons have 1, and it's PBM, and he has his Spirit Robe and his Lono's Mask, but he had to spend all of his money upgrading the relics for the squad. That Phantom Shell was pretty necessary. If you're trying to keep your immobile characters alive, you need to be able to run through the River's Rebuke, and PBM had to use that, and now he's not quite as tanky.
Zatman had just over 3K gold, goes back, buys a full Rod of Tahuti all at once. Freya's officially reached that point where you're worried if you're the Jade Dragons. Okay, Frenzy and Shred damage means Fire Giant. I would say out of nowhere, because it did just kind of happen out of nowhere, but the Leviathans clearly in enough control of this game to just pull that at will. A couple towers go down on left, though. Jade Dragons just trying to pull back as much gold as they can at this point. It's going to be a frustrating game for not only the Dragons, but Sam in particular. Feels like the game started off so well for the Susano. The impact all over the map. It just sort of individually fell apart. And the one like map-wide swing where the Leviathans killed off everyone but Pagon all across the map really flipped around the pacing of this game, despite what was a good start for the Dragons. And this is going to be a high-value FG trail. I mean, there's still 4 towers left on the map, and such a massive gold lead already. I'm not sure the Dragons can put up a defense.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It's just the way that Sanford Soccer was playing this seemed to be that he wanted to get active as early as possible and make sure that his late game team comes to dip there. Zapman gonna take a lot of damage, and he's just deleted.
Wow, Zap had beads, Aegis, and ultimate, but no one from the Leviathans on that side of the map. That does slow things down. I mean, that's some tower shred that's now missing. Leviathans still have, of course, Panatom and a gold lead, and Yarkor on left.
And Shinto's the hunter anyway, so.
Right, yeah, Shinto's got all the hunter damage. Looks like a tier 2. Oh, he's going to get worked on, but it's taking a minute. I think the Jade Dragons have an opportunity to step forward and keep that tower on the map. They do. You got 3.5 minutes, though, on the Fire Giant buff. So how impactful does that Zapman pick end up being? Sort of remains to be seen. If nothing else, did slow down the Leviathan, so a nice win for the Dragons.
Yeah, I would definitely say no reason for Zap to be there, and great play by the Jade Dragons to capitalize on it. And if nothing else, just stalling the Levi's, saying, hey, you got 2 minutes on this Fire Giant buff. What can you get in that time? We vastly shorten that for right now. You see that Zapman's up in about 3 seconds. There's an Oni Fury spawning in here shortly. They're definitely going to want to grab that just to push up these waves as far as possible. But the starter item upgrades are starting to come through here. Yep. Fine, okay. His build's looking decent right now with the Bluestone Brooch. We saw Sanford Soccer build a full Erendite, trying to speed himself up and give vision to the whole team once his ultimate goes down. And Pagon hit level 20, so all good things for the Jade Dragons, besides the fact that this Oni Fury goes down. The main issue is the fact that Zapman really isn't your main tower damage. When you have a Hydra's Lament Uller, he's the one who's going to be shredding through your objectives. Still going to have to defend. can't step up to the tier 2 tower, but that tier 1 tower, I mean the tier 2 and mid rather, you could try and defend.
And yeah, that's a quick tier 2 tower. I wonder, so a minute and 15 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff. Minion wave is here. I wonder if the Leviathans do try to force a Phoenix Siege here. Set up this Phoenix being down.
That's risky.
For the next Fire Giant that's going to be up. And it looks like just taking the time of the Dragons to get them over on left opens up the opportunity for a tier 2 and mid to go down. Does seem like it would be risky. Does seem like the Leviathans would agree. So if this game goes to the next Fire Giant, the Jade Dragons are going to be fighting at an even larger deficit than they were on the first one. Won't be enhanced in all likelihood. That's where the game of chess, as I like to call it, comes out, and the Dragons got to decide if they're strong enough to contest that Fire Giant or they like their chances better beneath the Phoenix.
I did not expect Mike to grab the Shield of Regrowth. I really thought he would go for something to keep him alive longer, just protections-wise, but wants to be faster as a Baron. It looks like trying to chase down some of the Levi's, but just blocked off. The Riptide completely shut that one down.
Different type of wall.
Yeah,
double Riptide.
You're not walking through here. He
Whoa.
just drops the ult to try and stall out. Mike is stuck though.
That is the actual type of wall that Wrong used. God throws up a River's Rebuke. Yarkor around all of the members of the Jade Dragons. Connects with an ultimate onto Fine. Okay, he uses the beats, but he was already in the air, now sprinting away thanks to Panicat. An airstrike used defensively as well. And the eject button mashed by the Jade Dragons the moment the Leviathans show their face. And that was a great opportunity. Death timer's relatively long at this point in the game. Fire Giant's going to be up in 45 seconds or so. And so a couple of picks there, back reset would have been great for the Leviathans, but the fact that the Dragons were able to stay on the map, a good boost for them in that squad. I'll admit, Trelly, player damage took me completely by surprise here. I suppose when Final K is stuck in lane with Yarkor melee damage, you're going to farm up a lot of that damage, but my goodness, he's doubling up effectively everyone on the Leviathans. It's just maybe more health to shred through because of the way the Leviathan's comp is built.
Yeah, I would say it's that annoying poke damage that Wrong U is just healing up, so it just continuously adds up. They say, who cares about the honey? We can just walk over it, and that damage will keep adding up, but it's not doing that much, right? It hasn't netted any sort of kills besides the one on the Zapman, which wasn't even really the honey damage. That was just a good all-in by Sanford Soccer and Fino to make sure that goes down. But Fire Giant is spawning in here, and it looks like the Jade Dragons are grouped up and ready to defend. They don't have too much vision, just the one ward on the objective, which will soon be sentried and removed, but they're aware of where the Leviathans are. They're just going to sit here and say, maybe we go for a steal with Final Judgment. Maybe Sanford Soccer can blink into the backline. The only glaring issue I see at the moment is Final K's beads are still down for 80 seconds. They were grabbed just at the tail end of that Phoenix Siege, so they have a great target in the AMC who has no real protections, just a shell and some soul eater sustain.
This is a tough game for the Jade Dragons. I mean, kills-wise, not super passive, but objective-wise, it has been. Yarkor pulled up into the sky after the King Arthur somewhat low. He'll have teleport in 15 seconds, but that is a long time in Smite. Zapman into the Valkyrie's discretion has found some damage onto the backline. Actually, a decent step forward from the Jade Dragons, who are 11,000 gold behind, but Fino K has found Zapman on the back. Half HP is the Freya with no ultimate, and a great-looking start to a fight from the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, that was a root sprint that was able to force the ult from Zapman, and now Fire Giant is being pulled, but the Levi's, they're not too weak that they can't try and defend this.
Yarkor is in behind all of the Jade Dragons yet again. Couldn't get Mike, instead gets riptided away. Pagon has found the first kill onto Zapman. Yorkor trades out with the kill onto PDM, finally capitalizing on that low health bar, but it's happened again to Pagon, who is stunned out, and a knock up from Panicat as the Jingwei starts to walk forward. Damage needed by both of the teams here as low health bars abound in the Fire Giant pit, but it looks like a 1-for-1. Jade Dragons lose Mike, but they get Zap. The Fire Giant's delayed.
Yeah, they have a fair bit of sustain here, but there's no way the Leviathans feel confident enough to try and pull this objective. If Yarkor doesn't back and teleport into the backline full HP, that could have been a Fire Giant call for the Jade Dragons. As you highlighted, 11,000 gold down. They are at the moment. We're still able to find a solid pick there. So Zap steps up a little bit too far. Doesn't want to use his relic, so he goes up into the ult, comes down, and then the root sprint came in. That's why he had to use that Aegis. He did hold on to the beads, so he was a little bit confident in trying to get out, or decided I'm just dead and not going to waste the beads for the next Fire Giant pull. Either way, it was enough to make sure that that Freya goes down. The Jade Dragons didn't really close up the gold lead during that, but what they did do was delay this Fire Giant to the enhanced variety, and now they've got some time to figure out if they can try and pull that off again. Polar Bear Mike did upgrade his starter. He's got the Sentinel's boon now, more HP. That's going to help him out a little bit trying to survive these fights. And the relics are coming back up, but slowly but surely.
Yeah, poke damage for the Jade Dragons essential here. But again, sustain from Wrong You will help out with some of that. Brawler's Beat Stick for Fine OK slows down some of that healing. Divine Ruin, of course, for Pagon. The Leviathans look like hovering towards the Primal Fury instead. So should the Fire Giant get pulled, Primal Fury will help out, dropping that objective a little bit quicker. And there's ward coverage from the Leviathans around the Fire Giant pit as well. So no opportunity for the Jade Dragons to pull it. And the Primal Fury will go quietly over to the Leviathans. Not quite an 11,000 gold deficit fight a moment ago. The Jade Dragons now may be realizing that some of these carries have the opportunity to chunk down some of the healthier targets of the Leviathans if the opportunity strikes. Well, Mike has been sitting on the same exact build for a little bit here. Wrong, you never went back and finished up that cloak, but
yeah, he still got that cloak.
It was because I said he would, that he's not now. Has Spectral Armor, and that's going to help out so much against Panda Cat. It really feels like a game of initiation now. Can Mike walk forward? Can Wrong You walk forward? The Jade Dragons are in the Fire Giant pit and get it down to half HP. Mike into life of the party. Zapman uses Valkyrie's discretion. Wrong You uses the beats. Yarkor in alone. Typhoon will knock up the King Arthur, and Zapman has found the first kill onto Mike, who is left alone by the rest of his team. Panicat uses the beads around the stun, knocks himself up and pops the sprint, trying to get away from the Leviathans, but a whoop from Zapman wags its finger in his face. 2 kills to the Leviathans, and they'll double back for what we think will be the enhanced Fire Giant.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, I think the Leviathans finally realized, wait, we're up this much gold. There's no way that a Baron Samedi with 3 items can step up. There's no way that these tanks are going to be tanky. Zapman stepped a little bit too far too, but probably he was the one that said, guys, we can just fight this.
Yeah,
Enhanced
please.
Fire Giant will be going down. Panda Cat and Mike are both dead for quite some time, so the Leviathans are just going to run it down mid. They have Enhanced Fire Giant, so no backdoor protection is needed. Might as well push the minions because you have the time, but if played poorly, this could be the end of the game.
It could be, because really, Mike is coming back, but again, it's been Mike who's sitting on 3 items for a little while, 4 if you count the upgraded starter. Panicat is still dead for 15 seconds, so it's about not losing any more of your team members right now if you're the Jade Dragons, because you will lose the game if you do. Yarkor has taken a heap of damage from Fine OK. Wrong You rooted in place. Again, chunked down, but just not enough. The Emoja's going to get pulled through, no beads, and that's the end of Wrong You's life and the start to a great defense from the Jade Dragons.
They got to chase this.
But all it is keeping the base alive because your mid-Phoenix is already gone. And the Jade Dragons will attempt to chase. Beads forced off of Shinto.
Oh, if they did pull Shinto back,
Whoa.
then maybe they look to fight him. The axe comes through. They're trying to turn this.
That's
Zapman's
big.
gone.
That's massive from Zapman. Doesn't result in anything, though, because Fine OK has gotten the kill. How many triple banishes have we seen over the last couple of days? Add 1 to whatever the current tally is. And a big play by Zapman goes searching for some follow-up. The Jade Dragons lose their mid-Phoenix, but knock Enhanced Fire Giant off a couple members of the Atlantis Leviathans. Feels like, Trelly, there's a little drama to be had towards the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Shinto has no beads, and the Jade Dragons know he's trying to chase them down, but we'll just go for the red buff instead. You got about 230 left on this Enhanced Fire Giant and only lost the mid-Phoenix, so certainly could be worse. If you're looking at the builds-wise, nowhere really to go for the Leviathans. The Jade Dragons would love a few extra items. I think Panda Cat would love a finished Deathbringer, and Sanford Soccer would absolutely love a Magi's Blessing, trying to use a little bit of extra CC immunity on the Susanoo because the beads are down for a minute or so. Given that moment, I think the Jade Dragons could get a little bit of extra damage online and try and stop the aggression from the Leviathans, but with a Phoenix down like this and Enhanced Fire Giant still on 3, Yarkor, Panatom, and Shinto still have a fair bit of damage onto these Phoenixes specifically, so you can split up the Jade Dragons pretty easily. You can say, hey, there's minions in mid, someone's going to go right lane, and we're just going to overwhelm you with our buffs and things like that. So Leviathans are going to go for one more siege on the left side of the map.
Yeah, why not? You are waiting on your beads to come back if you're Sam, but also, I mean, you just pointed out there, Trelly, a couple of the carries for the Leviathans needing some of their safety net as well. Far from guaranteed for the Leviathans. You have to watch Mike, though, because life of the party, while hasn't hit pay dirt that often this game, has been good as a distractor. And Rongyu only punished last fight because of the lack of beads from the first fight that we saw just a moment ago. Looks like Panatom and Yarkor heading down mid. Or Trebuchet plus some minions will work their way down the right side of the map. Mike throws up the life of the party and will have to back away. Beads end up getting used by Rongyu and Valkyrie's discretion from Zapman. So Zap doesn't have beads or ultimate for the next 30 seconds. Maybe a small opening for the Dragons.
Yeah, I think Sanford Soccer's blink just came up, so could be an option here. But Panatom's just running it down mid at this point. The minions are in and the Titan is taking damage.
Oh, this is going to get awkward. Look, the Jade Dragon's starting to get funneled behind their left side Phoenix. River's Rebuke is up, and that is a funnel. Plus Frenzy equals dead Phoenix. And the Jade Dragons just trying to keep themselves on the map. The only way they're going to have a chance coming back into this game is not losing fights like that. But the macro scales now tilt even further towards the Leviathans, especially in the next minute and 15 seconds when the Dragons have to choose whether or not they step up to the Enhanced Fire Giant, how you're going to deal with the left side fire minions. Leviathan should have a good opportunity at the next FG and maybe ending things out here in game 1.
Yeah, now the mid Phoenix will be spawning back in though, so the Jade Dragons won't have to worry about that for some time. You got a minute, no, you got a few minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds until that Enhanced Fire Giant respawns back in. So once the buff peters out, which it did, there's going to be some time where you really want to look at, will the Jade Dragons form a defense, or will they just say, hey, we've been sort of staying alive here, we've been sort of stalling as much as possible in our base. Is that still the continued plan, or do we try and steal away this objective? Do we try to look for a fight out of the Titan? I think if the Phoenix isn't there, the Titan surely would fall, and I think the Jade Dragons have answered my question for me. They're waiting for a pick, they're hiding, and Yarkor might spot them out here.
Yeah, he might. Zapman just avoids the root. Sanford Soccer's got the bubble now, so at least we'll avoid a little bit of CC, and then also has beads, because it has been just so difficult for the Susano to get in and initiate and engage. Luckily, the carries for the Jade Dragons, the one out of the solo lane, as well as the mid lane, have done just immense damage to the Leviathans, kept them at bay. Shinto's really stepped up. Zapman started to scale up nicely. Yarkor's looked all right as far as tanking up some of that damage. This Fire Giant's going to be quick. And there's no drama about this one. The Jade Dragons will back away. An Enhanced Fire Giant, number 2. Go to the Leviathans. A limping mid lane Phoenix could be an option right side as well. It's about to get real awkward for the Dragons.
I would say so. They have a fair bit of range. They've got great wave clear with the AMC and the Thoth. But man, the tanks of the Leviathans have just been so disruptive. Rongyu always hitting a nice River's Rebuke to either say, hey, you're trapped in, or you can't touch us, and we were able to just get your objective for free. The mid Phoenix will fall in a few auto attacks. The right one is the only one the Jade Dragons really can try and defend here. And I think it'll be a few seconds before fire minions start pouring in, and that's when the siege will probably begin.
The fire minions on left, normal wave of minions in mid. That'll be remedied by the now spawning fire minions in just a moment. My goodness, that is damage out of Shinto, sends Pandacat right back to the fountain. Luckily for the Dragons, there was no immediate threat on the right side Phoenix. Mike has thrown up the life of the party. Zapman has beads, has Valkyrie's discretion, uses the ladder, and he'll drop down. Rongyu gets rooted in place as well. Pandacat left back in base to deal with some of the minions. And now in goes Sanford Soccer on the double pull, but Zapman, through both of his actives, he won't die. But he does have to leave this fight. This is the best looking defense the Jade Dragons could have hoped for. Unable to find a kill, but do slow down the onslaught from the Leviathans.
Yeah, Shinto threw some damage back in, and that was the end of the chase for the Jade Dragons. With Rongyu's healing, I think they will be able to stick around here. Zapman got very low, doesn't have relics or ultimate. This would be time to try and feed the defense, but Panatom wrapped around.
Mike doesn't have his initiation. River's Rebuke thrown up by Rongyu. Mid lane Phoenix, right side rather, is going to go down here as Yarkor wreaks havoc in the backline, but the Jade Dragons have had enough of it. Pandacat with an auto sends him to the grave. Panatom a 3-man taunt in, but it hasn't brought anything but death to his own doorstep. Polar Bear Mike looking for one more engage. Jade Dragons won't have it, but 2 fire minion waves walking into the Titan room. Pandacat barely survives. Someone's got to get back here to clean up these minions. Shinto walking towards the Jade Dragons Titan. Does he have the damage? He does on the final K, puts him down, deletes the Titan, and the Leviathans take game 1.
I think it was a bit of a comp diff for me, Dave. I think the Jade Dragons were able to siege decent defenses once they got online, but they were always playing at such a differential. The Jade Dragons were trying. They had the damage to sort of come back in at that final Phoenix siege, but at that point you have 2 Phoenixes down, Fire Minions are destroying your Titan, and they weren't able to chase that far. They could go maybe to that blue buff before they realized we have to turn back. There's just so much happening here.
Yeah, map state was just not good for the Jade Dragons down the stretch. And think about how we got there. I mean, this is a relatively low kill game. You're getting into the 20-minute mark. It's like 9-4, 9-5 in kills. Really map play by the Leviathans felt like it just took over the Jade Dragons. The farm, the objectives, all of it builds up. You know, like 11,000 gold lead. A great look at a game 1 for the Leviathans. Can they go back-to-back? Can they repeat against the Jade Dragons? Not the World Championships yet, don't worry. They're looking for the 2-0, though, over the Jade Dragons coming up right after this.
in game number 1, but the Leviathans are able to come out on top over the Jade Dragons, and all of that thanks to our friends over at Alienware, providing the PCs that our pros are playing on here in the studio, as well as the ones that our production and the players also get to play on at their own homes. So make sure you check out Alienware at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram. Their social medias, go to alienwarearena.com, and also go to smitegame.com/Alienware. That way you guys can check all the offers that they have for you, and use code AWSmite09. I almost gave out the old code. It's been so long since we had it out there. Remember, it's AWSmite09 is the new code for you guys to check out all the great things that Alienware has brought to us. So thank you so much, Alienware, for coming back in Season 9 of the SPL. It's J-Mac and Mifflin. Game number 1, a long battle. J-Dragon started out pretty hot, and then a near deicide across the map by the Leviathans, a fight in solo, transitions to a fight in mid, and then all the way over to in the duo lane. From that point, Leviathans have control of the game, but the J-Dragons at least kept it close near the end.
Yeah, I think the Jade Dragon strategy going in after having seen how that draft plays really was get to that late game. Once we're full build, good luck walking into us, right? Like the damage output of that Jade Dragon's composition, had they been allowed to get to that 25 some odd minute mark, would have just been ridiculous. But that plan is contingent on one thing, and it's the Leviathans not getting overly active in the early. And that's the exact thing that happens in game 1. The Leviathans net themselves a couple objectives, some great team fights, and it really slowed down the Jade Dragons game plan. And then by the time that team fight phase had rolled around, 30 some odd minutes in the game, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, the Jade Dragons draft is starting to work out. And then the other concern that we had during the initial death segment of who's initiating these fights, it's Baron Samdi. What happens if that Baron Samdi just dies on his initiation? Well, that's exactly what happens in the clip on your screen right now. Mike goes for the pull, immediately dies, and the entirety of the Jade Dragons draft crumbles around him. They no longer have anyone that can create space for these immense damage dealers. So the Leviathans come out ahead in the team fight phase, and I think it just comes down to the Leviathans' initiation was easier to execute on. It could have been Panatom, it could have been Yarkor, it could have been Rongyu, whereas the Dragons had one avenue, and he was dead.
There were signs of life, at least out of Sanford Soccer. Did find some massive typhoons on reinitiation into the fights, but I think you're right to highlight the fact that there were 3 different people on Leviathans with 3 easy routes to be able to get those team fights started and keep them going. The sustain from Rongyu, the damage output out of Zapman. While maybe not the highest this game, Shinto will definitely take that amongst his team. 30K out of the Ullr. Final K right ahead of him, though, at 31 with that AMC in the solo lane. But this comes back to the conversation we have every time that we talk about the Dragons. Are we going to see these double, triple Hunter comps? Do they work? More often than not, as of recent, they haven't been working out as well. So now we wonder, do the Dragons go to a much more standard composition, a much more traditional? As history indicates, that's typically what happens when they go down in these game 1s with this style of composition. So then, Mifflin, where exactly do they try and piece apart and kind of dismantle what the Leviathans have done so far in game 1?
Get wherever that Freya is. Get active on that guy. And getting active in the early game has been the win condition for the Jade Dragons of the past. I wouldn't be surprised if Final K starts to transition towards a more standard warrior. The King Arthur has done very well for him, and that would alleviate some of the issues of the Jade Dragons composition being lacking in initiation. Just having that King Arthur there to start up the fights. You can keep Polar Bear Mike on that Baron Samdi, have him be that in-combat healer / ranged initiator for your team. Because I think the multi-hunter composition idea is good. Like, hunters are in a pretty good state right now. You could dictate the enemy team's build. You're at least forcing a couple spectral armors. That's good. Get a third hunter in the mix, and all of a sudden you are making massive concessions as your team composition. Yeah, and I'm not certain that that's always going to work out. Has in the past. You can catch people off guard with it. But I would like to see triple hunter style drafts be that, okay, we want to bring it out once in a blue moon, and people aren't really super certain on how they want to address it. With the Jade Dragons going to it as consistently as they have, it gives over time to every other single team in the league to say, well, it's worked for them. How do we address it? How are we going to strategize against it? They can start devising these plans, and the Leviathans clearly did so, and it makes that composition a little bit harder to execute on.
Well, Dragons will start taking away some of the puzzle pieces from the Leviathans in game number 1. Yamoja banned away by the Dragons, so not going to let Rongyu have his still now 100% win rate Yamoja. And Mifflin, as a competitive player, I'll ask you, when you go up against a team with a player that has an undefeated win streak on a god, whether it be 5 games, 10 games, so on, are you one of those players who would like to give it to them just so you could be the one to break that streak, or would you rather just not take the risk and ban it away?
Well, that's a multifaceted question, and unfortunately for you, you're talking to a freak right now.
Oh, I know.
So here's the thing about how I would stand on that. I was a jungler, and if another jungler had an undefeated god, I'm saying that guy's butts. I'm better than him. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get active. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and I'm gonna ruin his streak. If it's any other role in the game, I'm like, yeah, just take it away from him. Like, it's that direct opposition that got me going. But wrong you on Yamoja. Even my own personal ego wouldn't want me lining up against that.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that you and the Dragons align with that mentality. It and the Erlong Shen banned away. Leviathan still continue to put bans up against Sam for Soccer. And last game, it was 3 bans dedicated to him in the first slot, and then 2 bans dedicated in the second round, being both magical-style junglers. Nemesis, the one that's still remaining, and still the one that gets through. The Leviathans banned the Uller instead, not wanting to give that one away. But with the Emoji and the Erlong slotted in, that leaves open the Chernobog for the Dragons to grab first.
So some global presence, some flex potential, some phenomenal scaling into late game, great survivability. Chernobog first overall for the Jade Dragons, affords them that flex. So the Leviathans not learning too much about this composition. The Jade Dragons could very easily still build a standard draft around this, have the Chernobog go over the dual lane, get a mage in mid, get a warrior in solo. Or they could just have Chernobog in the solo lane and go back towards this double or triple hunter compositions. The Leviathans, I think, in a position where they should just stick to their own guns, play the same style that we saw last time around, and force the Jade Dragons to be the ones to make these adjustments.
Leviathans dipping into a little bit of their bank time to go for their first 2 picks. With that Chernobog flexibility in 3 different roles, whether that goes to solo, the duo lane, or the mid lane, the Leviathans will not hold much ambiguity with theirs. Bellona right out the gate means that Yarkor is going to have something powerful over in the solo lane to deal with some of these hunters, and then a Jing Wei to get things going for the Leviathans. Now with this Bellona locked in, we've more often been seeing the Jing Wei, if not in the duo lane, has been that solo, so likely a safe pick for Zapman right out the gate.
Yeah, I like this Bellona lock-in. It's essentially saying, hey, the Jade Dragons might go to the triple hunter, and if they do, good luck. Scourge is just a really good disarm tool, makes these auto-attack style compositions even harder to execute on. And worst case scenario, it's not that style of draft for the Jade Dragons, and you just have a Bellona. That's not a feels bad, man. That's a feels pretty all right, man. You've got decent lane bully potential. Could go towards the Golden Blade laner and be that guy who can rotate throughout the map, or you can go down that standard Death Toll tree and just stick in the lane and force people to rotate towards you. No matter what, Bellona is a god that is going to have a home in this meta, but I like how it is going to make the Jade Dragons think about their next selections.
A few choices to be made. Nemesis was left open by the Leviathans this time, not banned away. And so Sam will get to have a traditional assassin and one of those Golden Blade abusers in the jungle, and then a Fafnir to add to the mix. The god that's popped his head up a few times so far, at least in this phase. We saw him rear his head during Masters as well, when these multi-hunters, these attack-style assassins had made their way into the meta, and will now make his home here with the Jade Dragons.
I wonder how this makes the Leviathans think about the draft, because Nemesis and Chernobog on their own are pretty good for Fafnir to get value from Coerce, but Fafnir does always benefit from having even more auto attackers on their team. So the Leviathans, after they take this next pick, can think about the bans in the sense of, hey, we could either dedicate a couple towards the hunters. Wouldn't be surprised if AMC catches a ban here, as he's got some pretty good mid pressure, which would still allow Chernobog to play into these side lanes. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some magical hunter bans either. Freya would really benefit from a Coerce, Oleron, all the standard criminals or suspects, if you would.
Well, I was going to, before the Khepri get locked in, see if maybe Xing Chen was a possibility for the Leviathans as well, seeing at least a couple auto attackers, but it will not be the case. Khepri does get locked in for the Leviathans going over to Wrong Yu, so a few gods that can still be targeted out. You can throw some mid lane bans over to Pagon for as many as you are willing to throw that way, but instead they'll follow down your similar mindset of banning away some of these magical hunters. Freya going to be the first one taken away, which maybe is a little interesting considering that, it was the Leviathans who played this pick last time around. Zapman found some good success, but with the Jing Wei, maybe unlikely that the Freya would go over towards Zapman. Jing Wei hasn't really seen much of a home in the mid lane as of late. We have seen the Freya mid, though, so I don't know. Always keep some intrigue as possibility.
Yeah, Freya just doesn't scream Shinto to me. You know what I mean?
You know, that's very fair.
It's not. I want to see Shinto on his nukers. If the Leviathans were going to go towards an auto attacker in mid, I think AMC probably way more fits his style. And then the Jade Dragons seem to agree. They're going to go ahead and target out some of Shinto's selections. Yu Huang taken off the table. And that is a good ban from the Jade Dragons. You want this Nemesis getting involved early on. You want a target that this Fafnir can close gap on and create situations where you're pressuring out those beads or you're pressuring out those ultimates. And Yu Huang having as many survivability tools as he's got would make it very difficult for the Jade Dragons to find that pressure in the early. So they just take it off the table.
Speaking of gods that have some nuke capabilities, at the very least, Hell is taking a ban from the Jade Dragons, and Thoth from the Atlantis Leviathans, so a little bit of intrigue in that aspect, making sure to keep some of the sustain away from the Leviathans and some of that long-range burst that Pagon was able to bring last game. Still maintained a fairly strong KD by the time the game rolled around for the Dragons. The mid laner Pagon able to play very safely on that pick, so maybe no surprise the Leviathans take it away. And currently hovering Robin, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit of a buff towards Robin this patch, but who cares about that? Arachne locked in by the Leviathans. Tell me a bit about this pick, because we do not see this god very often.
I'm going to answer your first question.
Okay.
I care. I love Robin. I was really excited to talk about him.
When we had that this or that, I was all about the Robin Shredder skin, just saying. But
I would have loved to have seen a Robin here. Not necessarily the greatest composition to play into as Robin, so Arachne makes a bit more sense. She's got some 1v1 potential up against Nemesis. The second ability going to deal with that Nemesis shield fairly well. Great chase potential, good early game presence. One of those guys that really utilizes Golden Blade to its fullest extent, and it just synergizes really well with that movement speed around this god. But I am concerned about how well she's going to be able to stick to these members of the Jade Dragons in the mid to late game team fight. Arachne has always been the kind of hit and run. I'm going to go in, I'll find my opportunity. I hope they're distracted. I'll land a couple auto attacks. If they turn on me, I'll use that ultimate to disengage. But now with Chalk locked in, his space control is really good. He can just summon the Rains, make it even harder for this Arachne to maneuver around the map. Potential now for the Jade Dragons to go for like a double silence team fight. 2 Chalk ultimates, incredibly disruptive, really, really hard to deal with. And then you've got the kill potential to finish off, I should say, between Nemesis and Chernobog. So I like what the Jade Dragons have gone for. Much more standard composition, and I think they will benefit from that pretty greatly. The only question mark I have for this Leviathans draft, because top to bottom, Bellona, Jingwei, Khepri, Tiamat, you're not complaining about any of those. That Arachne, though, it's going to have to perform.
Yeah, that's kind of the big question mark, I think, between me, and even the fans at home, because Arachne is not a god that sees a lot of competitive play in general, whether that's at the SPL level, even the SCC level. This god doesn't make her way up there. She's much more known as that pub stop style of god. You get your casual games, you build a couple items, you know, gank mid lane, dual lane as soon as you hit level 2, but we've been seeing a lot more of the junglers sticking with the mid lanes, or at least the first couple of levels over anything else. So, for the Leviathans, for this Arachne, where do you put that pressure on the map? Do you try and get active and keep this Chernobog down? Do you try and keep this Morrigan down?
It's so hard for Arachne to fight Chernobog because he's got ways to deal with the stun. Just hide inside the wall until that stun wears off, or if you're taking damage from the dot, hide inside the wall until that stops as well. So, if I were playing the Arachne, the places I would try and put the pressure is either around this Nemesis, follow her around her own jungle, make sure that Sanford Soccer isn't allowed to play his own game, or even potentially, and this is early game, maybe look towards this Chalk. It's a bit telegraphed where he's teleporting. You could set up the spiders pretty well for chase down potential. Even the teleport not really breaking those webs means that you can stick with them pretty easily. Once you get a couple of defense items, though, that sustain from Chalk, that defense, the CC immunity, the ultimate, all going to make it pretty hard for this Arachne to perform. So, bought a lot of time for myself. You'd think I'd have a good answer. Chalk or Morrigan, I think, are probably the best early game targets.
Okay,
or
so
Nemesis.
Okay. Maybe sticking a little bit towards the right side of the
60% of their draft.
60% of the draft. Not the other 40% that's on the opposite side, though. Not the Fafnir, not the Chernobog on the Jade Dragons. And the Jade Dragons, they've got to find an avenue back into this game against the Leviathans, going down after a 40-minute slammer of a game in game number 1. Got to be tough on the teams being able to have, just the kind of the momentum to come back from those kind of deficits. It was close for a little while, then the lead exploded out of control. The Dragons still able to find some of those big team fights in the latter half of the game to keep themselves at least kicking for a while. And then, unfortunately, when you're down 2 Phoenixes and fire minions are pushing into the Titan, makes it a little bit hard for a team to kind of come back into there. So if you are the Jade Dragons, what's kind of your window to jump back into game 2? Maybe we don't get a chance for you. We'll have a chance at least for Dave and Trelly, though, to talk about that. Trelly, what's going to happen here?
I forgot what question J-Mac just asked. What did he say? How do the Atlantis Leviathans win game? No, how do the Jade Dragons get back into things in game 2?
Well, I'll answer your question. I don't remember what he asked. So,
that's what I'm asking you.
Okay, great. Well, I'll tell you. The Arachne, the desk highlighter, the Arachne has to get active early. Has to find some value with these webs.
So I want to know the Dragons.
Oh, you asked for the Dragons?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I asked about the
I thought you did.
I have no idea.
I thought you asked about the line.
No, I did. You're right. J-Mac asked about the Dragons, but I am curious. We have to talk about the Arachne, and I cut you off, so please tell me about the Arachne. I see this in my ranked games, that it runs my ranked games because no one knows how to deal with it.
Right.
How do you deal with an Arachne? What does Panatom need to get done?
Well, what I can tell you is the reason you see Arachne in your ranked games and not in the pro scene is because your ranked gamers aren't looking out for the webs. They're not checking their corners early on. They just play the game. The Jade Dragons are very well aware that Panatom wanted to set up some webs in the early and didn't let that happen. So now you're not seeing any level 2 cringe gank from the Spider. Just going to be a normal jungle start. Still brings tremendous early 1v1 potential up against Pagon and Sanford Soccer, but the Nemesis is going to get that pressure in the lane right now. The AoE auto attack from Pagon is going to help clear out this wave as well. Tiamat, not the best in the early, so I imagine the pressure going the way of the Jade Dragons for a bit until Panatom's able to find some ganks, and it looks like Yarkor rotates over, and Sam was aware.
It was important for Sam to stay out of combat for just a second there. I'm not sure without that blink, Sam gets out and avoids being first blooded, but he does, so he does, and he's able to get out of harm's way. So yes, of course the jungle matchup important to highlight throughout this game, but I do think we like the fact, or at least are happy with the fact that what we talked about at the beginning of game 1, where if the style of comp from game 1 did not work for the Dragons, they might return to something a bit more standard and see if that works. And they do. So, you got a more standard mid for Pagon, Panda Cat on the Chernobog, which has been working for a lot of ADCs in the league. I guess Final K is on something more standard as far as class goes, but the specific warrior may be a bit off of standard from what we've seen.
Yeah, I think this comp does so much more for me anyways. I think the Jade Dragon just have a much better early. They can hold their ground, try and farm till late game. Sanford Soccer can get active and not be afraid that he's going to be the only one going in, that sort of thing. And Pagon on a much better, pick that he could do things on his own. Whereas Thoth really doesn't have the DPS to say, I'm going to solo carry this fight. I think Pagon can very easily, invis into the back line, find a stun into the Dark Omen, and then turn into a double Nemesis. You could be double Chalk. You could even turn into the Arachne if you really want some solid engage as well as good disengage. So I think this is just a much better draft, the whole through and through. And it really just depends on where Sanford Soccer is starting to get active at. Right. There's a teleport on the side of Yarkor, so if that Eagles Rally ever gets forced out, you have a pretty solid opportunity to find a kill in that solo lane. Just this comp's just doing so much more for me.
Well, and Sam will get his blink back here in the next 35 seconds or so. Should be pretty closely in line with when Sam gets ultimate online as well. And so there are going to be some priority targets for that ult to drop onto. I still look at the disruption factor of this Khepri, though, as so dynamic for the Leviathans. The Death kind of conversation about it, you taking away the Emoja, things like that if you're the Dragons. I think you have to at some point against Rongyu. Rongyu's just too good on that pick, and the rest of the team's so good at playing around it. It's fine okay on his own side of the lane, so not really an opportunity for Panatom to find much, though was able to make his way to the right side of the map undetected. Fine okay still will not overextend in that lane. Panatom is going to have to head on back. No blue buffs, nothing like that to invade. Just seeing if anything's going on over there towards the right side of the map. Polar Bear Mike's on the Fafnir here this time around. I'm sure happy to not be the solo tank. Yeah, I don't think Sam gets much more going in mid. And I think Fafnir are great at enabling the rest of the squad around the Jade Dragons. Could look for some objectives, things like that, because that was missing from the Dragons in game 1.
Yeah, and can go for a more normal style of build. You don't have to rush the low-nose mask to have some survivability on the Fafnir. You can just go into the Sovereignty, possibly a Witchblade, anything you really want on a traditional Guardian that just brings CC and survivability, whereas the Baron just, could not bring that. And I expect to see Panda Cat get a lot more active in this lane, more so than he was last time, because, the Freya was able to get ahead pretty early on. Zap was like 2-1 in that lane very early, whereas Chernobog and Jingwei, I think Chernobog's going to get the better of that matchup early. You are facing the Ichival build into the Transcendence build, so Panda Cat wants more power over attack speed. He wants to be able to use that influence across the map. There are a few bad matchups, whereas if Panda Cat ever dashes into the wall, Zap can just place the little, the updraft, the first ability, and just wait for someone to dash into it. It's really annoying, and I hate that matchup, so whenever I pick Chernobog, I try to make sure that Jingwei is banned for that reason.
An opportunity for Zap, man, but similar to Freya for Zap, you'd love to hang out on this Jingwei, scale things up a bit later on into the game. So both junglers now have hit level 5. By this time in game 1, both had shown some presence in a couple of the different lanes. Remember, Sam really started off game 1 pretty effectively. A couple kills rolling for the Dragons. Susana was hitting its mark. Just slowed down when the Dragons ended up getting all but wiped across the map So you look for this Nemesis to get active earlier on in this game. Do wonder what the power curve maybe looks like for Panatom. Do you think you can get active around the same times as Sam for Soccer on this style of pick? Has Golden Blade able to farm up effectively, but gank-wise, can you see Panatom getting involved soon?
I mean, I think Panatom already could have got involved if there was an opportunity. If an opportunity presented itself, if someone's beads were down and a dash was forced and ult, something like that. But FineOK has been very safe in the lane, not really teleporting too far up in case the spider was ever around. Has a good bit of sustain and just very hard to try and dive the Chuck. You always have to be, you know, one person covers the option, waiting for the teleport, one person chases him down, that sort of thing. I think Panatom just hasn't seen an opportunity yet because the Jade Dragons recognize there's a lot of early damage being thrown around with this Arachne. We don't want to step too far out of position. And Sam for Soccer is going to sit here and wait, maybe see if he can just force out Zap's ult. That's all he can really get here as long as Zapman's quick on the 4 button here.
Yeah, Sam is going to rotate way behind Zap. Slow, beads, knock up, dash, air strike. But Mike is around the wall here. Mike will transform. Zapman should make it back to the rest of the squad. That's smart from Zapman, and Scarab's blessing all the way back to Rongyu, but there's no safety in the back pocket of Rongyu. The Jade Dragons collapse in as 4 and are able to pick up a kill. And it was Pagon who used the transformation, ulted over as the Chernabog, and really made that a numbers advantage for the Dragons. First blood +1.
Why are they not on
the
gold?
Dragons. They were.
They just dropped gold. Shinto completely gave it up. Panatom's trying to gank FineOK. They had the Draconic Transformation. Did they just think they didn't have the DPS? I think that was as free of a Gold Fury as they come. Maybe, honestly, early Gold Furies, you can get more value by invading buffs, and I think that's probably the thought process here. Sam went to red, and Mike also went for the purple. So they didn't want to go for that early Gold Fury. They wanted to try and just deny as much farm as possible. They don't want to give Zap a clear avenue back into this game and not let his farm go. So could be a smart play. Maybe it'll work out for them as long as they stay on top of that buff timer and continuously invade that. And FineOK was almost invaded, was almost ganked, and just didn't really work out. The Chalk is too tanky, at least has too much safety. Panatom steals away speed buff, but no kill onto the Chalk.
Good news for the Leviathans fans out there is that First Blood is really, that bounty is really the only difference as far as gold goes here in this game. Every once in a while you'll see First Blood, couple kills roll, and then all the farm, like, and you get a 1K gold swing, something like that, off of just one kill. Not the case to start off. So the Leviathans, well, not thrilled with the way that the first couple of kills had dropped. Absolutely not far and out of this game, especially when you get some of the stacking that Shinto is going to be looking for anyway, and actually the gold lead dropping back down. Haven't seen much Tiamat Trelly, which is interesting, but still feels like kind of that catch-all pick. You know, it's not fully out of the meta. Maybe not the first pick you're going to in mid, but still scales up nicely later on into the game. Shinto very talented on this pick. I suppose synergizes with the Warlock staff somewhat well. And I think as the game goes on, will be a threatening pick for this Leviathan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Tiamat, honestly. She doesn't bring anything overwhelming, but what she does bring is great damage late game, safety throughout the game. You know, you're not going to get overwhelming mid pressure. You're not going to bring a global rotation, but you are just going to bring solid mid lane damage throughout the game, and that's really what you're looking for on this pick. Shinto's been playing it for quite some time, ran the meta for a while, and still always going to be a decent pick to fall back to when you really don't know. And it's always safe to grab as well. You can say, hey, we're going to first pick this Tiamat. It doesn't open us into anything, any sort of counter matchup. It's always just going to be a safe pick there. As Panatom might look for Pagon here.
Yeah.
But the Spider is more interested in farm, and will just sort of look at lane and then run away. The webs can be very annoying if you get them onto Mori when she is invis, but as long as you're able to juke those out, Pagon's going to be pretty safe.
Gold Fury still stands, as we mentioned. Dragons had an opportunity, let it drop. Probably won't see that get pulled, barring another nice team fight from either of these two teams. Mike is going to walk head first into a couple members of the Leviathans, but will be able to jump out just fine. Now, it could be an opportunity for Sam, who has slowed down, hovering over towards the right side of the map. But Yarkor not at his blue buff yet. Sam will walk forward, steal that one away, and more unfortunate than anything for Yarkor's FineOK will maintain the blue buff. So both junglers seemingly happy with the pacing of this game up to this point. A slight grouping from the Leviathans. Mike needs to be careful here. Enough CC could lock down a Fafnir. But all right. I think we're going to back things away, and the Jade Dragons content with just a couple of kills here. Pyromancer up on the map, and that tends to be where teams gravitate towards earlier on in these games. Gold Fury just too risky. Objective burn-wise, one of these two teams could pull a slight advantage if they're able to grab an early pyro.
Yeah, I think the burn has to go to the side of the Jade Dragon just because Pagon can easily turn into the Arachne if need be, if you need more extra damage. Also could just turn into, Shinto if you need the Tornado to help with DPS and things like that. So as long as you are using all of your ultimates effectively, that Gold Fury will go down. And once again, Panatom comes over, sort of eyes up Final K and goes, we're not killing that, and just goes away. And that's
eyes up Panatom, or eyes up Final K times 8, because Panatom's got 8 eyes on the Arachne.
That is true, but
that is some of my best work ever. You should have said he eyes up Final K. Yeah, that one's run its course. I'm sorry. Pyromancer by the Leviathans, thank you for bailing me out. And a fight, my goodness, it is just so easy for me. And Zapman taken down by Panicat. Third kill of the game to the Jade Dragons. First over to the ADC of the Jade Dragons. Is that advantage enough, though, to immediately pull the Gold Fury? Dragons seem to think so. And a Gold Fury is going to get pulled. Transformation from Mike out. Speeds up the objective burn.
Ronky just walked away.
That'll be it. Jade Dragons grab a kill, grab a Fury. At least the Leviathan's able to get Pyro on the other side.
Yeah, Rongu definitely looked over, saw the Gold Fury, and said, we can get purple if we hurry, but there's no way we're going to be contesting that. There's just too much presence on the right side of the map. As Fine OK tried to defend its blue buff against the invade, and it looks like Panatom will be able to take away some farm, but this Tier 1 tower is being looked at. Same for Soccer. Not really interested on the right side of the map right now, has been spending a lot of time trying to kill Zapman, had one successful gank, and another one coming through as well, so just spending much more time trying to make sure the Panda Cat can use that presence. And it helps out not only you and your jungler, or your laner rather, but Panda Cat can also just globally ult to anyone with this lead. So it's going to help out the whole squad in that instance. Panda Cat can just say, hey, I've got a lead, and Zapman has to push up, this Trebuchet has to push up these waves. I can ult over whenever you guys want, and we can use that effectively. So Zap getting behind is going to help out the whole squad.
The rest of the map, though, feeling somewhat even despite the solo lane where Fine OK has a 1-level lead just through a couple blue buff steals, things like that. Farm going effectively for this Chalk, who starts Transcendence into the Glad Shield, Yarkor. Sometimes you see a Shogun, something like that, very early on the Bellona, but sticking with the Berserker Shield into Sovereignty is a good look at the start of the game here for Yarkor. A couple power spikes starting to get hit early on in this game. Deso completed for Pagon for some of that flat penetration. And then extra burst damage for Shinto. Soul Gem, second item out of that Tiamat. Could be Soul Reaver after the fact as well. So these next couple of items, Trelly, actually could be a decent spike for the Leviathans to fight around.
Yeah, I love this build because with the Warlocks, you have so much extra HP. The Soul Gem is going to consistently give you some sustain and also a little bit of burst damage and survivability, cooldown. Just, it helps out and it synergizes so well. If you are going to go for the Soul Reaver, usually after that you want the Charon's Coin or the Ob Shard. And then with the upgraded Sands of Time, you get full CDR with a Power Pod. So it's just a nice build that you can use to be survivable, but also dish out a ton of damage. I mean, I might as well just break that one down for you because it's an interesting buy, I would say.
Sorry,
was that not what you were wowing?
Did I throw you off with the wow? Yeah, I was not wowing. I mean, your analysis.
You weren't even listening.
No, I was. No, I was. Your analysis does wow me. But while I was listening, it was a very early Spectral Armor bot by Rongyu, which is what I was wowing. I'm not used to the Spectral being in that slot.
That's a good point.
So while Trelly, you do wow me every single day, and your analysis was correct and very on point. The early Spectral from Rongyu is really what shined out in my eyes and made me vocalize the wow. Suppose will help out, and that's exactly what Yarkor needs right now, as Pagon is here on right as well. Fine OK taking up the tower, plenty of damage, but an Eagles rally stuns down Fine OK. It's a matter of who gets it at this point. Panda Cat all the way over from left will ult in, deal the last bit of damage, and the Chernobog hits again.
Yeah, that's going to be a great kill for Panda Cat to have. And look at the left side of the map. Zap was so far back that he's not even going to lose the wave for that. This is why putting some pressure on that Jingwei just means that this Chernobog can just be so global and not get put behind in the slightest. Won't even miss maybe 2 minions to the tower if he hurries up. And the purple buff wasn't even looked at because Zap just can't step up from the wave right now. Given the fact that Spectral was built, I was looking around to see what may have caused that. Wow. And Sam for Soccer has the tier 2 win. Wind Demon, the Atalanta's Bow as well. So you're dealing with double crit, maybe not double ADC. And of course, if Pagon wants to turn into one of these ADCs or the Nemesis, you'll be getting crit from that side as well. So I think just a great purchase trying to make sure this Khepri can survive long enough to get the value off, survive long enough to get these Scarab's blessings off. If your Khepri dies first, you're losing 3 lives in that sense because you can't revive someone and you can't save them from the kill. So I think you want to make sure this Khepri's as tanky as possible.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did my first WoW come off as like slightly derogatory? I'm sad if it did.
I wouldn't say that's what it was. I think to me, it's just like you were surprised at how much value Soul Gem got, and I was like, yeah, man, pretty cool.
Of course, I mean, that also was surprising. So I guess it could have worked in.
I think it did work, and the more you bring it up, the more I think it was disingenuous.
No, it wasn't at all.
I didn't think it was, but now that we're here.
I'm nervous that you're like, yeah, I'm breaking this down, and Dave hits me with the flattest wow of all time while I'm trying to do my job, and I'm nervous that that's how it came up. So
it did.
All right, good. But now I've gotten that in your mind.
No,
oh God!
I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight.
I'm gonna be staring at my ceiling in bed, thinking of all the things I've ever done wrong, and this is gonna be at the top of my mind all day long. I'm sorry, Trelly. We can discuss more about it off camera though, and really get to the bottom of it, because could get our first look at a team fight here. Is FineOK assisted by Panicat on the ult in. Big knock, a big silence from the Chalk. But a reinitiation from the Leviathans on the back of the fight. Yarkor into the Scarab's Blessing, uses the beads as well. Looks like the Dragons left searching for a kill. What is up though? There's a Pyromancer on this side of the map. Would be early for a Fire Giant.
Yeah, PBM's in that Draconic Transformation, and all the Leviathans are healthy enough to try and defend that Fire Giant. Mike goes for it, and will take a bit of damage, but this Fafnir's tank, he should be able to leap out.
Oh, he does. Wrong you low, Sam. Yeah, he goes in. Gets the 5th kill of the game for the Jade Dragons. Panatom will ult out. So it should be a Pyromancer here eventually, plus a kill. Leviathans have some damage in these fights, just haven't quite had the legs, and the Jade Dragons have really controlled things. Better initiation. Love the look of FineOK back on a Warrior.
Oh, yeah.
And the Dragons now pull a pretty big lead here in this game. Was 4,000.
No shot.
And they're calling your bluff, Trilly. Fire Giant pulled by the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, will they commit to it is a question. Yarkor sniffs this out immediately. Doesn't have Eagles rally up. A Scourge is your best option, but here comes Zap.
It's about to have Eagles rally. Oh, the rest of the Leviathans are here. Fire Giant's low. You gotta come in. You gotta stick with it. And the Jade Dragons confirm the FG. But can the Leviathans find a reinitiation? Panatom taken low, taken down. Panacat's got it. And actually could be a good fight for the Dragons. Again, this game has been broken wide open. Yarkor searching for 1 kill, 1 Fire Giant buff to take away. He'll at least do that. But I'm not sure Yarkor will be able to do much more. Double kill for Panda. And Fire Giant remains on 4 of the Dragons.
Yeah, 4-0 is the Chernobog right now, being able to use this lead to the fullest extent. He just backs and flies right back in. Shinto could be in some trouble here. He does use the Aegis and has the leap away, but you're not going anywhere. Sam for Soccer on a killing spree. So the Jade Dragons looking phenomenally better than they were in game number 1. This team comp, I think, has helped them out a ton, and now that Oni Fury is certainly going to be on the chopping block as well. They haven't even backed yet. They won the fight. Yep. They went for Fire Giant. Panda does a quick back, flies back in, but they still have not backed and spent up that gold. Maybe a miracle steal from Wrong Yu, and it won't be the case. And the Jade Dragons climb ahead. Very close to, about 8,000 gold in the lead at the moment.
And that's exactly what we had for the Leviathans in game 1. The Leviathans built up this gold lead, actually right around this mark. And you're going to have about 3,000 gold for the members of the Jade Dragons to go back and spend. Sam for Soccer's about to hit a big power spike, 3.5k gold. You're going to be able to finish up that Wind Demon, what we assume to be the Wind Demon. Potentially a couple tiers in his next item as well. And you know, I don't want to harsh on the FineOK Hunters. That's not the point in this. But what a difference. The Initiator in your face. CC also doing some damage style of play looks like for FineOK. And I was wrong. It wasn't a completed win.
He just built Deathbringer.
Sam just full buys a Deathbringer. And so Spectral Armor is going to be doing some work for Rangyu.
Yeah, I definitely think he'll be getting his money's worth with that item. It's not going to help him survive too much because there's just simply too much damage and shred on the side of the Jade Dragons. With the Fail Not proc from Pandacat as well. Anyone fighting around that Chernobog is going to have a good time critting. It looks like Yarkor could be in some trouble here. He's going to have the Juke Shoes, but there's just too much damage coming out from Pandacat.
Yeah, goodbye. Pandacat on a rampage. 504 on the Chernobog. Stun onto Zapman. Actually, a bit of a wraparound by the Jade Dragons here can funnel the Leviathans underneath this tier 1 tower, but instead, they're just buying time for a couple members of the Dragons to push down this right side Phoenix. Can you even delay the backs? Panatom is in an awkward spot. Pagon and Panda able to deal damage to the right side Phoenix. Mike slows down the re-engage, but does get knocked up. Great map play here by the Jade Dragons. Just slow the rotation back from the Leviathans. Get the right side Phoenix. And a necessary Scarab's Blessing right into the knockup and damage from FineOK. And the Jade Dragons playing with wind at their backs. Knock down 2 more members of the Leviathans. They will get into the fountain, but we're just over 20 minutes. The Jade Dragons, you're not allowed to do this. You can't finish the game this quickly. This is not the meta that we've been playing in, where they smell blood in the water, and the Leviathans fighting with 3. The Jade Dragons fighting with 5. Mike gets taken down by Zapman, but Pandacat, Pagon, they've got the damage onto the Titans. Say hello to game number 3.
Pandacat 7-0 and Sam 3-0 as well. I just think that team comp makes all the difference. I'm not, I didn't say it on the broadcast, but right as I saw that draft, I said, we're going to a game 3, right when I saw what the Jade Dragons had.
I'm sure you did.
You heard me. I said it to you. This
sure.
guy. All right. Either way, I just knew right away that this comp was going to bring so much more than the previous. I think they looked on fire. As long as Sanford Soccer could get Zapman behind, put Pandacat ahead, he was able to use that global presence throughout the map. And wherever that Chernobog was, there was kills to be had.
Unfortunately for Arachne mains out there, we saw none of it here in game number 2. And really exchanged punches here from both of these teams. A really convincing game number 1 from the Leviathans. Goes a bit longer. This is like a Jade Dragons Season 8 style of win here. You're just over 20 minutes. You get a team fight. And think of those last couple moments where you slow the Leviathans. You don't let them get back to that Phoenix. Then you find a pick. Just an awesome play from the Jade Dragons. That brings us our second game 3 of the day. You don't want to miss it. Game 3 coming up next.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
our potentially fastest game of Phase 2, maybe even of Season 9 so far. In less than 21 minutes, the Jade Dragons have steamrolled through the Atlantis Leviathans to take game number 2. And Mifflin, I think a lot of it comes down to what we were talking about beforehand, the worries and the struggles of what this Arachne could face, not being able to gank a Chernobog well, maybe not sticking up to this Morgan well, and unfortunately, we didn't really see Panatom get active at all on the map. I looked up 13, 14 minutes in the game, and he was sitting bottom of the player damage chart at around 800 damage at that time, and it didn't really get much better from there. And if you're the Leviathans, it's hard to find those kills and find those wins when your jungler's not able to get who's involved.
If you were ever wondering what a Smite game would look like if a jungler were on one team and not on the other, that's a pretty good example of it. Panatom really was not allowed to get active, and with all that space, everybody on the Jade Dragons were able to get active. Panacat utilizing his ultimate aggressively. FineOK making early rotations towards mid. Sanford Soccer going unchecked on the majority of his ganks. And I think that it's exactly what we were expecting, right? Like, the Arachne was the only question mark. Had it dominated, we would have been singing its praises. Had it established that early lead, maybe we're talking about a 2-game set, but it's a highly volatile pick, and this time we got to see the lower end. The Jade Dragons, on the other hand, execute perfectly on just punishing that lack of presence from the Leviathan's jungler. Their team fights were incredibly clean. That having that more standard initiation really seems to have rounded out their play style. FineOK was really, really good at getting into that back line, creating space with the chalk. Those ultimates were hitting 2 or 3 people just about every single time. PBM with some phenomenal dragon transformations. I'm thinking all the way back to that earliest rotation where we saw an airstrike out from Zapman, and he just kind of lands into a dragon transformation. Just great play across the board. And when both teams are as good as these, and both teams have been playing as well as these, well, you're bound for a Game 3.
And Game 3, it will be a 7-0-5 for PandaCat to close out Game 2, 3-0-5 for Sam for Soccer. And looking just down the damage charge, you can see FineOK topping for his team, 18K. And unfortunately for Panatom, sitting at the bottom overall, 2,500 over the course of a 21-minute game is not going to get a whole lot of value out of the jungle out there. So adaptations, at least for the Leviathans, maybe find something that Panatom can get active on a little bit earlier on. Bakasura,
like anything else?
Bakasura may have been a good call. That way you can try and get active, get some very early jungle pressure out there. We'll see if the Leviathans make those adaptations in game number 3. Picks and bans are ready to go. And with the Leviathans in that first pick, maybe for the Jade Dragons, might change up a little bit about how their bans were going. They were taking the Emoja out prior in that second slot, and maybe still holding on to that as a potential ban for the Dragons in this top 3, unless they feel that the Leviathans are willing to maybe not top pick it.
I'm thinking the Leviathans will probably top pick it, right? You got a 100% win rate, God. You probably go towards it. I'm expecting potentially a ban onto Umoja from the Jade Dragons. If that's the case, the Leviathans might be in a position to take Chernobog for themselves, which could help out a fair deal, be able to match some of that global presence that we saw from the Jade Dragons in the previous match. Or maybe we could see the Jade Dragons try and really limit Panatom's God Pool. Seems like when Panatom isn't able to get the ball rolling, the Leviathans really struggle, but I doubt we see another pick like Arachne. There are so many plug-and-play, just standard junglers, things like the Gilgamesh that Panatom has gone into towards the past, Erlong Shen, if you want another initiator, standard Bakasura like you were talking about. So could be that we're really going to see duo emphasis in the first couple of picks.
First of bans. Right out the gate. Still, for the Leviathans, we'll focus out Sam for Soccer with 2 of them. The Nemesis was left open in game number 2, did really well for the Dragons in game 2, and now will be rightfully banned once again by the Leviathans alongside that Fenrir. Chernobog going to be banned by the Dragons, and not allowing the Leviathans to have a global pick first and foremost. And another thing I noticed in a lot of those early ganks and those early team fights out of the Jade Dragons, sure, they were swarming 3-4 people at a time up against 2, but every time that Rongyu did manage to get a revive onto somebody, there was always one person at the very least right by Rongyu ready to collapse in on that revive target. We saw it at the Fire Giant fight on the top end where Sam for Soccer was in the back end. Okay, I got my pick up there. At the Phoenix fight, FineOK was there with an ultimate as well. And even Zapman, when he decided, okay, I'm going to go down to the Gold Fury, which he probably didn't need to considering everybody had left him alone.
Whole team on Rongyu.
There was 4 people at Rongyu, and they both ended up going down.
Yeah, so potential. The Jade Dragons clearly showing that they know how to play against that Khepri, and given the opportunity to choose between playing against Khepri or Umoja, they would take the Khepri if the ban phase is to be believed here. The Morgan going to be the third ban here for the Leviathans, a standard mage selection. taken off the board, limit some of those wombo combo style of drafts, no double chalk shenanigans, no double dodgy available, no double anything because we're in competitive Smite, and the Morgan's banned. So the Leviathans finding themselves a solid one in the third. But what will the Jade Dragons leave up and available? Khepri is a standout as of right now. King Arthur is a pick that could favor either one of these teams, with the majority of hunters, or the majority of global hunters already dealt with. Chernobog. Maybe Jingwei gets looked at. Now, the Uhl taken off the table, maybe a hunter selection should be what the Leviathans are thinking of first overall.
Well, they will have the first pick, and it's got to be an important one for the Leviathans to at least get their foot forward up in this. It's Mercury that got left open. Completely forgot that he was left open and available with the Morgan banned away. That's the first time that we've seen the Mercury left up by either team. So something completely different for Panatom now. Still an auto attack style god, but definitely one that can get much more active very early in this game.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Panatom go down that standard crit tree. I feel like on Mercury you essentially have to, but will that limit your hunter? Are we going to see Zapman go down that crit tree as well? If that's the case, you already have a Bellona on the side of the Jade Dragons to deal with these auto attackers. Spectral Armor, getting as many buffs as it has recently, and all the nerfs to crit might limit the Leviathans. All that said, global presence and early crit will still find value regardless, and you really will have that value towards neutral objectives, because Gold Fury and Fire Giant are too large. They won't fit into a Spectral Armor. So, certainly the ability for the Leviathans to get active towards those neutrals early on, as Fafnir and Bellona round out the top two for the Jade Dragons. Not showing too much of their hand, but not much flex potential between those two picks either. The most we could see would be Bellona in the jungle, and I don't really associate that with Sanford Soccer.
No, and we haven't seen Bellona in jungle in what feels like a very, very long time, and maybe not even within some of the regions that these teams have been playing in. Leviathans have two picks of their own. They will go towards the Jingwei, so some semi-global pressure, at least out of their hunter, something safe over for Zapman, and the Baron that was left open was working well for the Dragons, no matter if you threw him into support or if you threw him into solo lane, will be picked up. And now at least the question of which of those two roles will the Leviathan throw this into? Even showing some success as still potential mid laner, but we haven't been seeing a whole lot of that as of recent.
I like the Baron Samdi in the Bellona matchup. I feel like once you're through that first item, once you get a little bit of defense online for Baron Samdi, you really don't have the most kill potential as Bellona, and Bellona having to stand so close to the wave means that Baron Samdi should, for the most part, be able to keep himself sustained in the lane. So as of now, leaning towards Soul Lane for this Baron Samdi selection, but certainly has some of that flex potential, and as the Jade Dragons show some more of their draft, could shake up how the Leviathans start to think about this pick.
We did see a strong presence out of Hell just yesterday, and we'll now see Hell rightfully taken away at that same time. So Jade Dragons will make sure to keep that healer out of the mid lane, out of Shinto's hands, a player who's more than capable of being able to pilot that god. Erlong Shen going to be the ban up against the Jade Dragons, focusing out Sam for Soccer yet again. Gilgamesh still up on the table, and be curious to see if the Dragons are able to pick that one up, if the Leviathans will leave it open for them. But Yu Huang will not make his way there, another god that Shinto has seen some promise on, and a god the Jade Dragons don't want to deal with.
So, what will the Leviathans do with this last ban? Do you want to limit those hunters? The hunters still available don't really scream like ban to me, or are you that worried about an AMC? You could be concerned about a Freya, perhaps, but that would be a pretty magical heavy composition from the Jade Dragons. So instead, the Daji taken off the table, which had completely slipped my mind. That makes perfect sense. You don't want to have to deal with the CC core that she brings to your team, and as well how well she facilitates this Thoth out of mid. So the Jade Dragons will have to dig a little bit deeper into their jungle god pool. Man, you've implanted the idea of Gilgamesh into my mind. I'm really thinking hard about that pick, and I think it would work against some of these selections from the Leviathans. Mercury, to a certain extent, not really great into the Gilgamesh, especially in the early portions of the game. You're able to just, if he comes at you, you don't win the 1v1, but you drop kick him away, and you're able to disengage and get involved elsewhere on the map. Instead, it's a Ho Yi lock-in, so Sam for Soccer going to wait a little bit longer on his own pick.
We'll wait to see what the rest of the draft is. To couple alongside the Mercury for the right side of the map, Osiris will be the selection for your core, and then Poseidon over to the mid lane. We've seen the success that Shinto has had on this mid lane maze. We've seen the relative success that Poseidon has had. You know, even though that's only a 44% win rate, some of the games that we have seen that Poseidon has been able to dominate, and thinking back to Benny Q's performance earlier on into the day, looking over at BMT in previous weeks of play, this Poseidon can be a devastating pick. But right now the Jade Dragons hovering Robin, and this is a pick that we used to see all the time when Poseidon was very popular, was You pick Robin, and what does Poseidon do?
Probably whiff Kraken. Overhead kick. Pretty good at avoiding that. Robin also very good at keeping up with Poseidon. That ultimate to engage the fight, the slows to make sure that he isn't getting the full value of that title meter. So I like this Robin selection, and not just because I'm a big Robin fan, but also he recently got a bunch of buffs towards his own scaling. So you really don't feel the changes on Robin until about 2 items into your build, but afterward, the damage output really starts to ramp up a fair deal. So I like how this is going to look for the Jade Dragons. You've got a standard spearhead composition, Bellona, Fafnir, and Robin going to hold down your front line. Ho Yi, to a certain extent, space control with that ultimate, can auto-attack and help peel out for Thoth, who is going to be his bubble buddy for the majority of these team fights. Thoth, on the other hand, just has a lot of great targets that he can start looking towards in these engagements. Mercury, if you're able to poke him out, already an incredibly squishy pick. Take 1 or 2 hieroglyphic assaults, and all of a sudden, your ultimate isn't as valuable because you go in and you just die. So I really do like how Thoth is going to round out this draft. The Leviathans, on the other hand, if they are able to establish early pressure, should be able to get in towards those objectives. We talked about it with their top 3, and it continually got stronger as the rest of their draft built out. They've got really good pressure potential towards gold and pyro.
Well, now that we get a look at the lanes, we see that the Osiris got locked in. So Bellona versus Osiris, a matchup as old as time as far as Smite is concerned. And you throw Baron up against the Fafnir on the opposite side. Some decent tools, maybe some kind of decent back and forth initiation amongst those teams. If you're Leviathans, between having the Baron and between having the Osiris, which of those kind of becomes your primary initiator for the team?
Well, Osiris is never really an initiator. He can go in, he can create space. Like, he'll start the fight, but it's not like, I'm starting the fight, they're locked down. It's, I'm starting the fight, they're tethered, and they are running away from me. They're scattering to the wind. So Osiris mainly there to act as just space control for the rest of the team, whereas Baron Samedi is going to be the guy who's like, all right, I found the root, let's put some damage into him. I pulled somebody in, let's put some damage to him. He's the more standard of the 2 initiators. But I think the Atlantis Leviathans with this kind of composition aren't really looking for the true 5-on-5 engagement. They want to have Mercury find a pick early on, catch somebody rotating into the team fight, have Poseidon drop a Kraken before the fight starts off, just weaken the Jade Dragons, who haven't really got the best sustain.
As far as it's concerned, I mean, we look back to game number 1, the Leviathans were able to find success getting those picks across the map. The near deicide that happened partway through the game of finding one on right and just slowly transitioning their way across the map to find those picks and kind of slow bleed and chokehold out the Jade Dragons. May be the call for the Leviathans. The Jade Dragons have a ton of tools to start burning away and even securing these objectives. So it's going to have to come down to a lot of this range damage. It's Kraken versus Final Judgment as far as those are concerned. Can the Atlantis Leviathans close this one out? Will it be the Jade Dragons? We'll throw it over. It's a game number 3.
Only one thing is confirmed here, is that there's no more games. This is it. Jade Dragons and Leviathans, game 3. It all comes to an end right here, right now. After a back-and-forth set, both teams have had, maybe dominating is an overstatement, Trilly, but both teams have had very convincing wins so far in this set. Leviathans run away with it in game 1. Jade Dragons, more comfortable composition, bounce back in game 2. And now all bets are off headed into game 3. I think both teams have more of a standard squad built out on both sides. Really feels like a lot of this comes down to play on field.
Yeah, I definitely prefer to see Pantom on the Mercury rather than the Arachne.
You didn't like the Arachne?
Just didn't bring enough to the table for me to warrant picking it just like ever.
No, it was like me coming to Thanksgiving where like my parents and brother and sister-in-law and sister, like they all bring like actual food to the table, and I show up having cooked nothing. I literally brought nothing to the table. And that's how I felt like the Arachne was in game 2.
Yeah, and I think Mercury's going to be the opposite here. There's a reason it's so highly contested. It can bring so much damage. The global presence that Mercury has just blinks in immediately. Sanford Soccer wants to make sure that there's no level 2s being hit here, so that there could be a jungle invade after the fact. I just think the Mercury's going to be such a better look for Pantom, and the crit damage, having an extra ADC on the team just helps you out so much.
To be clear, that was more of an indictment by me of the Arachne pick in general, where Pantom, such a talented player, will have a much easier time, I think, getting involved on the style pick. Like
I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you about that.
No,
the Arachne didn't bring much.
Right, I wanted to make sure that it didn't come off as like Pantom brings nothing to the table, right? It's more of a, the Arachne.
Is Pantom a hindrance?
Arachne showed up, ate the desserts, ate the turkey, and then headed out. Didn't really, brought the silverware, like plastic cups and cutlery on the way. But look at this, Pantom bringing an early gank to the table. This game, Final K needed that disarm And max value from the Bologna, able to get out. You normally wait until level 5 on a Mercury to get active, but Panatom having none of it. Puts Final K on the back foot a bit early.
I thought his name was Alec Fonzo.
What did I say?
You called him max value.
I'm
sorry. I just know the pace of these games. That was the one game we're going to see from Panatom for a little bit.
I felt the piercing pain on my right side. Oh, God. That hurt.
I just know we're not going to see a gang from Panatom for some time. That was the one opportunity he had. Final K is going to be watching out for that now. But Sanford Soccer could try to find a gank on that side of the map. He is sort of posturing over. He's only level 2, but does have a root and a slow. More so interested in this blue buff, though. He's just going to sit there and wait. I thought maybe, just maybe, Yarkor would step up too far.
That was better than my Arachne 8 eyes joke from game 2 by far. So at least give you credit. It wasn't the worst bit that we've had throughout
the worst bit in this set.
Right, but again, we're not. There's not much there because
that's not my bar. I don't want to be the not the worst jokes said in a set.
Yeah,
so.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not proud of that one either. But
it's okay. Well, look, that's how you improve. You know, it fell a bit short, but it was better again than whatever I had in game number 2 there. But you're right, though. I think Panatom slows things down for a bit here, waits till level 5, and that's when the Jade Dragons really have to be aware of that Sonic Boom. Got to make sure your ward coverage is proper because level 5, hanging out behind the tier 1 tower and duo, over in mid, things like that. Send ultimates right down the middle. Can set up for some proper ganks. Now, Sanford Soccer is going to have to throw something a bit unique out here because the Robin, not a frequent pick here at the SPL level, but great at kind of bridging that early game to mid game and getting the Jade Dragons to mid in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we did see the Robin was through Pagon, countering out Benny Q's Poseidon, and it worked out very well. And I think that's the same name of the game here for Sanford Soccer. Try get to Shinto, blink in. Anytime that Kraken comes through, you have 2 different immunities. You can decide to use overhead kick or the ultimate. So you're never going to have to worry about that Kraken, and it's such easy ganks, especially with a Thoth in the back to provide the damage you need. So I expect to see Sanford Soccer try to get active in mid, or at least try to get active and sort of force relics onto Shinto so he's not able to just free farm on this Poseidon, because he should be getting outraged anyways by Panatom, but maybe Panatom's looking to get a gank onto a Pagon.
Here you go. Level 5, Sonic Boom charged, but Pagon a bit out of the center of the lane. And that it just requires, you can't slip up if you're playing against a Mercury. Like something as small as that, just hugging the wall in the lane, being outside of Sonic Boom line of sight is something you've got to do every time you're in lane. Following up on your jungler, something else you got to be able to do. Panatom dashes away. Polar Bear Mike was here as well. The Jade Dragon send pressure towards the Leviathans. Doesn't result in much, though, as Panda Cat also has to go up and away, able to avoid the pull-in from Rongyu. We are fighting everywhere. Stun from Yarkor delays out Finoke, who did have the Eagles rally. Wondered if we would kind of see that counter out the tether. But Finoke not wanting to use his ultimate while also not knowing where Panatom is. So getting a bit scrappy early in the first 5 minutes here, Trelly. No kills drop, though, just yet.
Yeah, and that solo lane matchup, it's one of, we've seen Osiris versus Bologna for years now, I think, just been dominating the solo lane for quite some time. Whenever this Death's Toll style build is in the meta, you'll see these 2 picks. And the way it usually goes is whoever ults first is going to lose that transaction. You know, the Lord of the Afterlife, very telegraphed, and Eagles Rally, very telegraphed. If you want the stun or the root, respectively, you got to try and hold it as much as possible. You have to just eat the full brunt of the damage that the other laner is going to bring. So Yarkor wanted to hold on to that one as long as possible, and Final K probably recognized that one as well. And we'll just dash away. The Glad Shield is actually going to be the start here for Yarkor as Panatom just sits there and waits for a possible gank onto Pagon. He's got to walk up the lane eventually, but maybe just goes the safe way instead of going through the small little corridor. Actually didn't, but he had PBM with him, so didn't care too much.
Had a little safety with Mike hovering close by. Shinto opts for just rush right into the Charon's coin. Finish that item completely up before going back and getting Bumbas. Now, we've heard this theorized, and not only theorized, but actually put into play in-game. The Poseidon, I'm trying to remember exactly what the build is. It might start with Charon's coin, eventually gets Bumba's hammer. I think Staff of Mirrodin is slotted in there later on into the build at some point, and you just farm cooldowns in team fights. I wonder if that's something that Shinto is looking for as this build ends up going on. But what we do have solidified now, Charon's coin early, And so hopefully for the Leviathans, if there's some fighting going on, Shinto can get some of those stacks rolling, get the Krakens hitting their target and finding some value. Fine, okay, needs some safety yet again here. Has Eagles rally. Doesn't need it though. Panatom chooses to hold on to the Sonic Boom.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer could be close, and you don't really want to commit too much to a Bologna when there's a Robin in the mix. And it looks like Final K gets baited and does the up down, but he's gone.
That'll be a kill, and that'll be first blood over to Panatom. And that is simple. Kind of a pump fake on the way out, but what a ricochet from Pandacat. The ricochet more impressive than really the follow-up warranted. But Panatom really on the right side makes the difference in the early game. I think lulling Fine OK into a sense of security, seeing the Mercury walk away, and ends up turning back around for first blood. Yeah. Exactly what you want on Mercury. Get the goal rolling on early.
Yeah, you just stayed a little bit too long there. And Pandacat has been zoning out Zapman, not letting him step up to this wave until the purple buff spawns in, and then we'll be able to go for it. But Shinto's here and is going to crack in that buff and make sure to confirm him for his laner.
Yeah, you better confirm the purple buff if you're going to drop Kraken on it and get some damage onto Pandacat, and does indeed confirm the purple buff for Zapman. Just helping out, but that means doesn't have Kraken for moments like this. Mike simply walking forward, and Mike drops the red buff. So Shinto uses the Kraken for Zapman, doesn't have it for his own buff, and Mike gets away with one there. Red buff will go searching for a waste, and it won't be there because Mike unable to pick it up for himself. So a small win back to the Jade Dragons, as Panatom going right into what looks like to be a Wind Demon. Sanford Soccer, though, going right into the mid lane. Lots of damage into Shinto, but no Mystic Rush, no dive back in.
I saw the look in Sam's eyes. He wanted to ult that, and immediately thought, wait, towers are strong now, and he decided against it. The ult was definitely on his mind, and it looks like PBM is getting CC down here. We'll get pulled back in. There's a bit of damage here.
Whoa, Final Judgment flies out from Pagon. Mike de-transforming, and that'll put him right in harm's way. Zapman, a well-timed rotation through, picks up Zapman's first kill of the game, but the Leviathan's second kill of the game, and one nice stack for Shinto's Charon's coin. Point I was trying to make before that fight really breaks out, and might not have a chance again, depending on what happens here, is that Panatom going right into what looks like a Wind Demon, crit on the mind of this Mercury. Again, we saw early Spectral Armors prioritized last game. Wonder if we see the Dragons look for something like that here. Because, you know, the one-punch style of Mercury build really hurts.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be super annoying to deal with. There's so much movement speed on the side of Leviathans already. Shinto started that Charon's coin, as you mentioned, and now going into the Doom Orb. Toxic Blade probably on the mind as well. Even if there's not an overwhelming amount of healing, it just gives you attack speed and movement speed. That's what these Poseidons love, is just trying to be as fast and annoying as possible. And once you get that Bumbus Hammer, you can just spam that Trident ability. So should be an interesting build that we'll see Shinto go down as the game goes on. But 2-0 right now are the Levi's, and they're not up in gold. The Jade Dragons have been controlling the map, and Mike steals the purple buff away again. He doesn't even have a look on his face. I'd at least be grinning if I had done that twice in a row, but that's just another day in the office.
Yeah, right. Mike just expects it, right? If he's not stealing the purple buff, something's gone wrong. And so the last couple of buffs for the Leviathans on the left side of the map get taken away by Polar Bear Mike. At least Shinto will get the red buff over in mid. Mike takes a bit of damage, and a bit is it. Just Zapman with only the Ichabale and into something else in that Xe, Aussie, kin-size tree. Whoa. That is simple from Panatom, though. Over to the red buff, spins around Pagon. But now being run at by Sanford Soccer. This is a 2-level lead for Panatom, choosing not to fight it. Will ult away instead. Panatom, that is simple. The most underwhelming kill there is. Walks forward, autos Pagon a couple of times, but now there's a fight from the Jade Dragons around the corner. Won't get much under Wrong You. Ultimate dropped by Pandacat. The Leviathans are going to disengage just fine.
Yeah, there's no stuns there available for Mike, just too speedy after that heal went through, so there's just going to be no sort of chase in. Wrong You steps too far back up, and now there will be some chase through.
Wrong You sustains, but sustain is not enough. Zapman, big triple airstrike as Panatom is rotated back into the fight. No Sonic Boom, and no chance. Decent little ricochet, though, out of Pandacat. Those have been hitting this game. Panatom sticks around. Has to be careful here. His dash is now down, gets rooted in place, uses the beads. And that's all the Jade Dragons will look for. So at least one pulled back by the Dragons, but other than that, the Leviathans have been really controlling the individual kills here in Game 3.
Absolutely, and if if you were wondering where the Kraken was that fight, it was farming the right side of the map, pushing 2 waves under Pagon's tower, and hitting level 12. Shinto just running to farm, has the Bumbas, as you mentioned already, and has just been saying, hey, I'll be the jungler if you want to go try and fight on the left side of the map. I'm not going. I want to be as far ahead as possible. I want to just speed run to level 20 so I can help out my team even more later on. So all the camps on the right side of the map were done by Shinto during that fight. He didn't care to rotate in, and it ended up only netting 1 kill onto your support, so not going to be the worst option in the world. You got a 2-0 Mercury, who's already level 12 as well. It's a 2-level lead in that jungle. You're probably not too upset about that one.
Yeah, jungle and mid feeling comfortable for the Leviathans that they can fight around this middle part of the map. Or just to the right of the middle part of the map, around the Pyromancer. Should be a good look. Big crits rolling through for Phantom, and that means an easy Pyromancer to the Leviathans. Now, what's worrying, Trelly, is not the gold lead or the experience lead just yet, though 3,000 experience is pretty hefty. What's worrying is that if you rewind to game 1, this is much like the style of game the Leviathans played where they were able to find the win, where not like overwhelming amount of kills, but the Jade Dragons like just behind enough that they don't want to step up to the Pyro, don't want to step up to the Gold Fury. Nice dodge by Zapman. Going to be a pull back in from Rongyu. Ultimate down for Pandacat. He eats the stun. Zapman gets melted through by that ultimate. Rongyu hoping to sprint away. A transformation out from Mike. Gives the Dragons a bit more wind in this fight. Zapman barely makes it back to base. Can't say the same for Rongyu though. Kraken up, Kraken down. Mike out. No one dead in this fight. Despite some red health bars, Sanford Soccer blinks back in, sends some damage towards the Levi's. And a ricochet won't change anything. Back in, back out go both Panatom and Zapman. And Pagon now the one who has to use beats.
Yeah, I'm looking to see where the solo laners are, and it doesn't look like they're going to be too impactful in this fight. So very low is Sanford Soccer, and Panica has to jump out. This is a chase or be chase situation, and it looks like the Jade Dragons should be able to run away here.
Oh no, Panicat, no beads for 10 seconds, and that'll be finally a kill to the Leviathans. A second as the Jade Dragons can't disengage. The Leviathans, I thought, were going to head out themselves. But they hang out for a little bit longer and finally able to capitalize on a couple kills.
Yeah, Pagon has a lot of CDR built, so if this Gold Fury is looked at, we'll have a fair bit of damage to try and stop. Doesn't look like they want the Gold Fury here. More interested in the purple buff invade, as Zap is just sit here waiting for his team to join him so he can finally try and take this one away. But with Mike here, it's not going to be free.
No, purple buff taken low and taken down by the Leviathans. I thought Mike was going to have some more magic to work, but unable to confirm his own purple buff. It now really does feel like a not a mirror image, the same image from what we saw in game 1, where the Leviathans found some early objectives. They get one fight where they kind of pull one by one the Jade Dragons down. You enter the 15-minute mark with a decent little gold lead. So the Jade Dragons have an opportunity then to make some changes. If you don't want a repeat of game 1, maybe start to fight back around some of the more important objectives. Maybe look for some individual picks, because just the one return kill from Sam is all the Dragons have, and a 3-level deficit in the jungle.
Yeah, usually when in a matchup like this, you think maybe when the solo laners rotate in, Final K will be able to make a big difference, but the way he's itemized, he's got the Glad Shield and the mid-Guardian Mail, not really building to outbox the ADCs on the opposite side, just try to survive and be tanky, which is certainly a strategy as well. Bellona can be very annoying in her own right, just applying CC and disarm, slows, things like that. Mike is trying to defend this Gold Fury, so it seems like the Leviathans are trying to go for something here. They really have the Kraken, and they're trying to force this Fafnir out so they can try and pull or just bait anyone in. Pagon's backing, but I don't think the Levi's are ready to go for the Gold Fury just yet. Now, with Zapman rotating in, it will be pulled.
Yep, we got Kraken. Got initiation from Rongyu as well. Mike get rooted in place. So life of the party down. Not sure how concerned the Leviathans are about that. Concerned enough that the Dragon showing some face means back off. And Zapman will get slowed down by Final K, who used teleport to get over to the left side of the map, though Yarkor did as well. And so the minions on right get to hang out alone for just a bit of time. Both teams wary on how quickly they disengage. Don't want to give the other time to quickly pull out that Gold Fury. It's again sort of an awkward hovering towards mid here. Final K and Yarkor likely slowly walking themselves back towards solo lane. Mid tier 1 pretty low. I don't think the Leviathan's feeling comfortable enough though to start to push that down and maybe take a team fight under the tower.
Yeah, even with great confirm onto this objective, because Pagon has to charge up Final Judgment to try and match the DPS of a Kraken, and Panatom's going to have that Sonic Boom charged already just in case Thoth ever peeks his head in to try and confirm that one. So I think if this was a 50-50 toss-up, Leviathans definitely were able to confirm that one over the Jade Dragons, given everything goes according to plan. But still, not willing to risk it. The life of the party got used trying to get Mike. He was able to avoid that and didn't get any ultimates for themselves, so no reason to pull it right now. You're still pulling ahead.
Right? Yep.
You're still pulling ahead gold-wise, so what's the reason to risk it? But Mike is pretty far up here, but Final K's got his back.
Final K close, never fully rotated back to solo. Life of the party goes up, so does Eagles Rally. Zapman able to just dash away from this fight. Panatom's got Sonic Boom. Not a lot of damage into the Dragons just yet, though. I think that'll be that, as the Leviathans send just a bit into the back of the Jade Dragon. So Rongyu has been just fine throwing up this life of the party. Hasn't resulted in many kills as of late. The Jade Dragons having to be wary of where that ultimate is going to connect. Bulwark of Hope now completed for Yarkor. If you look at the soul laners, their build, Shogun's Kusari, most recent for Fine-OK. So extra bit of tankiness for Yarkor, where some attack speed, speed up team utility on the mind of Fino.
Yeah, and Panatom has a full Deathbringer at this point. Shinto is 2 levels up in the mid lane. This is what I'm talking about. The Leviathans have no reason to stress and try to pull an objective quickly, because if things continue as they are, the level 20 power spike for not only this Mercury, but this Poseidon as well is going to be massive. Bumbus Hammer for Poseidon essentially means you're getting 2 Krakens off a fight. Pyromancer is going to go the way of the Levi's with no contention from the Jade Dragons. It's been a lot of let's sort of peek our heads into these objectives and see if we can defend. The Gold Fury obviously still stands tall, but no one really trying to stop the Levi's from pulling these. No one's trying to throw some damage their way. They just don't want to step up. And now,
yeah, Caster's cursed the Gold Fury. The poor thing was standing tall, and now is just going to get shredded. That is a fast Gold Fury. But again, this is what I was worried about from the Jade Dragons, is there's a slight lead from the Leviathans, and all of the objectives just go over. A little bit of gold here, a little bit of gold there. The Jade Dragons are avoiding dying, yes, but you're not avoiding the gold lead, just passively building up for the Leviathans. You get one, you don't split the other. And so the question I asked in game 1, and I'll ask again here, Trelly, is this the style of composition from the Dragons? If this type of pace continues, you get to level 20, you're going to be a bit behind. Are you favoring them in the late game? Is that what the Dragons are hoping they're able to get to?
Looking across the board, the answer is no. I mean, the Yarkor is going to be doing about the same as Fine-OK. Just Osiris v. Bologna, both of them are going to be annoying. Panatom is only going to get better as the late game goes on. Sam will get more damage online, but can't match the crit presence of Panatom. Right. So Panatom's only going to get better. Sam wants to hit 20, but it's certainly not going to match that damage. Bumbus Hammer Poseidon is going to have a good time. I don't think that Thoth is going to get much worse, but still, you're worried about a Kraken that's going to be coming through twice in a fight. That's just so much. Panatom wants to try an ult Panda Cat here.
Yeah, we'll love it.
And I don't think an opportunity is going to present itself.
Although I don't think the Dragons know that Panatom's here in general. Shinto definitely spotted out an award way in the back of this fight, and Panatom, of course, now is spotted out. But these are the moments where the Leviathans have been fine just to take a deep breath, especially in game 1 with a similar style of lead. Haven't forced objectives unnecessarily. Relatively low kill game in game 1. Definitely a low kill game here in game number 3 as we get 6 and just now crossing the 20-minute mark. Although Fine-OK wrapping around behind the duo lane now. Tier 1 and mid's going to fall, but an airstrike out from Zapman maintains his safety. Teleport through from Yarkor, and the Jade Dragons will abandon the fight.
Yeah, and still 2 in mid, by the way, trying to pressure into Sam for soccer, maybe looking at a tier 2 tower here. Just so much damage coming out from the side of Leviathans. That's what I'm talking about. Their comms right now have to be, we don't have to fight this, we win late game. That's what they're saying, and they're probably pretty confident about it. They are fighting this, however. Even if they win late game, they can still fight a fight if it comes their way.
I will take one set of beats, please, says Rongyu, but the Jade Dragons would love an answer back, and that's what they've got. Damage from Pagon and Panda Cat send Rongyu to the grave, but a blink forward from Sanford Soccer, avoided out by Zapman. This is the fight the Dragons have been hoping for, but Panatom joins the engagement from right. Sonic Boom still waiting, both of his actives gone. Active still for Shinto, yes, and a Kraken on the back end of this fight. Eagles rally in, Kraken down, but still no deaths for the Jade Dragons. Gold deficit be damned, the Jade Dragons have found kills onto the dual lane of the Leviathans.
Yeah, Panatom trying to line up an ult. Could have gotten 2 kills there, found the right one, and it's not going to be the case. Both the low members of the Jade Dragons get back, and now they're able to back up as well. The gold lead's still vastly in the Leviathan's favor, but that's a good, solid climb back in that the Jade Dragons really needed here. I think the XP still is what's the biggest issue at the moment, because Shinto ticks over to level 20 during that fight, whereas Pagon's only level 17.
Yeah.
Sanford Soccer still level 16 in this game right now. 3 items to his name. Would love a Heartseeker, would love a survivability item, something that could just help him get to the backline much easier and not worry about the fact that Panatom could always just out-trade him if they do meet each other in the jungle like we just saw in that mid lane. And for me, the biggest issue right now is the fact that Yarkor is so tanky and Panacat doesn't quite have the itemization to match that just yet. Once that Silver Branch gets finished, a lot more DPS on your side, but until then, you got to give the damage to the Leviathans.
Yeah, of course.
They got a level 20, they got a Soul Reaver, it's going to look pretty good.
Wonder what Yarkor itemizes into at the end of his build here. Likely just a bit of crit from Panacat. Could be Spectral. Mike did pick up an early Spectral armor, 3rd item Spectral. And that's going to get big value because both Panatom and Zapman have Wind Demon Deathbringer in their builds. Mike, I would argue, needed the Spectral and had to go Spectral with that item. Zapman will avoid the stun, dashes away. Pyromancer is going to be up shortly, but not exactly at this moment. So if the Leviathans play quick enough, Trelly, they could do the exact same thing they did last time, which is an immediate fast pull on the Pyro, and then send it over to the Fury, grab that objective as well. And it looks like that's exactly what the Leviathans have in mind. Pull out the Pyromancer. Slight rotation through from the Jade Dragons. Maybe steal attempt from Mike, but no good. Another neutral objective to the Levi's.
Yeah, they got about 14 seconds before that Fury is up, and the Levi's want to back up and spend that gold. Panatom probably able to upgrade that starter, or at least grab a ward for the Fury, and it looks like that is what he is going to do. Just make sure he's got some vision online. You don't want a Fire Giant Snuck while you're looking for the Primal Fury.
It's the same thing. I mean, it's back, reset, buy, over to the Fury. Jade Dragons have to know that this is about to happen, but yes, they're going to be fighting at a 6,000 to 7,000 gold deficit if you try to step up to the Fury, but it's going to get worse if you don't. It's a choice that I do not envy from the Jade Dragons. Panatom charges a Sonic Boom towards Panacat, but with both actives up and relative safety in the Ho-Yi kit, Panacat will be just fine. Some ward coverage down on this side of the map, so again, the Jade Dragons won't necessarily be caught by surprise by this, but this is going to absolutely melt. Kraken will not secure the objective, and the Jade Dragons get about all they can hope for, and it's a 50-50 coin flip.
It was Mike, man.
And it's Mike who ends up stealing it away. And that's, look, if Panacat's ultimate steals it, that's one thing. A tick of damage rolls through fine. You can't be having a Fafnir toss the hammer in there, steal it away. But you got to body block that, but a glimmer of hope now for the Dragons, exactly what they needed when the Fury gets pulled by the Levi's.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the Suns come down, I saw Ricochet head in, and I was like, okay, maybe
one of those.
Maybe Panacat got it, unfortunate, but Mike has just been on point. We've seen him steal away how many buffs just where he definitely shouldn't have been able to. And that time around, I mean, Shinto could have just saved his one, and that's just instant confirmation because nothing out there is going to be out damaging that. Doesn't really matter though, because Fire Giant is still available, and that's what the Levi's want to focus on now. You don't want to, you know, drone on about losing an objective when
I sure do.
Well, I know we can, but I don't think the Levi's want to hang out on that one too long, because if the Mumba's hammer's up, you got a lot of damage your way, and it looks like stepping up very far is the Jade Dragons, but we'll be able to avoid the coffin.
Fighting with a big lead now are the Leviathans. Frenzy gets used. Sonic Boom right through the middle, but Panatom has got to disengage. Maybe the rest of the Levi's do as well. Transformation out of Polar. This is exactly what we saw in Game 1, where the Jade Dragons were winning damage trades around the FG despite a massive gold lead. Zapman in behind the Jade Dragons here. Tethers out from Yarkor, so is the Kraken. And the Osiris is just doing so much. How has Yarkor stayed alive in this fight? Can say the same for Fine, okay, but for how much longer? Not much longer. Sanford Soccer has found the backline, a 1-for-1 trade. A bit more damage into any of the Jade Dragons is a sweeping team fight win for the Leviathans, but instead, A Zapman for Mike trade is what the Leviathans have to settle for.
Yeah, it's just so hard to push into Pagon right now. They had the health bars and the damage to try and kill the Jade Dragons there, but can you walk into a Thoth? Not going to be the case. They tried for a bit and they realized, wait, Hieroglyphic Assault is half-healthing all of us. Maybe we shouldn't just blindly run into the jungle and see what we can find. Panda Cat is trying to find Shinto here, hiding inside the mist, but there's a ward there, and not going to be the case. He will just back off and decide that he doesn't want to go for that one. Would have been a nice little double bounce and maybe some cheeky damage, but there's wards everywhere. The Leviathans have had so much presence in this game, even when they, regrettably lose a trade, because Zap for Mike is not a trade you want to make. You would like to have your ADC rather than your support at this stage in the game. So even when they lose a fight like that, they still have the map presence to say, you're not taking this objective and you're not going to catch us napping. Right now, Shinto's 1-0, and he doesn't want to die at all.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, a lot of it on Panatom and where his engages can go. The Sonic Boom, yeah, found a couple members of the Dragons, but then you got to remember you're a relatively squishy player in the midst of a team that, despite being behind, does good amounts of damage to you. So whether it's early positioning, using the Sonic Boom to come in from behind, I'm curious to see how Panatom wants to play these next couple of moments, because the Jade Dragons, I think, may be feeling a bit empowered after the way that fight went, and how I think carry for support is something they'll take. Don't want to lose Fine OK though. Tanky enough on the Bellona to only take half of the HP and damage. Has teleport as well. If reset is necessary, Fine OK can go back, heal up, join this fight somewhat quickly. Looks like that's exactly what the Jade Dragons will need, just to delay out for their solo laner to get back. And map state, really fine for both of these teams. There's only a tier 1 down in mid against the Dragons, tier 1 on right down against the Leviathans. So no fire waves pushing to really threaten the base. It's just who can find the initiation better.
Yeah, I don't think the Jade Dragons want to get baited in by trying to burst Yarkor. He can't be the first one that goes down in these fights. No matter how out of position he seems, he can stall for so long. We saw that Osiris just juke around for such a long time and bait out so many abilities and things like that. So whenever this Osiris is here, might be tempted to try and hit him, but I think the Jade Dragons will waste the vast majority of their DPS and CC on that Osiris if that is the plan. But with how disruptive he is, you can't ignore him either. Look, he's just standing there and throwing out so much damage.
Pyromancer would be nice just to get back to these fights quicker. Yarkor has found the back. Tethers on a few. Stuns also on a few. There's the follow-up from Panatom. Pagon surviving in the backline all this time, and Yarkor's been left alone. Now Panatom has to disengage, but look at the damage onto the Mercury. Kraken Crate, knock up onto Fine OK, and again low health bars, but this time Yarkor will be able to capitalize. Shinto is the one who has the last bit of damage. The Jade Dragons withstand so much, but they can only stand so much, and one ends up going down, but the Leviathans maybe not healthy enough for an immediate FG pull.
Yeah, but Mike jumps in here, tries to find the stun. Wrongview's also going down, but Shinto has so much damage.
Oh, he sure does. Third kill of the game for Shinto, who's now on a killing spree. So 38 seconds on both Sam and Mike. But not an immediate Fire Giant pull just yet from the Leviathans. Some low health bars may be slowing them down, but slowing down does not mean stop. Fire Giant now pulled, and the Jade Dragons, outside of maybe something from Fine OK, won't be able to contest. And the Levi's get FG at 30 minutes on all 5.
Yeah, Final K is going to run out of there. He does not want to try and battle with that one. With the Bumbus Hammer, Shinto will have a Kraken already back up and ready, just in case anyone tries to step up to that objective. So great play by the Leviathans. Honestly, it was more so an overextension from Mike. He wanted to go for a stun there, thought he had enough DPS, and it just was not the case. The team did not provide the kill they needed, and then once you're dead, the Fire Giant just looks so much cleaner to get. Now the Leviathans have the option of, trying to dissect the map and decide where they want to go. Zapman is going to take that tier 2 and right.
Yep.
And maybe just group up, because Shinto's a red buff. You see Wrongview is also just coming out of base for Panatom back. So I think a little bit overextending. You don't want to stay too long. Just get as much gold as you can, because there still are some power spikes to be had. Shinto finally finishes that Staff of Mirrodin you were talking about, with just the Charon's coin.
God, I'm so good.
Yeah, how? you just knew it.
I just take in so much information, and man, I'm able to just stay on top of it.
You're just a sponge for Smite knowledge.
I suppose. Probably not. No, you have forgotten more about Smite than I've ever learned, and I think that's just a fact. The Leviathans, though, the fact of the matter is, playing with house money at this point. I don't know. I think if the Dragons do end up losing this game, they've got a lot of similar things to review between Game 3 and Game number 1 as far as the way that both of those two games went, where they're relatively low kill, but just got maybe slightly unconfident in contesting a lot of objectives, and that has allowed this massive gold lead to build up to the point where they can't, whether they want to or not, contest these objectives. It is a 13,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. So the XP starting to matter a bit less outside of 3 levels, soon to be 4 levels in support. Everyone else is level 20. Build's starting to catch up, but the Leviathan's still so far ahead in gold, where the build's just more attractive if you're on the Leviathan side of things right now. And you got a lot of time with these Fire Giant buffs. You got a Trebuchet as well. This is a great scenario for the Leviathans to maybe look at a Phoenix Siege.
Yeah, I still have my eyes on Pig on that. He's got to be the one to try and stop this, or at least deter it a little bit. If you're able to output a ton of damage, you know, just poke out the Leviathans before they're able to push, there's a chance that you can try and defend this one.
Yep.
And you do have the ultimate as well. Final Judgment could just delete someone before the fight begins.
Yeah, good call there. Pagon takes away about half of Zapman's health bar just in poke damage. Zapman a little sustained in the Aussie, but doesn't have much to sustain off of. All the jungle behind him is gone as well. We'll have to just play extra safe on the back of this fight. Shinto hovering around mid. Trebuchet quickly dealt with, so what I thought would be kind of fun to watch didn't end up doing all that much at the end of the day. And Shinto will help usher some minions in towards mid. So I guess you're really, Trelly, looking for maybe Rongi to force some beads, get a pull in with the life of the party. Yarkor, Lord of the Afterlife, could keep things interesting. A Sonic Boom just got used in mid by Panatom, and now Yarkor does indeed look for the backline. Scorching Blink gets used. Left side Phoenix low. Eagles rally back in from Vinoke. Pushes back the Leviathans just a bit, but just a bit is it. And there could be some pressure pushing back forward by the Leviathans just to finish off this left side Phoenix. Couple more autos is all they need.
Yeah, if they do want to try and keep this left side Phoenix up, you have to try and fight, not under it. So stepping up in front of it, body blocking is going to be your best option. Sam for Soccer, though, is going to have his work cut out for him.
Sam.
That Phoenix is gone.
Yeah, Sam cannot win this 2v1 in mid. Has to leave. Phoenix in mid, though, does survive. The juggling of the aggro, very strong. 2 low Phoenixes, but now a lopsided fight over on the left side of the map. As Rongu throws up the life of the party. Beads get taken off of Sam for Soccer over in mid, but everyone else on right able to hold on to him. Life of the parties haven't quite been hitting their mark yet this game. And both Phoenixes in very similar states. Fire Giant buff now falls off. Nobody else has got it for the Leviathans. But these Phoenixes so low, they'd love to get one going over the next few minutes.
Yeah, Shinto has the Bumbas Hammers procs, and that is really the only thing.
Rongyu's
getting aggressed upon. He should fall down here.
Oh no, Rongyu is low and has no way to disengage. The heal does not come through in enough time. The Jade Dragons have bought their time as a Kraken gets thrown up by Shinto. Up and over the wall goes Yarkor, but is he trying to save a lost cause? The Jade Dragons have defended their Phoenixes. They found 3 kills, and the Leviathans leave empty-handed.
They can't let Panatom and Zap do this. Look, they're still going for the birds. They're trying to stall this out so they don't lose the game. Zap is definitely not going to be able to get that one. But if the Jade Dragons marched down mid and tried to end the game, I think Panatom and Zapman would have been able to at least grab a bird there and try and stall that one out. But now the Jade Dragons have the option to group up and say, hey, we're going to push up as far as we can, even though there's a Sonic Boom available. Not too much damage here. Ronkyu's up in 20 seconds. Maybe you can grab a tier 2 tower and a Fury possibly if it's about to spawn in. But Fire Giant actually just landed, and that's exactly where they're heading.
Yep, Jade Dragons pull back to it. And this should be a relatively simple enhanced Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons. There are still long death timers for the Leviathans. And so I guess the Jade Dragons did make some changes from game 1, and it's like, we'll just put up a better Phoenix defense because the game state was the exact same. The Leviathans just could not knock down those Phoenixes. And I was excited to see how the Leviathans initiated, but you're just hoping that life of the party finds you your value. Just wasn't able to do so. What is Panatom looking for?
Yeah, I'm seeing if he's trying to grab a Phoenix here or just trying to push.
This
Maybe he's going to ult in with the minions to grab the Phoenix. That would be interesting.
Risky, because surely Pagon is going to go clear these minions. Has beads, has Aegis. And yeah, Panatom now seeing how the Jade Dragons leave their base. Everyone with enhanced Fire Giant. And again, gold lead like 9,000, but we've effectively been equalized here, Trelly, with that enhanced Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons have given themselves a second breath in this fight, and it is just fantastic base defense outside of a really rough gold deficit, the Jade Dragons just play that defense better than the Leviathans could play their offense.
Yeah, it's easy to highlight Pagon there, who just did so much damage, was able to poke out Zap before the siege even started, and just put the brakes on their siege a little bit. But I also got to highlight Sam for Soccer there, because he was doing the more difficult job. The 1 versus 2 in mid.
Yep.
Panatom went for the ult, wasn't able to find him. Shinto dropped so many Bumbus Hammers proc on the Phoenix, and Sam was able to stay alive and defend it perfectly by himself. Final K rotates over, but for so long, it was just that Robin in mid lane defending that Phoenix.
And Panacat pours out damage into Rongyu. And I don't see any beads going down on the Jade Dragon side, which is what I was slightly concerned about on the Phoenix Siege. Like, Panda can just jump out, Pagon can dash away. Of course, if Rongyu gets in a good position, you can keep pulling him back in, but from outside of the base, it's been difficult. Now maybe Rongyu can get some value if you can pull someone into you here on the opposite side of the map. Under a Phoenix line, things look a bit different, but what a way what a difference a few minutes make here in game number 3. A couple minutes ago, Jade Dragons defending for their lives, now potentially pushing in for the end against the Leviathans. The Dragons may end this game 5 digits worth of gold down if they can crack the base of the Leviathans in a comfortable way. Yarkor has taken half of his health and damage, and the Phoenix, the first Phoenix to go down, is in the Leviathan's base. If you had told me that a few minutes ago, I would have called you crazy, Trelly, but it's exactly what happens.
Yeah, I would have told you you haven't been watching the game or you're just wrong, and now the mid Phoenix will be the option. They still have that Draconic transformation once the Coerce comes from Mike, and there it is. This bird will be looked at as well.
Oh, we're fighting under the mid lane Phoenix of the Atlantis Leviathans, and this one may decide the game. Sam for Soccer evaporated, but he is able to get out of this fight just fine. Yarkor sends a Lord of the Afterlife into the backline as well. And speaking of backline, that's right where Fino K is, but everyone's surviving. Yarkor lives somehow under all the damage. The mid lane Phoenix is indeed gone, but it's Shinto who's found the first kill of this fight.
And now there could be a chase in here. It looks like everyone is trying to run. It's up to Pagon. Just throw as much damage as you can back so that the Leviathans can't chase it, but that's a Bumbus Hammer Poseidon. He is faster than everyone on that team.
Shinto zooming right down mid lane. Watch out, Yarkor is on the left side of this fight as well. Can jump into the back, send some tethers towards the Dragons. Panatom spins one around. What's Sam for Soccer looking for here? A root on one of the members of the Leviathans. As Pagon dashes away, he'll live as well. And another couple kills fall for the Jade Dragons, but Shinto steps up when they need him, finds another. The Leviathans pick up 3. Jade Dragons down to their mid and support.
Yeah, Pagon has the ultimate here. That's the only option they have. Left side minions are coming in. The Leviathans want to try and end here. 3v2, I don't think it's going to be on the cards. Maybe you can try to go for this bird, but once a full HP Thoth comes back, there's no way you can go for this one. Mike is just trying to be annoying here as those
we go to the next Fire Giant. Oh, their base?
Yeah,
that's a little damage.
Someone's got it back, and it looks like Shinto's far enough away that is going to happen. So I think we might be going to the next Fire Giant, Dave.
Wow, that's actually, I mean, what, a fifth of its health and damage maybe. So not absurd, but I don't know. I mean, your Titan losing like half of its HP and damage feels pretty brutal. And that at the moment doesn't necessarily change the dynamic, but with how tanky and how much damage these Titans now do, if somehow this game brings us into the Titan room before those Phoenixes respawn and the Titan heals up just a bit, it actually makes a decent difference here in this game. Half of the work already being done. But how did we get here? The Jade Dragons just more effective on their siege. The Leviathans, despite a massive gold advantage, just couldn't get in there. And what a chaotic couple of minutes. We fought Trelly all the way from the mid lane Phoenix of the Leviathans down to like the tier 1 tower line in mid lane for the Jade Dragons. Just a massive chase. And it looks like all signs pointing to an enhanced Fire Giant with the Jade Dragons, the ones with the better map state.
Yeah, and again, I know I've been hyping up Pagon a lot, but he's doing 40,000 damage. He was the reason that game did not end there.
Yeah.
He was dead. He was the first one that should have been dead in that fight.
He lives,
He uses both relics, pushes up instead of retreats, and then is able to juke out Zap's autos, take him out instead, and then just keep the damage going. I think the Leviathan should have been able to run over if all that Thoth DPS was not coming through. And this is exactly what you usually see when 2 Phoenixes are down. The enemy team, or the team with 2 Phoenixes down rather, are trying to pull this FG because they don't have that much time.
Oh my god, it's going down so quickly. Kraken could confirm it. Final Judgment could as well. Kraken does indeed seal the deal. Fire Giant to the Atlantis Leviathan. Shinto is low though on the backline. So is Zapman. The carry's gotta get out. Yarkor has got to get out. Fire Giant doesn't matter if your entire team is dead, and that's what the Jade Dragons are looking for. 2 already gone. Wrong You falls as well. Panatom and Shinto, the last 2 on the map, but Final K has got the chase down. The Jade Dragons, unbelievable. You are 13,000 gold behind. You're not allowed to come back in a game like that, but that's exactly what the Jade Dragons have done. It is a miracle situation now for the Leviathans. Massive sonic boom, yes, but Panatom does not have the legs. The Jade Dragons do. Unbelievable comeback, and the Dragons take it in 3.
The Leviathans know they have 2 Phoenixes down. They tried to pull that Fire Giant as quickly as possible, and even though they got it, you're not winning the fight after the fact. Just way too much damage. So well played by the Jade Dragons. It's one thing to be able to execute a Phoenix Siege when you're ahead and when you have the Fire Giant on your side, but to defend against that when you're that far behind. It's just so well played by all of the Jade Dragons. But I gotta highlight Sam once again for keeping that mid Phoenix alive by himself 1v2 for so long, and Pagon for just making sure that damage was not there.
Do you feel like that's an initiation issue by the end of that game for the Leviathans? Really felt like you're hoping that the life of the party could bring in someone, that the sonic boom could follow up with someone. Just couldn't find the proper team fights.
Yeah, I would say so. The sonic boom not finding someone, I think, was the biggest issue. The life of the party was they were able to stall long enough so the second one came through, but those Mercurials had to be connecting there. And I don't think it's too much fault of Panatom. I think it was Sam for Soccer was able to juke that one out.
What a game between these 2 teams. It's what you hope for when the Dragons and the Leviathans match up against one another. A 3-game set, comebacks. This set had it all, and unfortunately, it has to come to an end. The Jade Dragons win it 2-1. That's it for Trelly and I. Back to the desk to break it down.
Thank you so much, Dave and Trellian. What a comeback for the Jade Dragons, down 13,000+ gold as we're approaching the 32-35 minute mark. And they find 1 Phoenix defense, 1 3-2 defense split up against the Leviathans. They're able to find a few picks of their own and bring this game back in their control. They wrestle a Fire Giant for themselves. They take out the first Phoenix of the game against the Leviathan space instead, when the Leviathans had control the entirety of this game. Mifflin, this is what the Dragons were looking for in game number 1, and they find it in game 3.
Before I get into all the greatness we saw from the Jade Dragons, I want to sing the praises of the Atlantis Leviathans, because that has got to be a heartfelt loss, right? I mean, Yarkor was playing out of his mind that game. The space created by that Osiris was absolutely ridiculous. Panatom, when the ultimates were landing, were massively impactful. 2 3-man ultimates at various points throughout the team fight. Shinto was connecting all his damage as well, but at the end of the day, it's the Jade Dragons from the brink who could stop offense after offense, siege after siege from the Atlantis Leviathans, and eventually it comes down to that last team fight around the Fire Giant. Use Kraken to secure the fire. You don't have it for the team fight, and if you don't have a resource in a game this close, the Jade Dragons will be able to punish you for it, and they do so magnificently. Phenomenal damage output from Pagon, 43,000 throughout the duration of this game, and it was not easy for him. Generally thought is, oh, he's just hitting me from further away than anybody else can hit, right? Not the case this time. He was contending with dives continually. Panatom had a target on this man's back the entire game. Yarkor was applying those tethers consistently. Even in the highlight clips, you can't get Yarkor off of him. He is struggling to find the space, but does so regardless. Gotta sing the praises of Pagon, man. This guy, he don't look like a rookie.
No, the rookie, and we only say that because it's literally his first season in the SPL, is playing like a veteran out here. This Thoth pick has come in clutch for the Dragons time and time again through phase number 1, is coming back clutch time and time again now in phase 2. This mid laner pickup for the Jade Dragons has brought a completely unique look to this team. I mean, when we were looking at former players of the team, back when Captain Twig was in mid, back when Hurrywin was in mid, it was a lot of very standard stuff, and there was nothing wrong with them playing the standard, but this unique dynamic that he has brought to the team, and just the ability to play these hyper carries, these real hard power hitters in this mid lane, has really shaken up this team in a positive way. And with it, the Jade Dragons are able to find themselves a Game 3 win up against the Atlantis Leviathans in a very long 40+ minute Game 1, a dominant 20-minute Game number 2 that the Dragons win, and now fighting back again in another 40-minute matchup, the Dragons find their win.
Technically a reverse sweep, if we wanted to get crazy about it, but
we do have the broom over there, I think.
Don't bring out the broom, man. Okay. We retired that. It's had so much punishment.
It's also not a best of 5. I think maybe only best of 5 to reserve it for that.
Oh, Mike was in my periphery. I thought he was going for the broom for a second. I was like, oh, Hold on, yeah, but you're right. We have to sing the praises of the Jade Dragons, man. Of course, a phenomenal game too, 20 minutes as you said, but the ability to keep your mental in a match like that. There were various points where I'm standing up and I'm coming to the desk because I thought the Leviathans had ended the game. Multiple times. That defense, I believe it was a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3 where Sam for Soccer was able to hold his Phoenix or extend that Phoenix for so long that the rest of his team was able to defend. I thought that was a game over right there. Towards the tail end of the match, the previous team fight before that Fire Giant, where it was a 3-man core of the Leviathans starting to knock on the door of the Phoenix. Unfortunately for the Leviathans, that man falls down, but just multiple times where I think everybody was thinking, this game's going to end, be it the Dragons or the Leviathans. But at the end of the day, it was the Dragons.
It was the Jade Dragons finding the win, and for our post-game interview, we have the man that you're mentioning just a moment ago himself, Sam for Soccer, standing by for that post-game interview. Sam, congrats on a big 2-1 win over the Leviathans. I mean, how's the team feeling after a long-winded game 1 coming down to a loss, a bounce back in game number 2 of one that we haven't really seen at the SPL since that 9-5 patch drop, and then this long-winded battle in game 3? I mean, talk to me about, the mental of the team as y'all are making that siege defense.
Yeah, I don't know. I think obviously we were happy to win, but I'm not too sure. Obviously, you're just kind of like waiting it out, seeing what happens. I guess we were pretty far behind, so we were trying to trade the map as well as possible and like do anything we could. And yeah, I don't know. I guess luckily enough, we were able to hold on.
Yeah, you guys able to make a strong defense at y'all's Phoenix and then be able to push up and actually take the first Phoenix of the game there in that third game out there. You guys have been struggling a little bit to find some of your wins throughout the season so far. Obviously, we're still only in week 2. It's double round robin to go through, but I mean, how does it feel for the team to get a big win out here in the second week?
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I mean, the split's like longer this split than last, so it's like double round robin, I think, at least. So losses aren't as big of a deal, but yeah, it just feels good. I think we're taking every loss and win like with a grain of salt, just trying to improve as much as we can, get a hold of the meta as well as possible,
Well, of course. Well, Sam, thank you so much for coming by for the post-game interview. Congrats on the win. I'll let you get back with the team to celebrate.
Thanks.
And as mentioned, between myself and Sam there, it is a double round robin throughout here, so there's still more time for these teams to adapt to each other, more time for them to find those wins. So even though we're only in week number 2, even still being able to find those wins has always got to be a good thing to make sure that you can keep yourselves at the highest point of the standings as possible early on, so that way if you have a few stumbles later on, it won't be as impactful. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, because we are now done with our sets for today, and we still have another day of SPL to go. It's hard to believe with after 6 games, a full 6-game set today between a 3 with the Solar Scarabs and the Valkyries, with the Scarabs taking that, and now the Jade Dragons with a 2-1 win. This will leave us to our final day of play in week number 2 tomorrow on Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. It'll be the Olympus Bolts and the Oni Warriors, and the Valkyries and Titans will square off in the center, and the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings will be there to round out our day.
Look, I know how you gamers at home work, right? You're looking at the schedule and you're thinking to yourself, man, why'd we put the Olympus Bolts versus the squad up there so early into the day? It's to make you guys get out of bed, all right? I want you tuning in early because the rest of the sets that day might be a little bit more one-sided as far as the standings are concerned, right? So we front-loaded it. Wake up. Make sure you're there. 11 a.m., bright and early.
But with that, at the very beginning of our week with the waiting room, we did make sure to crown, our most valuable primer, that is Captain Twig. So we'll finally get to talk to him at the very end of the week, at the very least. So make sure that you tune in at 11 a.m. to see the Bolts and the Warriors. Make sure that you tune in throughout all of the day for the SPL. But that's it for us here in day number 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow on behalf of myself, Mifflin, and Castle Production, everyone behind the scenes. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at 11 a.m.